Check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. I am gonna, yes, I should probably say that. I'm going to move it back again. After last weekend at the Coastal. What do you experience? General, very general. You can talk about anything then. I thought rather than being specific.
Look at the way they're moving.
What a fantastic race.
Good morning and welcome to San Nazaro Beach here in Genoa, Italy for the 5th edition of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. This is day 2 of competition and a very important beach sprint finals this is because it is the first time that we have hosted an event since beach rowing has been welcomed into the Olympic Games, and we will see it feature at Long Beach at LA 2028. My name's Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks. I'm here with Niamh Hayes. And Niamh, you're back again here. You were at the Coastal Championships last weekend. What can we expect here from Genoa?
Yes, I was here last weekend and we can expect pretty much everything that will make the sport exciting. We can expect it's going to be sunshine today, but importantly there's going to be lots of waves and excitement on the water. Lots of changes over the last few days to the schedule, but we're looking forward to getting racing going shortly.
Yeah, we have had a lot of competition changes, schedule changes. The swell, the weather, the waves have all been very unpredictable. We had racing cancelled on Thursday, a bit of a programme change yesterday, and that's seen some of our second time trials eliminated, going straight down to the last 16 here this morning in many events. But we do have, as I say, lots to look forward to. And with this being a brand new Olympic event, it's probably time that we learn a little bit about what beach sprint rowing is all about.
Let's find out how to beach sprint. Here's the start. The first thing that happens is the athlete goes sprinting down the beach on the horn or the dropping of the flag from the start umpire. They race down to their boat. This might be the athlete in their single or the coxswain in the quad or the stroke in the double. It's a 250-meter sprint, slaloming on the right-hand side of the first of 3 buoys and then on the left-hand side of the second buoy. Then they make their way up to the hairpin bend at the third buoy, 250 meters down the course. Navigation is crucial here. They spin around that third buoy, having almost a handbrake turn, really technically challenging to make sure they maintain their boat speed as best as possible. And then here's the difficult bit, lining themselves up for the fastest straight line back to the beach. Spatial awareness absolutely critical. Navigating the currents is what sets apart the winning athletes from those who can't quite make it. As they come to the beach, they'll be looking over their shoulders, checking for that dismount point that they want to time perfectly. They'll run up the beach, around their flag, and hit the buzzer on the sand to stop the clock.
So now you know a little bit more about what beach sprint rowing is all about. We're here with one of the most important people in the sport. I'm here with Gwyn Batten, who is chair of the Coastal Rowing Commission. And Gwyn, since 2019, the inception of this event for World Rowing, we've been on a bit of a journey over the last 5 years to get it to the place it's in today, to now be part of the Olympic Games. Talk me through that journey that this event and sport has gone on.
Yeah, so we started our first World Championship event in Shenzhen in 2019 on a beach, really exciting beach in China, and we had some epic number of audiences, we had some epic racing, and some of the teams that came, the real pioneering teams, have helped pioneer the way to see us here today. We've then gone on to various other countries. We had a bit of an interval during COVID, so we've been to Lisbon and then we've been into Wales in the UK.
And we're now here in Genoa, the second time in a row that we're in Italy. It seems to love beach sprint rowing and coastal rowing here in Italy. What can we expect from the Genoa course, and what are some of the kind of opportunities and challenges that these athletes have out here?
Absolutely. We've been here twice in Italy. Barletta was one of those big, long, sandy beaches which had epic long runs and again had some real challenges with wind coming off the mountains. Here we've got some really northern Mediterranean conditions, a deep face. So as the waves come in, they come with a lot of kinetic power and they hit the deep shelving beaches. And yesterday we saw some pretty tremendous wipeouts. But again, you know, the sea is dictating. Sometimes you need the luck of the sea on you and you need to take that advantage. So it's been really brutal for many of the crews yesterday in terms of that luck. But we're here today starting the side-by-side stuff. So we'll really see the skill and agility coming out from the crews.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of that, and today's a new day for them to take on the waves. And we've talked a lot about the previous 5 years. Let's look forward to the next 4 years. What happens between now and LA? What's the development of what beach sprint rowing looks like over the next 4 years?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you think about it, we had quite a slow growth. And of course, with the inclusion for Los Angeles, we've had an absolutely massive explosion of entries. So we do need to look and see how we can potentially turn this event, which has now got enormous, into something that's a little bit more manageable. So there will be some evolution from us as organising committees, with the organising committees and us as World Rowing. The athletes themselves will be developing techniques. We need to work with the boat builders around making sure we've got really great boats that show the best skills of our athletes. So lots of evolution to come, but really exciting future.
A very exciting future indeed. Well, Gwyn, thank you so much. You've probably got lots to do now. So we're about to get underway with racing in just 4 minutes' time. So I'll let you go. Big thank you to Gwyn, who's been a huge, huge part of coastal rowing and its development here with World Rowing. So, next up, we've got our first race of the day starting in just 4 minutes' time, which is the opening round of the last 16 with the coastal men's solos on the junior side. So we've got under-19s racing here, that pipeline of athletes that I'm sure we'll see contesting at Olympic Games in many years to come. And why don't we kind of have a bit of a look at what is going on out here on the water. So you can see here just in front of me, this is the course. You can see those slalom buoys, and if you watch that video, you'll have seen that you have to slalom your way out 250 metres to that final buoy and then turn around the buoy, row straight back down here into the beach, and then this is the sprint up the beach and towards that finish line there where there are 2 buzzers, and that is what the athletes have to hit in order to secure their place through to the next round, get to that line first. And it is a really challenging sprint here. You know what it's like if you've ever tried to run on sand. These guys are not having to just contest with a beach, but a pebbly beach at that too. So I think we're going to see a lot of very challenging final sprints here, and you can see the boats getting ready to go here in this opening round. They're very flat, they're very able to sort of dispel a lot of the waves and water that will be thrown at them, and there's been plenty of that here in Genoa as well. So just a few moments time, the athletes are warming up now. They sprint down the beach, round the flag, into their boats, and then perform that slalom course we've just talked about. So without further ado, we're going to get underway with the first side-by-side race of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals 2024.
Thank you so much, Camilla. We are about to get underway with our racing in the next couple of minutes. We have a packed schedule this morning for you, kicking off with the Coastal Junior Men's Solo. We will then be moving on to the Coastal Junior Women's Solo, the Coastal Mixed Doubles and the Coastal Mixed Quadruple Sculls. So lots of racing to look forward to this morning. We are starting, of course, with the last 16 of the Coastal Men's Junior Men's Solo. So these are under 19 athletes. Now, we had lots of changes to our schedule, which Camilla mentioned a little earlier. Lots of changes over the last few days. Thursday was cancelled. Yesterday, things had to be shifted quite a bit just because of the sheer size of the breakers that we were seeing. So we are down to our last 16 of these categories. Unfortunately, a lot of athletes didn't get to do a second time trial just because the schedule had to be changed. But here we are with the last 16, and first up In our first knockout, we will have 8 of them. We have Germany, Ben Henk, and we have Czechia, so Lukas Kazik. So you can see them here on our screens getting ready. So Czechia on the left-hand side, Germany on the right-hand side. So they're under the starters' orders right now, getting ready to get going in the first knockout of the day. You can see the excitement here from them getting ready to go, waiting for that attention and that flag to drop. Oh, little stumble there from Czechia. So this is where the anticipation starts. Those last few seconds before the flag drops. And the buzzer goes, but here they are. So great shot here of both athletes running down. Looks like Germany there on the right-hand side. Just a little bit of a quicker run down to the beach. Nice entry into the boat here now, and he's already off. Very strong start here from Ben Henk of Germany here now. Czechia also with a great start there on the right-hand side now as we're looking at our screen. So as we can see, they are going to the right-hand side of that first marker. They're then going to move on over to the left-hand side to get around the opposite side of the second marker. They'll come back around, so they're doing a slalom around those boys. But at the moment, it is very close here. Maybe Germany over the left-hand side just has a little bit of advantage. Looks like Czechia closest to us here now, just getting caught up slightly on a little bit of water there. Going by yesterday's races, it was Czechia who won the time trial. Germany was 16, so there was a big difference, over 20 seconds of a difference here, Camilla, but Germany are off to a fantastic start here.
Yeah, the German off to a wonderful start here. Ben-Louis Henke doing very well to outperform the time trial winner. We've got to remember they went through that time trial yesterday to set a time. Not side by side, right? They just went all the way around those boys and did a loop without racing anyone. But side by side, a completely different kettle of fish. And we've got to remember that the time trial winner, Lukas Kazik, just 15 years of age here in this under-19 men's solo event.
Absolutely, yes. I think one of the youngest competitors here this weekend. And as you said, like, just because Germany here was 16th yesterday, so he was actually the slowest time out of all these knockouts. Czechia was the fastest, but look at them side by side. Germany are just flying away with this. But I think you know that he was 20 seconds behind yesterday, so he knew he had to get off to a really quick start, and that's exactly what he did. So they both come down straight here now, so they don't have to go in and out of the marker boys, but they just passing the last one there now, and Germany look set to get to that beach first.
Well, they look set to get to the beach first here, Niamh, but it's going to have to be a perfectly executed exit from the boat here for Henke of Germany. He takes a quick look round and is manoeuvring himself into a position to get his bows straight up and onto the beach. That's the position you want to be in. A very clean exit indeed, it seems. Don't want to curse him here, but Henke looks back over his shoulder. I think he's done enough here to secure this win in the knockout rounds of competition against our time trial winner. That really is an upset for the first race here today. A brilliant race indeed still for the athlete from Czechia, Lukas Kazik, but I think he'll be somewhat disappointed after a promising start yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. To go into this probably as one of the favourites out of the time trial, and to be beaten then by Germany, that is, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of disappointment there, of course, because it's a knockout. That's him gone out of the rest of the racing today. But it does mean that Ben Henke of Germany will be going through to the next round. So he's going to be very happy with that performance. Now we are already underway of the starters' orders for the second knockout. This time we have Spain, Ignacio Ramon Boja Garcia. We can see him on the left-hand side of our screen. USA, Ronan Mardin on the right-hand side. So gearing up, nice, powerful stance here. It's great to see the different stances at the start, and you can see the athletes who've put a lot of work into their sprinting, which is such a big part of the sport, because look at them in this position, down nice and low, getting really strong in that lower body, but the upper body is ready to go as well.
And do you know what, Niamh? The beach sprint, you talk about it being such an important part of this race, and we're underway here now with this second knockout round. And what a sprint here from the Spanish Ramon Borja Garcia.
Yes, it looks like USA just went around wide. They went around that flag on the beach, which they had to do yesterday, but this today now is a little bit different. They can run straight down to their boat. So he added on a little bit of beach to himself there to get down, but we can see a little bit of a swell here that Spain are having to get through, but Ronan Mara really made up for that extra distance he had to run there now, because he's right out ahead as they head towards that second marker.
Look at the chop that we've got here, the swell starting to build through the day. This is what the weather predictions said, and look at this. Mar of the USA there on the far side, who was our early race leader, just not quite contending with that sort of bumpy, choppy water quite as well as Spain. And now, look, we know that Spain, a huge, huge nation when it comes to not only beach sprint rowing, but coastal rowing, the most successful nation so far since the beach sprints began in terms of the overall medal table. And you can absolutely see why here, Niamh, the way that they're handling these waves.
Absolutely. They spent an awful lot of time dedicating their training resources, coaching resources to coastal rowing and beach sprints. And in fact, all of this team that are here this weekend from Spain, they've been dedicating the last few weeks, last few months to this. So we didn't see any of them compete last week at the Coastal Championships, which is a little bit different to other nations who did travel across the world and did race last weekend, including Ronan Mara, who raced in the mixed doubles and the men's solo last weekend. But here he is. It does look like Spain just getting the better of him here now. Of course, yesterday in the time trials, Spain had come second. USA were 15, so now we're seeing that difference between the times.
Yeah, that's really being put on display here. And as we go through each of those rounds of the tree, you know, it's kind of like a knockout tree, like you'd see in like the Football World Cup, right? Round of 16, down to the quarters, down to the semis, and then finally our finals, which will be taking place later on this weekend. This is the point where we are going to see these bigger margins. It's only 250 metres out, 250 metres back, only a couple of minutes of racing lead. So it's a large proportion. You know, this kind of lead over that short distance is quite significant.
It is massive. It is such a short race because like the run can be anywhere between 10 and 50 meters. The race then on the water is generally 250 meters depending on tides, and then the same run up. So to have that margin here now that Spain has over USA is pretty impressive. So he'll be one to watch in the later rounds.
Brilliant there from Ignacio Ramon Borja Garcia of Spain. The 17-year-old will take the win ahead of the USA. Ronan Mara will be knocked out of this solos competition. Unfortunate for him, but we'll see him go again in the mixed doubles event, the other sort of event available for these under-19 athletes. But Niamh, I forget sometimes, you know, we do this event once a year back here in the commentary booth. It's so quick that we move from, you know, round to round here in this this knockout stage.
So quick. I was here last weekend as well, and you're talking about a 20-minute race where you're commentating, and so you get time to chat about the athletes and things, whereas this is just we go flying through the rounds. We're already on to knockout 3. So seeing on our screens here on the left hand side, we have South Africa, William, I think he likes to be known as Billy Crunch, and then Australia, we have Oscar Shiel Gamborg on our left hand side here, getting ready to go.
Tense moments before the start, and just waiting and tuning in for that buzzer to go. And there it is, we're underway now. This is the third of this eight round of 16. So 8 head-to-heads here in this stage of competition. Only one to go through from each, and a long way round taken there by the South African Niamh. Not quite as direct there as the Australian Oscar Shiel Gamborg.
Yes, he did the same thing as USA and went around the flag, and we actually saw, you can see the angle of his boat here now. The boat handlers, we saw a shot of them pushing the boat off. Of course the boat handlers, and we'll
we'll be talking about these throughout the morning, but they have such an important job, and you have to be so even because there's 2 boat handlers. You have to be so even on your push off, otherwise the boat is going to be turned, which it happened there now, and so he took off and he was angled in the wrong direction. He wasn't straight out to the course here now. That has allowed Australia now to push ahead here. We're looking at the speeds. Look at the difference here. It's taking South Africa that little bit extra to get that speed up in the boat, but this is an incredible start from Australia.
Yeah, brilliant here from the Australian, 3rd overall in the time trial. Only a couple of seconds off the race leader in the preliminaries yesterday, who we've just seen knocked out this morning. So by no means are yesterday's preliminaries a sign of what's to come, but certainly on paper much faster than his opposition from South Africa, some 10-15 seconds or so. A great turn there round the buoy and just straight back now into the beach. He takes a look over his shoulder, and you don't have the benefit here, Niamh, of being able to see those boat handlers when you're coming back in towards the beach.
It is very difficult. Now you would see some boat handlers would still be directing crews, and we can see here now, so Australia coming back. And it looks like, I think, South Africa went the wrong side of that second marker. And of course, they want to avoid getting a penalty. So it's 30 seconds for those first 2 marker boys if you miss them. So he looked like he went back around there. Looks like he missed it. And good thing, because Australia was coming back in against him here now. But look at this lead from Australia. This is pretty impressive.
I suppose, I was starting to think there, Niamh, at this point when you're that far behind, where, Cronje is lagging by some way versus Australia, it's a knockout round. What's the merit in going back, to make up those 30 seconds? Would you not just take the penalty and keep going? But I suppose anything can happen out in front. You never know. So perhaps, that's Cronje's approach.
Absolutely. We said it all the time last weekend. We say it every time at a Beach Sprint Championships. Anything can happen. Now, it's pretty flat here on the exit, but we've seen athletes tumble over, tumble on the sprint here. So anything can actually happen, so you really have to keep racing as if it's your last race here. So well done to Australia there, really impressive. Looks like he was able just to throttle back slightly on the way back, just down the rate slightly, reduced it. He's still a little bit tired, I would say.
He does still look like he's pushed his way, and good to practice, especially if you're in one of these earlier rounds, right? You've got a bit more time to recover than those that are going off last in the round of 16. And that is actually, the benefit, I guess, of getting a good position in the preliminary races. You are in those earlier races in the round of 16, because recovery here, Niamh, so important, right? When it comes to the next, say, because the quarterfinals are in only a few moments' time.
Absolutely, so important. Once we get through these last 16, things just start going really, really quick, and you get very little recovery time. So as you said, the more you can get, the better. So they're lucky that they're in those first few knockouts. Of course, when you're in kind of 7th, 8th knockout, you will have that less time. But well done there to South Africa. Now next up, and we'll be seeing them on screen. This is one to watch now. So we have the reigning champion from last year representing Italy, Lucio Fugazotto. So yesterday now he finished 13th, so it was probably a bit slower than what we thought it would be. We thought he'd be a little bit quicker maybe, and up more towards 1st, 2nd, 3rd position. But we know that the time trials don't always go our way. So here he is now up against Austria. So let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, let's see, on a home crowd, a home beach here in Genoa, the reigning champion Lucio Fugazotto here makes an absolutely rapid start. You can see the power going into those first few strokes here off the beach, and it has elicited about half a boat length lead here going in towards the slalom. And that swell is building. This slalom is going to become ever more challenging, and I think that's where that experience of having done a beach sprints finals before and being, like you say, the reigning champion, Niamh, I think that's where we're really going to see the Italians shine here.
Absolutely. The thing is with coastal rowing is every time you go out there, coastal or beach sprints, every time you go out there, you learn something new. The conditions are never the same. Like, it was so different yesterday. You can see him, he was staying so close to that marker buoy, that second one, that he brushed up against it. But there's a real big comeback here from Austria. Austria know that they're up against the reigning champion here, the reigning world champion, and they're going to have to put up a lot of work. So the difference here, they really up their stroke rate, and he's up right up alongside Italy here now. So at that outside marker buoy where they have to do a 180. Look at this, Austria getting out quicker here. They know they have to get out here and really push it if they want to get into the next round.
And this is the danger here for the Italian, I guess, right, Niamh, is coming further down in that preliminary, racing somebody that's come up further up the time trial results from yesterday. We're going to see this more and more with every single race. We're getting into athletes that were closer and closer together yesterday. And look at this bounce, look at this swell, and let's watch the boat speeds as they start to come in towards the bank, because if one of them catches a wave at this point and times it to perfection, we could see a real surge here, and if they have that ability to hop out of that boat quickly, it could all come down to the landing here, Niamh. In fact, it will come all down to the landing here.
It absolutely will. Yes, Italy did a lot here to come back right up in line with Austria, but this is going to be the most important run that we've seen so far this morning. They're coming in lovely and straight here to the beach, and that's exactly what you want. You want to land right down from that flag, so it's whoever gets the quickest exit. We know Lucio knows what he's doing, and look at this, he is surging, he is going here now. He's going to hit that beach first.
Yeah, beautifully riding the wave in there. You can see the crest of the wave hitting the rocks on the beach, and the Italians will absolutely love this finish here for reigning champion Fagotto of Italy, who will hit that buzzer ahead of the Austrian Jokos Dalbrava in that second position. Brilliant racing here, even in the opening knockout rounds, and that's just a taster of what we've got to come here today. We're only on the fourth race of the day, but still so close. And I always think Austria, they are a landlocked country, and yet we see them featuring across the majority of events here at the beach sprint finals.
We absolutely do, and they do so well. Like, we're going to see Yuri later on in the mixed doubles. We see him every year. You know, they're all well experienced with flat water, but like Yuri, I know he spends a lot of time traveling around, getting to coastal conditions and practicing there. But we are seeing more and more flat water rowers, of course, coming over, and they are taking to it like ducks to water. But we're on to our next knockout. This time it is Egypt versus France.
So speaking of coastal nations that invest a lot of time and energy into this new Olympic discipline, Egypt certainly one of those. Ziad Morsi here on screen, starting to take those initial opening strokes. A great open for both him and the Frenchman Samuel Boussac over to his right-hand side, nearest to us here on the picture. And as I say, we did call this, Niamh, with every single round that goes on, we're coming in towards that sort of knockout tree, and those centre races that we're going to see later on, races kind of 6, 7, 8, they're basically next to each other from yesterday's time trial results.
Exactly. Yes, Egypt were 5th yesterday, in the time trial. France were 12th. There was about 6 seconds of a difference between them yesterday, but yesterday was so different. Like, because of the breakers that we saw, it really depended on the timing of your entry. Some people got in when there was a break in the breakers, some people had to go right through them, and that really slowed people up. But this is, as you mentioned, like, this is what we want to see in this sport. They are so evenly matched, but France seem to be taking off here now. If we're looking at the speed here now, we can see the speeds changing a lot here, but France just gone very wide around that big marker buoy. Egypt way tighter here. That's going to cost him.
Huge difference there between the styles around that end buoy. You can see how much that costs. The quicker you can get around that buoy, not only is it like an athletics track, right? If you're on the inside track, you're going to get around a lot quicker, but also it means that you're starting to catch those waves and those surges in towards the beach much earlier. You're not rowing out against them for as long as you need to. So that is exactly what Ziad Morsi of Egypt has done here. I'm sure coach Sarah Mohammed Baraka is on the beach, making sure that he is utilising all of that time he's managed to gain. A really hard mountain to climb here now for Samuel de Boussac of France, who is trying to adjust as much as he can, and they're actually coming quite close together here at the centre of the beach.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is so disorientating when you turn that outside marker and you look over your shoulder. It can be quite disorientating to get to the right point on the beach. But looks like he's straightened up here now. But this is super impressive from Egypt. Really took advantage around that turn, and as you said, used that little bit of a swell that's there at the moment. Oh, nice little tumble. I love to see the exit.
That was beautiful, like a gymnast.
Yes.
That was brilliant from Ziad Morsi there, and he won't need to sprint quite as hard on the running portion of this race. That last final sort of 100 metre or so, less than, sprint up the beach for these athletes, which can take a lot out of them. We stood down there this morning, Niamh, to do our show opener, and I wouldn't like to be running on that sort of stiff incline up the beach, the pebbles, the rocks. You know, running on sand is hard enough, like we said, but running on a sort of pebbly beach, once you've done, you know, 500 metres of sprinting for your life, it's quite the finish here in Genoa.
It is for sure. Yeah, I've done quite a few beach finishes myself over the years between the endurance racing, and I've done a few beach sprint events, and just your legs, you nearly have to tell them, okay, we're going from rowing to running, you need to kick in here now, because it's such a different movement. And so yeah, you really need to get those legs pumping, knees up nice and high as soon as you get out of the boat. So next up, we're into our next knockout, which is number 6 of 8. So we have China on our right hand side and we have Estonia on the left hand side.
See the intensity there, both just relaxing actually. I wonder whether the umpire has just said relax for a moment to wait for the opportune time to set them off in between the breakers, as they don't want to be rowing out into tough conditions. And underway here across the start line, they don't have to go around that flag to get into their boat on that opening sprint. It's only on that finish on the way back in. And a little look across there from Robin Hunt of Estonia, the 18-year-old now on screen. But look at this for China. Brilliant start from Yang Yuqi there on the left-hand side of your picture, now on screen. But he's just getting that awkward, that blade caught there, and I think finding those ripples of waves quite challenging, knocking over that initial slalom buoy.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the approaches that people are taking here now. Yeah, we can see over on the left-hand side Estonia, they're just getting a bit more of the swell, I would say. Now, we are in an incredibly busy port here, and as we look at our window, Camilla, here, there is a massive ship just gone past us here now, and we will feel those effects in on shore in the next while, and you can see it is affecting rowers here, that little bit of a swell. So at the moment, it is looking like China from Estonia. It is very close, so as they head down towards that turn. Let's see what happens at this turn, because as we saw last week, or in the last race, that was close by China. I don't know, did they time that perfectly, or were they just very lucky with that?
Wow, I thought that his bows, which is the point of the boat that hits the finish line first, as it were, hits the beach first. I thought that might have been going the wrong direction of that last turning buoy, which can really be very costly on the time penalties if you get that final turning buoy wrong. But here comes China riding the waves extremely well, and we're going to have to wait to see as this swell picks up, Niamh, throughout the day. This portion of the race, so important, and it requires the athletes here to somewhat read what the conditions are doing, and actually one of the few sports where slowing down could actually benefit you in the long run and speed you up.
Yes, we spoke about this at length there last night, you, me and Scotty, another commentator here on site, and you really do have to read it, because it's not as simple as just getting in your boat and rowing. It's all about reading the conditions, and those swells that we're going to see in the next half an hour or so, they're really going to start to pick up. We're going to see big breakers, and that's the difference between the experienced rowers. You know, they put their body weight in certain places in the boat. You know, they stay up the front or they stay behind, but this is really well done here now.
Perfect there from Yang Yuqi. You saw it pick up that sort of lift of the boat, almost weightless as it came in towards the beach. Nothing much for him to do, and the amount that paid off, just tapping the buzzer there with his heel to signify that he's finished. Estonia, unfortunately, Robin Hunt here is not going to progress through to the next round of this under-19 men's solo, but brilliant racing. But I think there that just went to show you how important reading those conditions can be.
Absolutely, and we'll see it more and more, and just how important it will become in the next while as our wind picks up. As I say that, all our papers just went flying around our little commentary room here. With the wind, we can start to feel it come in our windows. But next up, we're on to our second last knockout, and we have Thomas Neves of Portugal and Jack Hare of Ireland.
So you can see the boat handlers just getting those boats into the water there and ready to go. And they play a really important role, especially as the conditions pick up, in making sure that that boat is ready for these athletes to jump into.
So different styles here of start. You can see Portugal right down, keeping his upper body very low to the ground. Jack of Ireland, Jack Hare, is up much more upright here now. So let's see which approach works. They're both off, nice start. Looks like Jack Hare of Ireland now with a bit of a quicker run. This entry is going to be very, very important. Boat handlers pushing him off there now. And again, you can see just if the push is slightly uneven, how the boat can go side to side here. But nice start there from Ireland.
Jack Hare there, he sort of waited, didn't he, to see where that push would lead him before he took that first stroke. Because you've only got 30 strokes in one direction and 30 strokes back in the other direction. Every stroke you take, Niamh, on this course can be either adding to your speed or detrimenting to it.
Absolutely, and pausing for that split second and waiting to see.
A problem there from Portugal. Couldn't quite see what happened there to Tomas Neves on the near side, but something caused him to just stop. And we'll wait to see. Look at this swell we've got though, Niamh. Compared to the first race this morning, these guys are really battling with some ever-increasing conditions here.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting a little bit of a wash off that big ship that passed us a while ago here as well. Portugal have done well though to come right back up into this race. So that was a great a psychological point for him, because he was quite a bit far behind. Let's see, because Ireland have gone very wide here, but Portugal have gone even wider. I thought Portugal were going to be able to make use of this now, but this is going to be one that will come down to that buzzer.
Well, we did it. This is the penultimate round of 16 race. We're getting to that point now where we've got athletes who, through the time trials, would have been so closely matched. Ireland were in 10th overall in that time trial. Portugal, well, they were a little bit further up in 7th, but only 3 places splitting them, only a matter of seconds. And here comes Tomas Neves of Portugal, who I thought might have had to dwindle because of that push that he put in to catch up, but here he comes.
This is what it's all about. It's that was a point in his race where he could have said it's over, but he did not, and he has gone for it here. He knew he had to do a lot to get back into this race and hopefully get back into the next round, and that is what he is doing. But we know that anything can happen. The speed is up. Portugal are that little bit quicker here as they head towards the beach. Jack Hare just falling back slightly here now in terms of speed, but let's see what happens.
The Portuguese athlete there, Neves, almost a kilometre faster than the Irish athlete there coming into the beach. I think he must have just caught a wave the whole way in, and Portugal so well versed in coastal conditions. Brilliant there for Neves, who despite those early challenges, and I wonder what went on there, perhaps we'll find out later on just why he had to stop ahead of that first slalom boy. But brilliant second leg from him to come back from also not the best outward turn, like you say. That final boy turn was not tight for either of those athletes.
No, they both took a wide rounding around that outside boy. And I suppose just the way the wind is pushing, we saw with China there a while ago, they hugged it so well. They were very lucky to get the right side of it, but others maybe are being a bit more cautious and going around a little bit wider. But that was a really good race from from Portugal to have pretty much stopped dead there about 10 strokes into the race. There was obviously a problem, but to get going and to come back and to take the win there, that was really impressive. So we're on to the final knockout now in the Coastal Junior Men's Solo. We have Andre Salmi of Finland we're seeing here on the left hand side, and we have Kobe Good of New Zealand. Now New Zealand have really come into and taken this coastal and beach sprint rowing massively over the last few years, haven't they?
Yeah, and this is Kobe Good's first ever coastal season. So let's see how he fares against Andre Salmi there on the left-hand side of your picture from Finland. And perhaps following in the footsteps of Joel Nakarinen, the great rowing Finn, as they call him, so successful at these coastal and beach sprint championships, and clearly inspiring the next generation of under-19s to take up this discipline of the sport. Slow start here from Kobe Good on the nearest side of your picture for New Zealand, just taking a few strokes to settle in. The Finnish athlete Salmi just deciding that he wants to get up, out and away. Now, you can see the boat handler there letting Good know that he needs to start moving in towards that slalom, and he's just checking himself on either side, and I think that swell's died down a little bit now, Niamh.
Yeah, I think that was just a wash that we saw from that big ship that passed us. So that wash is gone, but the swell is set to build over the next while, the next 30 minutes or so. So we'll see conditions change right throughout the morning. But yeah, great start here by Finland. They were 9th yesterday in the time trial. New Zealand were 8th. There was just less than a second between the two of them. But big difference here because they were so close in time yesterday. You know, Finland obviously Andre Salmi knew he had to go out hard here if he wanted to get in the lead. This is a lovely turn now. He's about an oar length distance away from that marker buoy. That was really nice. New Zealand similar, just a little bit wider maybe on the exit out of that, but Kobe Good here has really pushed up here now and gotten himself back into the race.
Yeah, just those few strokes of biding your time, settling, making sure that you've got yourself set up ready for this race has not been harmful to him at all as he starts to close in here on Andre Salmi, and this is the closest race that we should expect of the morning here in this under-19 men's event. Finland were 9th in the time trial, just 1 second behind New Zealand. So on paper, both Good and Salmi here are the closest race we should see of the day based on the time trial results, and that's starting to come to fruition now. A real surge of speed here from Kobe Good of New Zealand, who looks across to see that the Finn is well within reach here, and he's closing in towards the beach. Who is going to read these waves? Look at the boat speed here, 13.2 for New Zealand compared to 11.5 from Finland.
Yeah, it's great to see the speeds changing so much. That means he had gotten up onto a nice wave, and it has in fact pushed his bow ever so slightly ahead of Finland here. So it is Kobe Good who had been behind in the first few parts of this race, but look at this, that was a bit of a shaky exit here now, but it is New Zealand from Finland who is going to get it. Oh, what a finish from Kobe Good of New Zealand.
Wow, that was excellent beach sprinting. This is just the opening round, Niamh, as if that is what we were expecting it. I know that on paper, like we said, those two athletes closely matched through the preliminary, but that just went to show it right, that it can be that close even in the round of 16. So that was the final race that we'll see in the under-19 men's solo, at least for now. We are planning to have the quarterfinals later on this weekend. So each of those 8 athletes going through Germany, Germany, Spain, Australia and Italy. They're the 4 going through from those opening races, and then Egypt, followed by China, Portugal and New Zealand, who we just saw there by the closest margin of the morning, securing their spaces into the last 8 and therefore the quarterfinals.
Yes, hopefully we'll be seeing those quarterfinals later on this afternoon, as long as conditions don't get too choppy, which I think they are going to, but it will make for some exciting racing. Yesterday, of course, we had to change it to water finishes for some of the time trials just because the breakers were so big. But with the knockouts, we do have to have a beach finish. So as long as it stays safe enough for rowers to be out there, we will continue racing. Next up, we're going to be having the Coastal Junior Women's Knockout. So it's going to be the exact same format where we will have 8 knockouts, 16 rowers, and there is sure going to be a lot of exciting racing to come. And you can see the pack schedule that we have. Hopefully it will all go ahead, Camilla.
Hopefully, because we should see those finals for this event later on today if everything goes to plan. So that's our schedule for this morning, and we've got a few minutes now actually until we have the first race of the under 19, the junior women's coastal event. But before we do that, here's a few highlights from this morning's men's under 19s. Germany, our opening leader, and brilliantly aggressive there into the beach. And I think need to just kind of analyse our race winners who have gone through from this morning's rounds. Is there anything consistent that we've been noticing from, you know, those that have been successful versus those who have gone out in the first round?
Absolutely. So the first thing was the run into the boat. Some of them were taking the wide run around the flag, which they didn't have to do this morning. So that direct route to the boat is important, but also the narrow turn, hugging that outside turning marker is really, really important. But let's go to Luca to the beach for an interview.
Winners of the last 2 races, Kobe and Thomas. And Thomas, I'll start with you. An incredibly close race initially. You were both in the boats at the same time. You then had a slight issue, didn't you, on the slalom out?
Yes, the seat come off because of the wave of the ship.
But you seem to recover quickly.
Yes, I focus and don't give up.
And when it is a close race, how much are you focusing on yourself, your own lane, and how much are you looking across at Jack?
Mainly on myself.
Mainly on yourself. And I know that you had a quick word with the coaches just a second ago, a bit of a debrief. What was the discussion between you?
It was good.
You're not giving away any secrets. I don't blame you. And talking of a close race, Kobe, wow. Luca, I'll hand over to you.
Kobe, it was an amazing race, magic race, a lot of supporters there. So when you thought to win this race, how was it?
That was pretty cool because I was put down at the start and I was just working for it the whole time. I think around the turn I really got him. I've been training there quite a bit, so it's good to do that well.
Yeah, tell us what happened around that turning point.
I just did what I've been training, like just check it and just go as hard. Yeah.
So out of curiosity, you had a lot of supporters, they were watching you here on the beach. They were screaming at you. Like, were you able to hear them or not?
Yeah, I could hear them on the run down there, which is pretty cool. And then I got my parents up there as well, so it's good to have all the supporters here.
That's great and well done.
And of course, both of you through to the quarterfinals now, so congratulations. Just a final question to you both. The conditions are very different here today as opposed to yesterday. Are you happy with the conditions? And talk to me about your lane choices.
Yes, the conditions are better.
Yeah, okay, so going forward, you're going to keep an eye on the conditions and see how it changes. And Kobe?
Oh yeah, I found the conditions fine. Like, not too many dumpy waves today compared to yesterday, so it's quite good, much better here.
Recover. We can't wait to see you, Ray.
Absolutely. Great to have all that action to kick us off with the morning. Thank you very much and congratulations again to you both.
Well, great to hear there from a couple of the athletes that we saw this morning, Portugal and New Zealand, who had interesting races respectively, as we just heard. Seats coming off for Portugal, New Zealand being a bit down off the start. And Niamh, you know, anything can happen out there on the water. I don't know whether you've ever had, you know, you yourself being a coastal rower, some technical difficulties out there, like seats being swept off by waves, and how you approach that in such a short race.
Thankfully, I have not. I probably haven't put myself in too bad conditions now to experience that, but I know plenty of people who that has happened to. And it's really about, can you get the seat on or can you not? You could be there all day trying to get it on, and sometimes, particularly if it's very rough and the boat is being moved around the place, and if you're in a solo boat, then, you know, it's very difficult to try and put it on. If it happens while the boat is just there in the water with the boat handlers, of course, you have a couple of people then to try and get it on, but it's usually once you take those first few strokes through the breakers, that's when it tends to happen. So it can be very difficult. We often see it in the doubles as well, in the mixed doubles. So one person is trying to continue rowing while the other person is trying to put it back on. And you know, it's luck as to whether you're successful in getting it on or not. But I'm sure we're going to see lots of that action throughout the morning as conditions pick up. So we are going to be moving on to the Coastal Junior Women's Solo very, very soon. And I think there's just a slight change in our lineup for the first race.
Yeah, we were due to have Autumn Pryor from Canada lining up against Annalisa Hall, our time trial winner from this Junior Women's Solo event. But unfortunately, a withdrawal from Autumn Pryor, the Canadian, meant that now, we don't have a row over from Annalisa Hall, but given that we ran a time trial yesterday, it seems what has happened is we've gone to our next best place finisher. So rather than 16th, 17th coming into the fold here. So Luisa Juliana Kovacs of Hungary is our contender here now against the great Annalisa Hall, who we're expecting some pretty great things from, I think, here this weekend. If we always see her up there contesting here at these beach sprint finals.
Oh, she's an incredible athlete. She was second last year in this category, so I know for sure she is hoping to do one better this year and go for the gold medal. But we did see her in the A final just getting beaten there by Tunisia. But yes, very special things from her. She's also racing the junior women's double this weekend as well, with a very strong partner as well. But she loved the conditions yesterday. It phased a few people, you know, because it was quite it was really tricky, and it did throw a lot of people. But Annalisa Hall is just so used to these conditions. You know, Team USA, they put in so much work here, and they go to, you know, they've spent time in Spain, they've spent time in Italy the last few weeks, just getting used to these conditions. And I think that's such an important part of the sport, particularly because of the development of it. You can't just be training, you know, in flat water all the time, a flat beach where there's no breakers. You have to get used to those conditions, and that's what she's been doing.
And even training in your own country on the same beach and the same, you know, coast can be inhibitive, right? Because as we've seen from this event, having toured the world over the last 5 years, each beach has its own different characteristics, its own way of the stream, the swell, the way that it pulls boats, pushes boats, the beaches being different gradients, substances. You know, there are so many different ways to read conditions, and so by going to different venues, different training centres, you get that ability to read different waves. And we're underway here now with this under-19 women's solo event, and look at this sprint here from Annalisa Hall of the USA, last year's silver medalist, as you mentioned, Niamh, and looking to get this campaign in 2024 underway with a bang. But what a brilliant opportunity here for the Hungarian, who wasn't due to be racing, thought that she'd have been knocked out yesterday, Luisa Juliana Kovacs, but here she is. She's getting an opportunity to go out against the reigning silver medalist, and actually, you know, doing pretty well. Got into the boat there with ease and getting around that first slalom buoy. But look at this from Hall.
Yeah, like there was about 25 seconds between the times from these two athletes yesterday. Look at the power here from Annalise. Massive long strokes, massive long lie back. You can just see the power coming off every single stroke here. This is amazing. We can see Team USA, the boat handlers here, doing an exceptional job of directing. They've been here the last few days. Oh, you can see Hungary just getting caught up. The shaft of her oar just got caught up on that marker. That can really slow your speed down. So you really have to know what you're going to do when you're approaching those markers. Either you stay away from them and don't hit them, or else you hit them right up at the rigger so that the blade or the shaft isn't getting caught up. But you can see here, even a USA Annalise, who has so much experience there, having to go wide around that turn. She went in and started turning narrow, but the wind pushed her off, so quite wide. And we can see the same thing here from Hungary. Very wide turn.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see this more and more throughout the morning. That's so challenging to get yourself around that turning point, which is probably the most important turns on the course. You know, missing that one, like we say, because the greatest penalty of them all is it 1 minute, Niamh?
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for that outside one.
For that outside buoy. just 30 seconds for missing the slalom one, so you can see how important that is. But look at this from Hall of the USA, who started as a flat water rower. She's from North Carolina. She's been rowing since 2018, so quite a long time given that she's still under 19, competing here in the junior categories. This will be her last time doing that. She's 18 years of age, but she'll get a relatively processional run here against the 17th place finisher from yesterday, Hungary. Great to see the Hungarian Kovacs here, especially given yet another country where not much sea to be found in Hungary. And I've seen here she's from Budapest Rowing Club. I was in Budapest just a few weeks ago, Niamh, and didn't see much signs of any coastal rowing going on there.
Yeah, it's so good. I think just with the announcement of the sport coming to LA 2028, the Olympics, really good dismount here, sorry, from Annalise, jumping all over the place here. But because of the announcement of the sport, I think more countries are just trying to get involved in it. And we can see like a lot of strong rowers who are so used to flat water, so used to training on rivers, are able to come over, and some of them do really well, you know, without a whole lot of training in coastal conditions. You know, if they're a good runner, if they're a good, strong rower, they can do well in this. So it is so good to see. So well done to her. I'm sure she only got the call up this morning. I'm not sure I would have been prepared if I got a call an hour before my race to say you're in. I'm not sure how that would have gone for me, but well done there to Hungary and USA.
Yeah, pretty good there from Kovacs of Hungary to step up to the plate last minute. Very professionally done for such a young rower with so much ahead of her there. She's just 17 years of age, so let's hope that she'll be back again. And she just wants to have a good time, it seems here. And she's also going to be cheering on Hungary's entry in the coastal women's solo in the senior event, Vivienne Priel, who we'll see later on through the day. But barely time to think before we're on to our next race of the day here, and going up here, France versus Australia. Amaya Irazqui for France there on the far side of your picture, and Astrid Thomas of Australia on the near side.
Yes, great start there by Australia. Very quick sprint run down to the boat. Nice clean entry. You can see her rate is right up here now. She's trying to get herself ahead of France here now. But France doing a lot here to stay up in touching distance with Australia. So Astrid of Australia was second yesterday in those time trials. Amaya from France was 15th. There was about 18 seconds of a difference here now, and we saw this with the junior men's solo as well, that even though there was a massive difference between the times in the time trial, once you put someone up against, you know, head-to-head racing, things completely change here.
Well, I'm just going to have to keep an eye on this slalom boy, because it's just cleared there by the French athlete Irazqui on the left-hand side of your screen there. But what a brilliant start for Astrid Thomas of Australia. Fantastic for her, 17 years of age, doubling up here in Genoa this weekend, and more, as I say, missing that kind of final turning point. Very tight there from France, and look at the difference this is going to make here for Amaya Irazqui, who's going to catch right back up here to Australia. What a brilliant turn there from the French athlete.
That was brilliant. Australia, Astrid did try to back her oar early so that she would get tight, but you just saw the wind just push her anyway, whereas France just expertly did that, stayed really tight to it. So people, if they want to stay tight to that outside marker, are going to have to start backing with that oar very early. Now Australia have done a lot to get back into a nice lead here now ahead of France. They're just passing that middle boy on the way home. Great to see the navigation, particularly on the way home, because yesterday we saw it was very tricky and a lot of people kind of going wide around those markers on the way home, whereas these are really good. All races so far this morning, they're staying like just outside those marker buoys. It is so disorientating as you turn around and try and look to the beach and try and look for your flag and the arch.
And you can hear the shouts from the boat handlers there, Niamh, and I don't know about you, but there have been times where I've been trying to shout on a windy day to somebody, and that wind can really carry your voice either in the direction you want it to or the very opposite.
Yes, from my little experience in beach sprints, what I find is because there's so many people shouting and obviously there's cheers from the crowd as well, it's very hard to pick out your boat handler's voice. So yeah, it can be a little disorientating. So you do need to, you can't just rely on them, you need to rely on yourself as well and make sure you're getting in nice and straight to the beach. But brilliant here from Astra Thomas of Australia. Just a little tumble there now as she heads up the beach, but nice and safe here as she goes through to the next round ahead of France.
1 minute.
We can see how much that takes out of these athletes, even in these opening early rounds, and they get a little bit of a break now before the quarterfinals, which are due on the roster later on this morning. But we'll move now swiftly on to the third round, the third knockout round in this round of 16. And again, like we saw in the junior men's solo, Niamh, it's going to get closer and closer with every round that we go through here out of these 8 races.
Absolutely, yes. These two athletes, Spain, we have Lucia Navarro Blasco finished 3rd yesterday. We saw her racing last year as well. So much experience in the whole Spanish team. And then Ukraine on the right-hand side of our screens, Maria Savchenko. She was 14th, so there was about 18 seconds between these two athletes. But that's not making a huge difference here in the head-to-head racing. Nice, strong stance from Spain as she headed down to the beach. We're seeing the entry by Ukraine there, but Spain off to a flyer of a start. Great to see, like, the athletes, a lot of the athletes from Spain, I can talk about it because I'm quite short in height, but a lot of the Spanish as well have that, you know, they're quite short in height, a lot of the women in particular, but it doesn't seem to be a disadvantage in this sport to them.
Now, Niamh, you know, we talked a little bit this morning about this being a brand new Olympic discipline, the only existing sport to get a new discipline into the Olympic Games. So flat water rowing, sort of classic rowing, will remain in the Games, but rowing as a sport, the only successful bidder when it came to adding a brand new discipline. Coastal rowing and beach sprint rowing is that now. Now we think about rowers, or I think a lot of our listeners in or viewers will think about rowers as being these tall giants, you know, over 6 feet tall, over sort of, you know, 180 centimetres tall. That is not the sort of characteristics we're seeing with these sort of emerging beach sprint athletes, is it?
Absolutely not, and it's because the discipline is sprinting. It's a sprint to run and a sprint in the boat as well. So it doesn't come down to the length of your stroke, it comes down to the power, and we're seeing these athletes like, you know, I'm 5'3", I can talk about this, you know, a lot of these athletes are short, but they're just full of power, and that's the difference. You know, a lot of the rowers row quite short strokes in this discipline because it's just all about that power that you can get behind the blades. Now Spain had a brilliant turn there, Ukraine just going that little bit wide again, just getting caught out by that wind that's blowing off the shoreline here. But you can see Spain looking over the shoulder, probably knows at this stage that she's well in control, but we know that, you know, so much can happen in these races, so you can't take anything for granted here. You could easily catch a crab here and be thrown off kilter a little bit, so it's so important that you kind of stay calm and controlled even with this sort of a lead into the beach.
Well, and given the conditions that we've seen changing this morning, yesterday, Thursday, I think a lot of these athletes will have been told, you know, even if you're not in a close race, you need to really go for a time here, right? Because if something changed this morning, you know, the organising committee and the jury have that discretion to award based on times, really, if they want to. So even if she wins by a sizable amount here, Navarro Blasco of Spain, who we've got on screen here, if she doesn't record a time that's worthy of, you know, the top 4 or a medal, you know, the jury's decision to change the racing programme could impact her ability to succeed here.
Absolutely, and we saw that 2 years ago in Wales where that happened. There wasn't finals, some of the finals couldn't be run, and the medals were awarded based on earlier rounds. So important that you do race it right up to the buzzer. Great sprint, we saw the arms going hard there from Spain, and well done here, Ukraine. We have Maria Savchenko there. Great race and well done to her. So that rounds out knockout number 3.
Well, we're almost halfway through this opening knockout round of the Coastal Junior Women's Solos, and round 4 we'll see Cyprus and Italy go up against one another. Now the Italians have been great
advocates and have really embraced coastal and beach sprint rowing. We were in Barletta last year where we saw huge crowds, and it's early on in the morning here, 9:20. But still, you can see a few on the top balcony there, a few spectators here to cheer the home athletes. Maria Lanciano on the left-hand side of your picture, and Evgenia Maria Policarpou on the right-hand side of your picture for Cyprus.
Yes, we're looking at Cyprus here now as they head down. Nice entry. Look the way the boat handlers are holding the boat off the water there, just so that the boat doesn't get flooded and it doesn't get pushed by those breakers. So that was really well done by the boat handlers.
I was just thinking that it looked so stable, Niamh. You often see, especially as the swell and the waves pick up those breakers, the boat handlers are there struggling to keep it straight and keep it level. Cyprus, it almost looked like it was floating on top of the waves there. It was brilliant.
That was super. You can see Italy there with 3 boat handlers directing her. So just in case she isn't able to see the one, we have 3 of them all directing her, which is really cool to see. Really aggressive stroke here out of Italy on the right-hand side of our screen here. There was about 16 seconds between these 2 athletes yesterday in the time trial. Italy were 4th, Cyprus 13th. So Cyprus just getting caught up on that first marker. Again, that can throw you so easily, particularly in these solo boats. It can really take the speed out of your wind, really. It can just slow the boat completely.
And we're saying, it's 250 metres-ish, depending on how far the waves are at the beach, how far the tide is up the beach. But about 250 metres worth of rowing here. It's only about 30 strokes or so. So if you miss a stroke, that rhythm that you've gotten into to take those 30 strokes can really be disrupted.
Yes, and you don't want that to happen in such a short race. You need that rhythm to keep going. That turn out of Italy, out of Maria Lanciano, was amazing, but you can see the chop here in the water starting to pick up. But she did that turn really, really well. I'm sure she was watching the earlier race and was able to see, or her coach was able to see, that boats were being thrown off and going very wide, where she did that beautifully there now. And lovely straight line back to the beach now with a big lead. But as you said earlier, they cannot ease off here now. They have to race as if it is a final.
And that is exactly what Maria Lanciano is doing here for Italy. You can see the pressure that she is putting onto these final few strokes as she comes in towards the beach, takes a little look round to her right, and she does it again there. Oh gosh, just a clip of water, and that just goes to show you that it's so unpredictable here, the water conditions, especially as the waves pick up into the beach. And is she on track here, Niamh, to hit the beach?
I think she is. I'm just looking at her hair here, how much her ponytail is blowing in the wind. That will show you how strong the wind is blowing off the shore here. So yeah, it is really tricky because your blades are going to get caught up on those sort of gusts that are coming in. But really good, and you can see the boat handler even directing her, because you have to go around that flag or else you will get a time penalty. So you can see her, she'll approach that flag, go around the outside of it. A nice run here out of Maria Lanciano here, who we saw racing last year in the women's double, the junior women's double, here in the solo this year. But nice time there by her.
Yeah, Cyprus just coming into the beach now, trailing here, Evgenia Maria Policarpou. Cyprus, I think, will be a nation to watch out for. They train out there on the Aegean Sea, and certainly conditions that I think will be very exciting to run a coastal programme on, and great to see them here contesting. And I think that programme will certainly be one to watch as it develops through the next few years towards the first ever Olympic Games for beach sprint rowing in LA 2028. And I can't wait to get to Long Beach, Niamh. It's going to be so exciting, to see this amazingly dynamic and exciting sport make its debut there. But before we reach there, we've got a few years to go and a few races to go here in 2024, and now Sweden versus China in this next race of the under-19 women.
Yes, here we go. Very evenly matched as they run down the beach. As we're looking at them, it is Sweden on the right-hand side, China on the left-hand side. You can see the difference there now. So the boat handlers were nearly weighing down the stern of that, and her bow was in the water, or sorry, out of the water a lot. So that was very different to the approach that Cyprus took in the last race. But China just ever so slightly ahead here now of Sweden as they head out towards that first marker, where they have to stay on the right-hand side of that as we're looking out at them. Really nice navigation here from Han Yinghua of China here, finishing 5th yesterday in the time trial. About 10 seconds of a difference. Marta Brun Karlsson then of Sweden, she was 12th. So China just about 10 seconds faster than her yesterday.
Well, and you know, Sweden, a family affair for her. She's got both of her father and her second cousin being her boat handlers here. So I hope a bit of family intuition helping her through these rounds. We just saw China on screen there, Jiang Yinghua, who is, like you say, running to the form book of being ahead here at this point of Marta Brun Karlsson. But like we've seen in the previous rounds, anything can happen around these turning buoys, and let's see how China approach this turn very well indeed. And actually this is very akin to what we saw from China's under-19 men's solo, who took that turning point so tightly and so well.
They know that that's where the seconds are made up, and that's what it's all about in this sport. You know, you're racing for 2.5 minutes or so every second counts. And so if you can get really good at those small parts of the race, like the entry into the boat, the exit, getting around that marker buoy as quick as you can, that's what makes the difference in this sport. And I think more and more people are concentrating. It's not just about getting fast in your run or fast in your row, but look at this, China coming in, and Sweden coming very wide, and in fact coming way over. Now, we do not want to interfere here because there are penalties for that, but I think she's after realising that she was kind of coming way over a bit too wide. So if she doesn't land straight down from her flag, she's going to have an extra bit of a run for herself on that beach.
Well, I hope that her father and her second cousin are cheering loudly, shouting loudly as boat handlers to get her back on station, which is what she's starting to do now. And I guess that for her, you know, Sweden, she really wants to progress through this next round. She's from a long lineage of rowing family. She's been rowing as long as she can remember, but coming up here against strong opposition with China. She's closing in. She is closing in, but I think that China just with the edge here, and if nothing goes wrong here on this dismount, which is easier said than done, Jiang from China is going to be the favoured athlete coming in towards the beach here. Brilliant dismount and fantastic here. China making light work of some of the more technical elements here of this beach sprint, racing the tight turns, the dismount on the boat, but not too far behind. Brun Karlsson of Sweden makes her way now towards the beach.
Yeah, that dismount from China was something similar that we would see in the quads, whereby the bow person would be ready to go and nearly step on to the side of the boat and then jump out. That's what we don't really see that too often in the solos. It's usually just flip your legs over the side, over the rigger, and jump out. So that was a really cool approach there by China. And it's great to see teams obviously are spending a lot of time on these little bits of the racing, and it's making such a difference. Now, were you at the first beach sprint championships back in 2019?
I was in China, funnily enough, actually. I was just thinking that. It seems like a long time ago. Shenzhen 2019, the first ever World Row Beach Sprint final. I was very lucky to be there for that inaugural event. And it's just come so far, and we'll talk a little bit more, you know, we'll come back to China because we'll see them racing in the later rounds of competition. But now we are on to this 6th race of the round of 16. Tunisia here, brilliant at coastal rowing. Yusar Headley here in the picture, and then they're going up against Turkey's Irem Usturdang of Turkey. And oh gosh, a real boat stopper there for the Tunisian, for Headley. Unfortunate, because we always expect great things from Tunisia when it comes to rowing on the coast.
Absolutely, yes. That was so unfortunate. Again, I'm not sure if it was a seat. We just came to the pictures just a little bit late, so I'm not sure what happened here. But Tunisia have won this category pretty sure the last 3 years. Bella Halaj has been like the most decorated athlete in beach sprint rowing, having won it. She has moved up from under 19, so we have a new rower here this year, but unfortunate start there by Yusar Headley of Tunisia. It did allow Turkey there to get ahead, who they now have about 2 lengths of clear water, I would say. They're ahead of Tunisia.
Tunisian coming back though, and you'd have thought that with the programme that they've got, coached here by Ayman Medjri of Tunisia, They'll have gotten some of these, again, more technical elements down to this racing, and they are now approaching the turn at the same time, so it does make you wonder if that little incident hadn't have happened for Headley, whereabouts should be at the moment, because the gap is closing, and this now is where all of that water reading, boatmanship starts to come into its own. Turkey also, you know, very good when it comes to when it comes to the coastals. We see them quite a lot. They've got a lot of coast to play with in Turkey, so I'm sure they'll be able to find lots of different conditions to trial and practice on. And we've got great sights here. Both of these athletes are going to be watching what is a massive cruise ship coming into the port here.
Very close to us.
In Genoa, where they might be feeling some wash in just a few moments' time. We can't see it just yet on the pictures, but certainly İrem Üstündag of Turkey is going to be able to see this massive ship in her sight line, but not fussed about that at the moment. She's looking for the beach, and actually I think we'll need to make sure that she doesn't have any mistakes in these final 10 strokes. She just hit one of those slalom buoys, which is going to cost her here, because here comes Tunisia. Yossa Headley is pushing back on and actually trying to catch back up here. Is she going to line herself up well here to the final sprint along this beach?
Now, the thing is, Tunisia went quite wide on the route home, so we have a bit of an exclusion area that you can't go into because there's rocks on the beach. So she was heading towards that area, so adding a few meters, but she's after coming back over around. But Turkey are out of the boat. They are making their sprint. Oh, unlucky for Tunisia there. A little bit of a tumble, but this is much closer than what I thought it was going to be.
A huge sprint for Tunisia, but it's going to fall just short here of Turkey. İrem Üstündag of Turkey will reign victorious, but only just. And that came down to the wire in this round 6 of the round of 16. That's going to have cost her a lot of energy here in this round. And very unfortunate. It does really make you wonder, doesn't it, Niamh, if Headley hadn't have had that sort of, you know, seat problem or whatever it was in those first few strokes, that result could have very easily been the other way around. And here is that cruise ship we were talking about on the horizon. It's going to dwarf these athletes who now line up on the start line for the next round here, Germany versus Great Britain.
Yes, on our screens on the left-hand side, we are seeing Natalie Senjuk of Germany. On the right-hand side, Great Britain, Olivia Hodgson. So off to a quick start here. We can see the boat handlers here holding the German boat off the water again. So the boat handlers seem to be learning from each other here now. So that was really good, holding it really stable. But look at that, the cruise ship in the background. I'm not sure they'll feel the wash, but it'll be the next couple of races are going to be feeling that.
Wow, I mean, look at that. It really puts into perspective how small these boats are in comparison. And you can see that trail of wash coming off the back of this massive cruise ship. All the coastal rowing fans being voted in for this afternoon's finals. Great to see you. Great to have you here in Genoa. But Great Britain having to make some adjustments here. This is a very close race we've got coming out into that second slalom buoy. Just Germany, I think, at this point in time. Natalie Senjuk here over on the far side. Great Britain on the near side, Olivia Hodgson. But very close indeed here as we come into the final turning point.
Very close. Now, the angle of the two boats, it did look like Olivia Hodgson was going quite wide as she approached that final marker. She's after pulling herself back in again here. We did see Martha Owen there on the beach, boat handling for her. Martha herself, such an experienced coastal rower there, and is doing a fantastic job of boat handling. You can see the difference here now. Germany just kept rowing right around that outside marker, whereas Great Britain really stopped up and the speed was taken out of her boat, but it did mean she was able to get nice and narrow around that and has pulled herself right up alongside Germany here now. Yesterday in the time trials, Great Britain were 7th, Germany 10th, about 5 seconds between them. So Great Britain were that little bit quicker. Look at Germany here now, going right up alongside their marker. Great Britain coming right in. It looks like, I'm looking over, it looks like
I think it's actually Germany who are coming into Great Britain's lane here. This could be disastrous here for the German. Despite being ahead, Germany are in the wrong here. And if there's any form of collision, any form of interference here for Great Britain, I think we might even see some form of protest. Let's wait and see. Great Britain are pushing back as Germany make that huge adjustment round towards their own station. That's going to cost them time and effort, trying to push against the waves, trying to push against the course, and it's allowed Great Britain just to push through here, but it is going to come down to the wire. Here come Hodgson and Senjuk. Final few strokes now in towards the beach. Great Britain on your left, Germany on your right, who have just pushed into that interference, into that water. And let's see, in towards the buzzer here. Great Britain looking like they're flailing. The sprint certainly here with Germany's Natalie Senjuk, and she will reach the buzzer first ahead of Hodgson, but I wonder if we'll see a protest from Great Britain, because a lot of, well, maybe not so much interference, but certainly on her station there, the German.
Absolutely, she definitely came over into her lane. I don't think there was any clashing or anything like that, but I'm sure it did throw off Great Britain slightly here now. But Germany did so well to get back over right in line of her flag, and it really didn't add a huge amount to her race. Obviously, it came down to the sprint there, so I'm sure she would have been nice and ahead there. If that hadn't had happened, she would have gotten to the beach much safer. But it did look like Great Britain were just a bit slower on that sprint up the beach, and you know that can make all the difference, how fast you can get those legs pumping once you get out onto that beach. So on to the next knockout. Is this the final one in this category?
Yeah, the final category, so this should be nice and close here. On your left, we've got Latvia's Yekaterina Simanovica, and then on your right-hand side, we've got Austria's Antonia Gigacha. And so off we go here, and Austria very cleanly into the boat. On screen there, Gigacha of Austria, who's nice and upright here, pushing on and out on that station closest to us. But a little bit of water caught there for the Latvian.
Yes.
Simanovica there, just wanting to get herself settled and back towards those slalom boys.
Absolutely. We are seeing the breakers just getting a little bit bigger here now. That would be the wash that we saw from that ship, the cruise ship that was coming in. They're nothing like they were the last couple of days, but definitely made the entry into the boat that little bit trickier. So yes, Austria and Latvia here, you can see on the screen here now, starting to get quite bouncy. So rowers, you can see here, looking over their shoulders. So even though they have the boat handlers directing them, it's always really important that they have a quick look themselves as well. And that's what we're seeing here.
And you know, we talked about the cruise ship impact, and that's, I guess, one of the things that all of our courses across the world that we've been at have different characteristics. Some of them are on shipping ports, channels that are used for commercial and sort of cruise ships. But one of the things you have to factor in, what kind of, will you be able to feel that, or is it a bit more unpredictable that bounce and that wash sort of pushes out at these athletes compared to, say, you know, the tides and the something more that you can sort of read from weather maps?
Absolutely, it is going to hit you, because the wind, I suppose, even though it's unpredictable, you do know what direction it's coming from. You know what direction the waves and the swell are going to be, whereas so you can prepare for that, whereas the wash might hit you side on when you weren't prepared for that sort of wind. So it can very much throw you off. But again, you know, those rowers were waiting on the beach, and they should have seen that cruise ship coming, so they would have known that that wash was going to be predictable.
Now, interesting here, we've had a change in leader. It was the Austrian out of the beach, but now Latvia coming right back here. Simanovica of Latvia is really pushing on, and what a great second leg from her, coming back in towards the beach. This second 250 metres has been where she's really shone, and really long strokes here. You can see the tail of sort of stream of wash coming off the stern of her boat, and I think that means that she's caught a really nice fast bit of wave here coming in towards the beach and surging in towards the finish line.
Absolutely, she has timed that perfectly on a bit of a wave. Now, because you can see the bit of a slope in the beach, the bow got caught up before she was nearly ready to get out there, so it did throw her off slightly. But this is a big sprint here from Austria, but it looks like Latvia just have enough in their legs now to get to that buzzer before Austria.
Wow, a much cleaner exit from the Austrian, actually. Gigika was much more sort of purposeful in getting out of the boat there. So I think Latvia lucky to have held on to that win, but we knew that in that 8th round of competition, you know, they'd have been lining up very closely from the preliminary times from yesterday. So that should have been our closest race of the day, and it certainly was. So that is the end of that category. And in terms of the results, we're going to see the 8 boats that have progressed through to the quarter-finals, which is the next stage of competition for these junior women's solos. And here we are. Here's a bit of a recap on those results. So it was the USA's Annalisa Hall going through alongside Australia. It's also Spain who gets another junior solo sculler in ahead of Italy, and then we're looking at China alongside Turkey, Germany and Latvia as our completing 8 that go through to the quarterfinals here in this under-19 women's solo event. So that's it for now when it comes to the juniors, to the under-19s. We'll move now next on to the coastal mixed double sculls in just a few moments' time. So a different approach completely, and we'll talk through that as we get into it. But a bit of a recap there on those women's solos. Interesting to see once again the changing conditions with those external factors, Niamh, can really play a part in how you read the course.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw that wash. You know, they probably hadn't prepared for that initially from that cruise ship, but they had to adapt to that, and they really did. You know, I suppose all of these athletes were out yesterday. In the conditions that there were. So today is still very mild compared to what it was yesterday. So I don't think the wash would have affected them physically or mentally too much, but we're just having a look at some of those pictures. We can see the boat handlers there for USA. This was an incredible race here from Annalise Hall. We expect nothing different. Manuel there cleaning up the beach, really important to do that. And we had divers in last weekend cleaning the seabed after our coastal championships, which was amazing to see. The camaraderie there between Ukraine. This was Italy, so much in control, but that stroke almost caught her off guard. We can see here Tunisia there, those first few strokes again, really getting, because she was really thrown off there for 3 or 4 strokes.
And that race came right down to a few, few seconds. So it was very unfortunate. You saw there the finish between Turkey and Tunisia. That could have been so much closer. Brilliant pictures here from Genoa. And there was that almost clash in that round between Great Britain and Germany. And still close towards the end. I think the run there for Great Britain not quite as strong, and a brilliant comeback from Austria, but not quite enough to overturn Latvia, who had a great second leg in that final round. So what great racing we've seen here this morning, Niamh.
Yes, and we're over to Luca now on the beach.
Una gara eccezionale, hai portato l'Italia al prossimo turno. Com'erano le condizioni fuori?
Diciamo, all'andata era abbastanza semplice, avevamo il vento a favore, però al ritorno l'ho sentita un po' pesante, però siamo in mare, sono queste le condizioni, non ci lamentiamo.
So talking about the conditions out there, the outside was pretty easy, but the back and coming back was really tough, but I managed to win, and that let me qualify to the next round. A proposito invece di quello che ovviamente ti aspetti, quali sono le aspettative per questo mondiale?
Preferisco non parlare, io ovviamente spingo sempre, do il massimo, speriamo che vada tutto bene.
Well, I can't really say. The question was, what are you expecting from this world champ? And of course, she want to do her best. She want to be protagonist for Italy, but of course, she can't say more than that. Good luck to you.
Sì, sì. Buona fortuna a tutti e viva l'Italia!
Well, Viva Italia, I feel like very appropriate here whilst we're in Genoa, the 5th largest city in Italy, and a great atmosphere is created here as well. Now, next up, we've got the mixed double sculls here, and one of the mixed events that will feature at the Olympic Games in LA. This, alongside the men's and women's solos, will be the initial events on the programme at Long Beach in 4 years' time. So we're going to see people here who are on that pathway to try and qualify this boat over the next 4 years for their country, and some possible Olympic athletes in the mix here coming into those games. So we'll have to wait and see who will reign victorious in this round of 16. And this knockout stage is just crucially important to get yourself set up for a good rhythm in the competition after yesterday's preliminary time trials. So you can see there on the beach, everyone's starting to make their adjustments, and it's quite intense, Neve. You know, there's only so much space here on the beach, on the San Nazaro beach here in Italy. And
So we're just going to go to the beach, I think, for an interview with the Germans.
I'm here now with Natalie after a pretty thrilling edge-of-your-seat race against Olivia Hodgson of Great Britain. Natalie, talk me through the race from your perspective.
Yeah, it was really hard because of the conditions. So with the wind, I was like over on this side, and then I had to get back. Yeah, it was really tough.
Yeah, so we saw that you got sort of swept over into Olivia's lane. What was going through your mind at that point?
I was like, I need to get back, but the wind was pushing me over. And then I managed to get back on my lane, and yeah.
And we were chatting earlier, and you said it's all about fighting to the very end. There's always a chance to come back. So what were you thinking, and how much emphasis in training had you put on that all-important sprint at the end?
Yeah, I think that going out and sprinting is also very important. We trained a lot, and I was happy to win this race.
And in terms of navigating the conditions, is it tough to do that out there, especially, you know, with such a short, fast-paced race?
Yeah, also with the wind, it was very challenging today. It pushed you over to the other lane. Yeah, it's really tough.
Finally, just quickly, what does it mean to get through to the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I'm very happy, and I want to say thank you to Eduardo and Louis, my coach. Yeah.
Amazing. Natalie, thank you. Huge congratulations. We love a bit of thrilling racing here on the beach.
Great to hear there from some of the athletes who have been out on the water already. So we're getting ready for our next category. We have the coastal mixed double sculls. So change of boats, as you mentioned there a while ago, Camilla. There's a lot of changes happening on the beach to get set up for these next knockouts. The first one we're going to see, which is off in just under 2 minutes, we'll have Germany against France. So there's lots to look forward to here. Lots of big names, lots of big athletes out there coming up over the next 8 rounds.
And we heard just then from the German athlete Natalie Sendjuk that the wind is playing a huge part in the conditions here this weekend, especially today. We're getting into some of the bigger boats here, Neve. Actually, it can be somewhat easier, actually. The bigger the boat, the more stable it can be, and the better it can handle these windy conditions.
Absolutely. You have a bit more weight in there in terms of the boats are heavier. You obviously have an extra person in there. One person can keep rowing while the other person is looking over their shoulder navigating. So yeah, it does. It's completely different, really. And even as we spoke about, if a seat comes off, you know, one person can tend to keep rowing while the other person is trying to fix it. So yeah, it's a completely different ball game here now for these races.
So we're getting ready here for this first of the mixed double sculls, and one of the athletes already down there with their boats in this event. One athlete to sprint towards it on the beach. Both have to be of the same gender to do that sprint, and it's the 2 women here taking on that challenge. Stroke seat for Germany, that's Annika Steinau, who'll be joining Karl Schulze in the bow seat there, and doing the sprint for France, Maya Cornu in the stroke seat for France, and Mathis Notelet joining her in the bow seat. In France, what a brilliant start for them. The rhythm being set here by Maya Cornu in the stroke seat, who has been well, competing at coastal and flat water rowing for some time. But Germany catching back up here through this first slalom marker.
Yeah, you can see the difference of the stroke rates here now. Germany have gone out to take a really impressive really aggressive approach here as they head out, staying up nice and tall, particularly at the finish, keeping the strokes quite short but really fast. So they've come back into it right up alongside France. So we'll see now, these races are obviously that little bit quicker because you have 2 rowers here compared to 1 of what we were seeing all along. So here we are already at that turning marker. Let's see who gets the best approach. Very similar. Look at this, Germany staying so tight to the marker. France just going that little bit wider. They are very even now.
And different approaches here, especially when you've got a partner on board, like in these mixed double sculls. I guess, Niamh, what we tend to see is some going for the sort of stop, hold up and handbrake turn almost. And France there beautifully demonstrating the other technique, which is continuing to row and keep the boat speed up.
Yes, and France have come right up over into Germany's lane here now. So France, once again, just like what we saw earlier, they are adding lots of meters to themselves. They've corrected themselves. They realize they're going wrong. So no interference there, but they have come right up over into Germany. So let's see if the Germans can use this to their advantage here.
And I do wonder, there's a lot of sort of invisible factors here, whether some of the sort of stream is pushing those athletes from that lane number 1 in towards lane number 2, because we've seen that happen a couple of times here today. France have adjusted well here, and it will be bow seat Mathis Noterle that takes on the run here. He's going to be going head to head with Karl Schulze of Germany. You can see the grimace on his face as he looks back around that flag to see a safe and secure spot into the quarterfinals for France, and Germany will be the ones heading home in this coastal mixed double sculls. Great sportsmanship all round though, and a brilliant race to kick us off here in this mixed double sculls event.
Oh, fantastic racing here. Yeah, like France won the time trial yesterday. Germany were 16th, but there was about 8 seconds between 1st and 16th place. So it's a lot different to what we saw in the junior solos, where there was 20 or 30 seconds between 1st and 16th place from yesterday. So much closer racing over the next few knockouts here now. So congratulations there to France getting through to the quarterfinals. Hopefully we'll see them later on. Going ahead, next up we're on to our second one. So this is Italy versus Great Britain now. Lots of pedigree in this Great Britain boat. Medalists from last year, Sam and Laura, they were 2nd last year, just missing out on that gold medal. They'll be aiming to do one better this year for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I know that the British team have been one of the programs that has been slowly but surely building out a bit of a pathway for coastal selection for an Olympic team. Both Sam and Laura going through that selection process in Great Britain, and this is the selected crew in this boat type. And a big squat there from Sam Scrimmager, going head to head here with Federico Ceccarino.
Yeah, Sam really has obviously practiced this approach here now, getting right down low to the ground, taking off, really powerful, and it works. So you can see the different approaches. So Sam nearly goes over the stern to get into his seat, whereas Federico went down right to the side of his seat and jumped in from that approach. But really quick start here from Laura Mackenzie and Sam Scrimmager of Great Britain, just ever so slightly ahead here now of Italy as they head out the course. Just 7 seconds separating them yesterday in the time trials.
Yes, so close here in Italy, coming right back into this race. I think this is going to be a familiar race pattern that we're going to see here, Niamh, as one crew gets out in front, the other crew pushes on, and I just saw a little look there from Silvia Trippi in the bow seat for Italy, Federico Ceccarino's partner in this Italian combination. And in fact, I think they've taken the lead for the first time in this race, just ahead of the fast starting Great Britain, ahead of this turning point.
Yeah, we're already at that turning point. point. Let's see who takes a good approach. Lots of experience in both crews. You can see Great Britain nearly lying back as they dig their oars in. Very quick turn, but they have gone that bit wider than Italy here now. It does look like Italy just ever so slightly ahead now, maybe half a boat length here ahead of Great Britain, but that is not much in these races at all. Great Britain coming right up again here, and once again, as you mentioned earlier, being pushed, that right-hand lane are really being pushed over to that left-hand lane as we look out at them.
Oh, this is going to be oh so close, Niamh, because here come Great Britain. It would be a huge upset to see last year's silver medalists out in this opening round of 16, but they've managed to turn it back around. We've seen a change of lead multiple times here. Great Britain now on the left-hand side of your picture. Italy on the right with the wind beneath their sails and hopefully underneath their boats as well on home waters in Genoa. I'm sure that they'll have been bracing there, Great Britain, as they clatter into the turning to the slalom buoy. They wouldn't have wanted that at all, but they're lined up perfectly here with their boat handlers. But Italy, what a huge turn of speed from them as they come in towards the beach here, and the exit clean for both as they both come in towards the beach. Great Britain with a little bit further to run here. Who's going to make it to that buzzer in time? Is it going to be Silvia Trippi of Italy? It is. Silver medalist from last year knocked out in the round of 16. Great Britain will be devastated. Italy, viva Italia, we heard it earlier, and Genoa certainly proving lucky here for the Italian team. That was brilliant there from them to make that comeback.
What a finish. Both of them did a slight tumble out, and both of them, it cost them just that split second. So when they go back and look back on these races, that's going to be one part of the race they're going to have to clean up a little bit, but you just never know what way the wave is going to hit you when you exit that boat. From last year, now we have the winners, New Zealand, and second place Great Britain are out of this category. New Zealand did not make it through the time trials yesterday after winning this last year, so that has opened up things massively now for the later rounds of this race.
I think that's one thing, Niamh, that has been so brilliant with this introduction of this event since 2019 and now on the pathway to its Olympics debut. The beauty of unpredictability, right? Like we never see the same results time and time again here at this beach sprint.
This is it, and it opens it up to new athletes who are coming in. You know, if you're a new athlete and approaching it, if you're going to see that you're going to be up against last year's winners, that can really kind of throw you off. Whereas, you know, things happen, and the more you can practice in varying conditions, the more you can get those entries and exits, as we talked about, those turning points correct. That's where you make up the second. So any newcomer can come into this sport and get really, really good at it. So next up, we are on to Tunisia and Portugal.
So Tunisia there on screen, Khadija Krimi, a veteran of the coastal rowing discipline, being joined here by Gaith Kadri in the bow seat for Tunisia. There nearest to us on the far side, Portugal, Patricia Batista and Afonso Duarte Costa, one of the Duarte Costa brothers that we see on the flat water rowing, a lightweight who has been well seasoned in flat water rowing. How will they fare here on the chop, on the surge of the waves here in Genoa? And that is for some of the most enthusiastic boat handling I've seen all day. Head on hands there for Portugal's boat handlers, and clearly wanting them to do something here. How are they heading here when it comes to the slalom? I thought they looked pretty good actually, Niamh, and they are out in front.
Yeah, I didn't see them going too wide whatsoever, so I think he was just getting very excited for this race. But Portugal already at that turning marker. Nice clean turn here, staying quite tight to it. You're just seeing how many strokes it takes to get around, and it's important in that lane that you do take the second to take that extra stroke, because we are seeing them being pushed over here now. Now, if people are smart who are coming up in later rounds, they'll be seeing what is happening in these rounds, and they'll be saying, okay, I need to approach that turn and take an extra couple of strokes around to get myself back towards the beach here now. But that wide kind of turn and exit out of that turning marker has opened things up here now. Tunisia just a slight bit up behind here now, but still within touching distance that they can get there if they want.
Yeah, but you can see the boat speed there actually is flipped. It was Portugal with the higher surge, but Tunisia clearly caught a wave there as they started to move up on boat speed, but they've left it too late almost. The distance pretty great here between themselves and Portugal up front, who are now, despite being the slightly slower moving boat on the water, have reaped the rewards of a very aggressive start and turn. And I think unless anything too dramatic happens here for Portugal, they will be victorious here. Up the beach comes Patricia Batista of Portugal, and she'll hit the pebble beach with some distance in hand. And in comes our next athlete, and sprinting for the Tunisians, Gaith Kadri there will finish off Tunisia's campaign in the mixed double sculls. Now, I feel like people should be listening to you. Hopefully, we've got people watching their races back here on this World Rowing broadcast, because a lot of wisdom being dropped about, you know, the sort of lane selection and those turns. But you're right, we are seeing a lot of patterns develop here, dependent on which lane people are choosing to race in.
Absolutely, and this is going to come into play, I think, more and more throughout the day, particularly as wind picks up, as swell picks up. When we get into the later rounds, the faster rower from these rounds will be able to pick their lanes, particularly for the quarterfinals. That's going to be really, really important. So at the moment, if I was going out and rowing right now, I would probably pick that left-hand lane as we look out to it, but that may change later on. Now, you only have to decide within 10 minutes of the start which lane you're going to take. So again, coaches are going to be watching what's happening here now. Athletes will be watching what's happening, and they'll be seeing what's going on in the last few races. We can see as we look out our window here onto the beach, we have a lovely view, but you can see the breakers definitely are getting that bit bigger, and because of the change of tides, you can see really that slope that's there in the beach, and particularly as the boats are coming in, we'll see it now in the next race again with the exit. It will make for some interesting entries and exits. But here we have the next one. We've Hungary versus Austria. Familiar face on our screens, Camilla.
Yeah, a late substitution here. Yuri Sachak is into the Austrian crew in place of Justus Schneider of Austria. They're going up against Hungary, Simon Bella and Gadani Zoltana. Oh, the Hungarians, they're almost sideways on from the beach. You can see the impact that these waves are having, pushing the boats round if they're not quite straight, and that's giving Austria a real boost of speed out of the start here, Neve.
Yes, Hungary just had a slight problem about 2 strokes into it. It looked like the strokes person there I'm not sure, did her feet come out of the stretchers there? Just looked like she had to reset herself slightly, but they have gotten going again. But this is a really, really quick start from Yuri and his partner Tabia there for Austria. Very quick start indeed. They were 4th yesterday in the time trials, 5 seconds separating them and Hungary, who were 13th. Hungary well used to flat water rowing. These 2 rowers, experienced flat water rowers. You can see they're really shortening up their stroke in Hungary's boat there now. Very short catches there, staying up very, very tall. Yuri here, look at this turn from Austria. You know they are so experienced. Such a quick turn. Having said that, they have gone quite wide out around it, but Hungary have as well. But look at this, really powerful rowing here from the crew from Austria.
Yeah, they're leading out this Hungarian crew. You already mentioned Hungary, who are trailing here, had some really talented flat water rowers on board. Simon Bella, the Hungarian in the bow seat here, a world champion from the men's cocked pair, an event that Hungary used to dominate before it was taken out of the flat water program. A world champion in Sarasota and in a European champion in Brandenburg on flat water, but that means nothing when it comes to coastal rowing. And once again, if we look here from these overhead shots, Hungary are falling victim to that trap of moving towards the Austrians here. Look at the angles, Neve, that we've got from our drone shot.
Yeah, there has to be something going on, because we're seeing it in the last 3 or 4 races. It's not just the navigation skills here. There's a bit of wind, water pushing them over as soon as they turn over. But they have done really well to come back so close here to Austria, who have just tumbled out of the bow seat, as have Hungary. That has cost them both that split second. It is allowing Austria to get to that buzzer first, but great finish there after 2 stumbles. So it is Austria who will be going through. We'll be seeing Yuri lining up again later on in the quarterfinals of the Coastal Mixed Double Sculls.
Brilliant there from both of those crews. It feels like we're going really quickly here as we get into the mixed double sculls, into these bigger boats. 250 metres is just nothing, is it, Niamh? You know, these races are barely lasting 2 minutes.
They do not last at all, but I know the athletes feel every single second of those 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes because your heart rate just gets up so high. Your lungs are bursting out of your chest, so they definitely feel every single second. So those that'll be going on to the next round, it's time for them to recover, and then everyone else, these are obviously knockout rounds, so whoever finishes second, that is the end of their racing. So we're on to knockout number 5. This time we have Lithuania and Czechia lining up here.
Great atmosphere here on the beach as the intensity building. Lots of fans as well. You can't quite see them from our coverage, but just behind where this start line is, up on the top of the picture, we've got a sort of balcony of grandstands of fans here, and a nice Lithuanian flag, in fact, I've spotted here to support Jankoinis and Kalazakaite here of Lithuania on the left-hand side of your screen. They're going up against Czechia's Ales Shuski and Kamila Krapkova on the right-hand side of your picture. And here we go. The music intensifies and out into the sea they go. And best start here, well, we'll wait to see. But I think probably the Lithuanians, Niamh.
Yes, indeed. I'm hearing a hooter. I'm not sure if it's just a car horn or what it is. I was wondering, was there being a recall, but I don't think so. So Lithuania definitely got off to a little bit of a quicker start on the right-hand side of our screen as we're looking at them. Czechia then on the left-hand side. Really good navigation out of both of these crews here, staying right on course, staying nice and close to those marker buoys. Yesterday here now, just 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds separating these two crews. Lithuania 5th, Czechia were 12th. And yes, very close now, but it does look like certainly Lithuania getting to that turning buoy first. Let's see what happens. Are they going to be pushed now the same as the last few races?
A great little look there as the bowman Dominikas Jankoinis of Lithuania just was looking out for that turning point, and it has sent them wide, but very smooth, you know, very smooth turn from the Lithuanians. A little bit more staccato here from Czechia on the near-hand side of your picture. Oh, and a blade catch there for Kamila Kripkova in the stroke seat. She just managed to turn her blade over, it got caught, and she's had to try and readjust, but that's not helped them at all. And I think she's actually off her seat. If you look closely here, she's barely moving on her seat in the stroke seat off this Czechia crew. She's not sliding.
She is
not
not sliding.
Fallen off her seat.
I think so. She's literally just using her upper body, a little bit of bend of the legs. But what I'm looking at here is Lithuania. They perfectly aimed their bow into the right angle, or into the right angle, so that they have come in right on track. They haven't had to adjust at all. So that is the difference. They have been looking at the last few races. They've been taking note of that push out of that marker buoy, and you could see they really angled that bow into the right direction here now. Perfect execution there of getting on to the beach. Lovely jump out here, and nice sprint finish. Of course, you know, sometimes you might see rowers walk up the beach when they have that much of a lead, but they know that they have to give it their all here now, just in case later rounds are cancelled or changed around at any point. But lovely exit there as well from Czechia.
Yeah, lovely exit from Czechia, but unfortunately, I think a combination of not a great start for them, plus the technical difficulty with the seat, I'm assuming there for Kamila Kripkova of Czechia, meant that they were just too far behind when it came to that final sprint. But thick and fast, we're already on to our next round, so Lithuania progressing through there in the mixed double sculls, but now another few lineups to go to find out who our quarterfinalists will be. And this time around, we've got the People's Republic of China going up against Spain.
Yes, now Spain, we have Ander Martin and Esther Breeze Zamorano back together again. They won this Coastal Mixed Double Sculls back in Portugal in 2021 and in Wales in 2022. They took a break last year. Under Martin, we did see a race with a different competitor, and here they are back again here now. So great to have Esther Breeze Zamorano back here, looking as strong as ever here. So they're definitely going to be a crew to watch this weekend.
Yeah, Esther Breeze Zamorano, a very well-known and regarded athlete from the Spanish team. She was elected to the Athletes Commission a couple of years ago after Saundersfoot, so well representing coastal rowing and flat water rowing for Spain. But here we go, underway here, and let's see if they can pick back up where they left off Spain against a strong People's Republic of China team. We were talking a little bit earlier, Niamh, about how China were the first ever hosts of a World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and I know that they themselves have been preparing for this, you know, to be a pipeline sport for some time now. So I suspect we're going to see a lot from them throughout this competition in all of the different disciplines.
Absolutely, yes. You know, back in 2019, you were there. I was in Hong Kong for the World Coastal Championships a week later or so. But, like, you know, that was quite a small championships in China, that beach sprint championships. But clearly, you know, they were ahead of the game here now. And here they are doing so well this morning. We're seeing a big ship in the background here now again, but it's very even here between Spain and People's Republic of China as they head out. Spain probably have a bit of a better line here now. China having to go back around now to get to the correct side of this marker buoy.
Yeah, do you know what? I was just watching there. I think China's Zhong and Zhong just drifted a little bit too far out of their lane, being pushed the same way that we've seen so many being pushed, but rarely on that outward leg, actually, Niamh. It's mostly been on the return leg, and let's see if Spain have learnt lessons, and they're a very experienced combination, as we've already spoken about, Ander Martin and Esther Breeze Zamorano. But the power from China is pulling them right back into this race.
This is incredible from China. We saw them so strong in the junior categories earlier this morning. This is so close. There was only a few seconds between them in the time trials. Yesterday, about 3 seconds. Spain were faster than China, but China doing all they can here now to get themselves back. Ander Martin, their massive big lie back here. Esther Breeze, they're keeping up the rate very high here. They are going for it. They know if they want to get to those quarterfinals that they have to go, and that is what they are doing here now. We can see the Spanish boat just a little bit quicker than the People's Republic of China as they come to the beach. So now it is up to the sprint. It is Ander Martin who is getting ready to go. Esther keeps rowing. He is out. He is making his way up. China not giving up at all here.
Yeah, not giving up at all, but Spain very deliberate, punching that buzzer. I did think for one point in time that we might have seen a much closer finish than that, but brilliant there from Ander Martin on that sprint in towards the buzzer and the beach, doing what we expected of the Spanish duo, and that will be home time for the People's Republic of China. Zhong Jilei and Zhong Yuping, unfortunately not able to tackle the strength there of a Spanish program who, like we've said earlier on in this program, one of the most successful nations, in fact the most successful nation at the beach sprint finals over the last few years. Beautiful shots here of our venue here in Genoa, home of pesto. Niamh, have you sampled the local pesto since you've been here? Or?
I have not sampled it yet, but I've heard that you can buy, is it 5 kg jars? I heard a few people are going to buy those and bring them home with them.
I love that. I love that from that we've just seen lining up there. Małgorzata Kroll for Poland, a little turtle symbol. I wonder what that means. As she lines up there, her partner Łukasz Zub will be sat in the boat, ready to go, as will the Finnish combination. They are racing here. Ora Forsberg will be off the start for them, and Olli-Pekka Karppinen in the boat, ready to row.
Attention.
Gearing up for the start here. It's great to see it from this angle. We can see literally the view that they are seeing, that they have to go down to the water here now. Very quick start from Poland. Looks like they've an extra little bit of running to do to get to the water, just the way the tide is flowing at the moment. But nice even start here between Poland and Finland. I can see Poland having a look over to see how Finland were doing. Very even here.
Yeah, indeed, very even off the start here, and we are on the 7th round, so as we talked about those decision trees, those roundup trees, that we're getting well in towards the middle here, where those time trial results getting ever closer. So Poland and Finland, a good matchup here in this round of 16. We're expecting a close race. And look at this, we can see that that's exactly what we're going to get here as we move in towards the second of the slalom boys already. Now, I think something's happened to the slalom boy for Finland on that far side. It's kind of been knocked over, or something's happened to it, which means it's not quite as visible there in that second lane. I don't know if you can see what I mean, Niamh, but
yes.
It's not on picture for us at the moment. Finland have managed to navigate that well. They're heading towards the turning point in tandem with Poland. We're on for a fantastic race here, but yeah, I think that second slalom boy has seen better days on that lane too.
I would say so. We'll see it here now. Poland had a really tight turn, but they have fallen victim to that push. But Finland also actually seems to be pushing over, so now it seems to be affecting both lanes, but you can see both bows now heading towards us here, so they've both angled in. The boy, I think, is just maybe fallen over slightly. We're going to see it shortly on our camera view. Definitely not as prominent there.
You can see them there, how much shorter it looks in the water. Those two slalom boys we're coming past now. I wonder whether the jury will have a bit of a look at that. But as we move on, let's focus on the race here at hand. No slalom boys to navigate for these two crews, because it's a straight run back into the beach on the back leg, and I think Finland have overcorrected here. Look at the angle they're coming into the beach, Niamh. They're almost going the wrong side there off that buoy.
Yes, now you don't have to go either side of it as long as you don't interfere with the other crew. It is okay to be the other side of that. That's the first time we've seen that this morning, but it was definitely an overcorrection as opposed to, I would say, doing it on purpose. Poland there, really quick finish here now. Lovely sprint here now. Really quick finish there by Finland as well. Just a tumble there. That's what happens when the breaker catches the boat. It will just throw you sideways. You will tumble out of it, but well done there.
Well, it was nice actually to see a celebration from Poland's Małgorzata Kroll, who was the partner of Łukasz Zub, who did the sprint there. She has to stand by the boat, and she was stood there cheering and celebrating as he sprinted up the beach. That was nice to see. But there is second place, and unfortunately second not good enough here for Karppinen and Forsberg of Finland. You can see the pain on his face. It's over for them. That's game over here at this World Rowing Beach Sprint Final. So cutthroat, so tough in this knockout competition.
Yes, and I can see Poland still celebrating down there at the water. So good to see. They're so happy. The rower there, Małgorzata, she raced in the solo last year, so to be teamed up with someone, it's a different feeling, I would say, to be in a boat with someone else rather than just being by yourself. Well, it's a team effort. Look, we all have the boat handlers and everything, but to have an extra rower there, it just adds an extra bit of excitement and element to it. So next up, it is the final knockout of the Coastal Mixed Doubles sculls. This time we will have Australia versus Brazil.
Yeah, a couple of big nations here contesting here this weekend. Australia, Brazil, Blake Wyatt and Elizabeth Newell of Australia going up against Kissia da Costa and Renato Azevedo of Brazil. And focused, ready for this last opportunity to make it into the quarterfinals in this mixed double sculls. And off we go. Nice straight sprinting down the beach, and that lane one that Australia occupies straight in, but a little bit of a delay in them getting out and underway. I think just a slight hesitancy from Elizabeth Newell in the stroke seat to grasp onto those blades and get going, which has given Brazil on the near side a much cleaner start.
Absolutely, way cleaner. Now, I'm pretty sure Brazil had a bit of a tricky time trial yesterday. They had one of those boats who got turned pretty much upside down there at the finish as they came to the approach to the beach. But great to see them back here now and racing against Australia. As you said, Australia much slower getting off, but doing a lot. That's a very powerful crew there. Blake Wyatt and Elizabeth Newell, very powerful there at that second marker buoy. Really well navigated there now, but Brazil definitely here with the advantage now as they head towards that turning buoy. Let's see if either of these fall victim to that crosswind that we're seeing coming out of that marker.
Indeed, and both have hit the marker at almost identical times here, and Brazil have certainly been caught up somewhat by the Australians, I think, at this point in time. Let's see what Da Costa and Azevedo can do to keep that position, looking back at their opposition. Wow, this is speedy here, coming in towards the beach. How much longer can they keep this up? And Niamh, actually, I don't know if they've got their bearings quite right here. They're coming towards our camera boat.
Yes, Brazil, they're going very wide, heading towards those exclusion zone buoys. We can see those red buoys. That is an area you do not want to go into because there are rocks.
Yeah, look,
looks like they're right up into it.
Side of it, and I think they are going to go the wrong side of those exclusion zone buoys. And it looks like the bow seat there, Kishia Da Costa doing everything he can to get them back on track, but that's opened the door right up for Australia, who are riding the crest of a wave in towards the beach. They are running this beautifully. You can see their bows up and out of the water, but this is going to come to the crunch point of the beach. They're going to hit the water, hit that shoreline, and here it goes. Bow seat Blake Wyatt, what can he do here to beat out Kishia Da Costa, who is sprinting for every last centimetre he can get? But the Australians overwhelmingly pleased there with that result in race 8, the last race of the round of 16 in the mixed double sculls. And Australia held their nerve there after a slow start. My word, I wonder if that result would have been the same if Brazil hadn't made that mistake of going towards that exclusion zone, Niamh.
Absolutely, they definitely added metres to themselves on the water, and the finish was so close. I wonder if they'd come straight back to the beach, would they be heading into the quarter-finals now? But as you said, Australia recovered so well after that slow start, having seen Brazil take off away from them. But great, evenly matched cruise there from the time trials yesterday. So we knew it was going to be a super race this morning. So that rounds out the coastal mixed double sculls. That's 3 categories already done this morning.
It's flying by, and next up, but not for another hour or so, we've got the coastal mixed coxed quads, the big boats coming up. But there are our results from this morning. France going through, Italy beating out the silver medalists from last year. Big upset there for Great Britain. Portugal followed by the Austrian boat. Those are the first 4 going through to the quarter-finals, and then the 4 more to join them on the next page of results. We'll see in just a second. Those last few races we've seen recently will start to filter through, and it is Lithuania that will go through, and then finally Spain, along with Poland, and that great race there, Australia, by the skin of their teeth, beating out Brazil, who just made those navigational errors. So brilliant for that Australian crew to round out what has been a fascinating set of races. We've seen people make sort of mistakes off the start, around the turning buoy, in towards the finish. We've had it all hit this morning, and it just goes to show you that even though this is a short race, lots can go wrong. But to talk about what's been going on this morning, we've got some local athletes from Italy down on the beach with Luca and Gemma.
We are here now with Silvia and Federico, fresh after their victory in their race against Great Britain. And so congratulations, first of all. And interesting to learn that you've only been rowing together as a pair since April. So my first question really is, how have you worked on your teamwork, your communication on the water?
Yeah, it's true, and we train together in Naples with his team, and also here in Genoa. And we stick together really well since the first race, and we are happy to be here.
And I understand that you are the only Italian athlete that is actually from Genoa, living in Genoa, which is amazing. So what must that feel like to have a home crowd? Do you have supporters here for you?
Yeah, I have family and friends here, and I'm really happy, and I want to do the best for them and all for the city, which is really, they are supporting me and my teammates really well.
And also worth mentioning, people may think, oh, well, you have an advantage then. You know Genoa, you know the waters, but you haven't actually been able to train on this particular beach, have you? Because it's normally closed. It's normally a private beach. So how have you prepared for this event?
We trained with the boat only along the coast, and we saw the beach from afar.
From afar, so not a huge advantage then. Okay, Luca, over to you.
Well, we've got 1,000 questions here. Silvia is the local hero. She started rowing here, actually, in Santa Margherita. Then she moved here in Genoa. So we can talk about it maybe in Italian in a second. Federico, coming from Naples here in Genoa, you did an excellent race at the Europeans. That is what we are going to see during the finals or not?
Italiano. In Italiano.
Yeah, well, no. Well, if we can stick in English, yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to say thanks to my teammate Silvia, because it's not so easy to be here with all this pressure, but she is very good to be cold and be prepared to this race, and we train a lot to this, and it was a beautiful experience in the European, and we are here to try to do even better than the European, because we train a lot, we train together, we are better than from some months ago, and we want to demonstrate that.
Oh, wow, that's great, and we can't wait to see you performing. But before we wrap it up, of course, you had a really tough race, one of the toughest, I have to say, with Great Britain. When, like, you really thought we are going to win this?
I know before the race that the race will be very difficult, because we are 15 and they are the second, and we know that when you there is a bigger difference, it's so difficult. But I know that we can win this race after the first buoy, because I know that Silvia is good to exit the boat, to run, and when I see that we have a half boat of advantage, I know, okay, it's ours.
Silvia, giriamo ora in italiano. We stick with Italian for a little bit. Sei a gareggiare in casa, la tua Genova, la tua città, la tua famiglia, i tuoi amici. Cosa significa gareggiare in casa?
Sono veramente fortunata e ho un supporto bellissimo, e sia anche da sopra, dalla città, e sono veramente contenta che, che questo sport sia visto da Genova, e spero di portare questo sport più in tutte le case possibili.
A lot of emotions here, a lot of support from Genoa. So well done to you, Gemma. What an amazing couple here.
Oh, it's incredible. And of course, congratulations once again on advancing through to the quarterfinals. Next up, we will have the mixed Cox quadruple sculls. Before that, we will see if we can get a few more interviews from some of our other winners from this last set of races. But for now, congratulations, and there's so much more action to come.
Great to hear there from some of the athletes who are out there on the water going through these knockout rounds here this morning. We're seeing beautiful shots here of the local area from San Nazaro Beach here, where we're located on the northwest coast of Italy. So nice conditions here this morning. Definitely the breakers getting slightly bigger than they had been first thing in the morning, but nothing compared to what we've seen the last few days. So conditions very rowable right now, and hopefully it'll continue like that as we go throughout the morning. So that's 3 categories done already this morning. So we have our knockouts done in the coastal junior men's solo, the junior women's solo, and the mixed double sculls. So those athletes already gearing up for quarterfinals and hopefully semi-finals and finals A and B later this afternoon. But back to this morning's schedule, and we'll be coming to you shortly with the coastal mixed Cox quadruple sculls. So We just need a few minutes here to change out the boat. So we're finished with the double sculls for the moment, and the quadruple sculls will be making their way on to the beach here now. So these are going to make for some really fast, exciting races. 8 knockouts again, so we're down to the last 16 in this category. So we'll be seeing them coming up very, very soon. Later on in the schedule, then we'll also have the PR3 coastal mixed double sculls. They're into their last 8. That will be coming up later on. And then, as I mentioned, the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals, the B and the A of the categories that we've seen racing already today. And then tomorrow's schedule will be very different. We'll have the men's solo, women's solo, we'll have the junior women's double, junior men's double, and the junior mixed double. So loads to look forward to over the next few days. But as you can see the shots there, we have a lovely swimming pool here next to us from our commentary booth as we look out on to the course. Lots of people. You can see the grandstand there up on the really wide footpath. They have it lovely set up at a really nice height, so all those people up there on that higher level are looking down, and you can have you can see a great view of the whole course, which doesn't always happen at venues. So that's one big advantage of the location of the beach here. It's just the road is up that little bit higher, so the grandstand is looking down right up right down onto that course. So really great for spectators, and it's getting busier and busier as the sun is shining on us here on San Nazaro Beach. So we will have the coastal mixed Cox quadruple sculls, as I mentioned, first up in a few minutes, about 10 minutes or so. It'll be Ireland and France gearing up. So I can see them already getting their boats set up. So the quads are making their way right into the center of the beach. And then it's up to the crews to get their own oars in. So each crew has their own set of oars that they bring with them or they rent, and they're coloured with the country's flag. So they're getting those set up. They're making sure the feet stretchers are in the right position. And with these boats, what we will see is the cocks will be at the start line. Generally, it's always the cock. Sometimes it could be the strokes person, but to save time, it's generally the cocks that will be at the start line. They'll be making their way down, running down into the boat as they head out onto the water and go around the same course that we've been seeing all morning, and then it will be usually the bow person jumping out and running back up to the finish line. But for now, we are going to take a short break. The next race is coming up at 10:40, so less than 10 minutes away. So we will be back in a couple of minutes to bring you all the action from the mixed Cox quadruple sculls.
athletes and they're all smiling, they're ready to get out there, they're enjoying the racing. Is that the vibe that you're getting?
I myself come from classic rowing, and what I find is you come across into coastal, that includes the endurance and the beach, and you just see a slightly different type of
3 minutes.
Understands the sea, understands how to make their boat work in a dynamic environment.
Perfect. Thank you so much for chatting. I know you're busy, so we'll leave you to get back on with what you need to do. I've just heard 3 minutes till the next race, so very quickly, I'm just going to show you we've got the boat park here, we've got our media office here, and let's see if we've got enough time to very quickly head on up the stairs. I'm going to put our camera woman Carlotta through her paces here up the stairs. So this is where you get a good bird's eye view, and in fact we have the South African team here just chilling out. Hi guys, what are you up to here? I'm really glad to hear it. I think that's the beauty of this event. It's all about racing, but it's also just about the vibes, the good times, the tunes, and just getting a feel for how this format works. So good luck later on to the team, and thank you for chatting. And we've just heard it's 2 minutes till racing, so I'm going to throw back to the action and can't wait to see what happens coming up in the...
All right, so we now have the last of our morning's knockout racing to go, and the biggest of the boats, the biggest of them all, the Coastal Mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls. And our first matchup, Ireland versus France, then Great Britain, Japan, Portugal, Spain, Italy and the USA going up. Fourth race on the cards, Netherlands and New Zealand, followed by Ukraine versus Poland, Germany versus Australia, and finally our last race of this morning's session, Egypt versus Brazil. So plenty more to look forward to, and I love these big boats. They're going to be over in the blink of an eye, but so much more to coordinate going off this start.
1 minute.
Absolutely, so much more. You're dealing with 5 people instead of 1 or 2 is what we were seeing this morning. Now, what we can see here is that all 3 rowers, the bow and the 2 ahead of them, are sitting in the boat ready to go, and then it is usually the cox will run down from the start line and the strokes person is going to be jumping in. So usually we take a different approach each year depending on conditions. Sometimes all of them are standing out and have to jump in when the buzzer goes, but it's just the strokes person and the cox is going to be jumping in. Boat handlers obviously have a big job here now because these boats are big and heavy and it is hard to maneuver them.
Now, just looking at Edwige Alfred there of France on the left-hand side, he pictured David Hussey of Ireland on the right. We saw Alfred just telling the boat handlers to move their quad for France a little bit with her hand movements. They're communicating all the time, the coxes or the stroke person with their crew. And here goes Edwige Alfred. She's a rower herself. We see her quite often competing for France in the athlete's seat, in the rower's seats, but this time she will be steering France down the course, who have got the better start ahead of Ireland here.
Yes, so much experience from her, but as well David Hussey, who is coxing the Ireland boat. Here he is. We can see the Irish boat handlers there going for a little bit of a dip, I'd say, as they pushed out. This is really good here from both crews. Big difference between them yesterday. France obviously were the winners from the time trial. Ireland were in 16th position, so a bit of a difference here. There was about 25 seconds difference of time between them, but look at it, when you put them head to head, there's not that much difference at all.
Yeah, really nothing much at all. And this is a stacked boat for Ireland here. Just looking down the list of athletes, we've got Miriam Sheehan in the bow seat, Keelan Mannix in the stroke seat. We've seen him up in the sort of top rankings on the long distance coastal events, as well as here at the beach sprint. So Ireland, no slouches here, and they will go round in unison around that turning point. In fact, I think Ireland, if they can get this turn right, yes indeed, their bows will come out in front here.
Yes, that was really good here. So much experience from the cocks here. Of course, the cocks, that's their important job, is to get around nice and tight. The rowers tend to not, they just keep rowing generally around this, just to ease off the pressure on that right-hand side. Or France definitely coming back here now. They're back at that second marker buoy ahead of Ireland here. As you said, lots of experience in the Irish boat there. Keelan Mannix, Miriam Sheehan and Zina Jordan. You see them all the time at the Coastal Championships. Keelan in the beach sprints, he was unlucky to miss out on a place in the last 16 of the men's solo here. And they're joined by Adam Grace, who is new to this beach sprints here, but it is France here who were the fastest from the time trial here, coming in ahead here now. So as long as they can keep the boat straight and the bow person can get out nice and safe, they'll be hitting that beach first.
Yeah, young boat here from France, all in their 20s, stroked by Marine Delano, the 27-year-old from France, but it's going to be the bow seat that jumps out. Charles Rubio, or actually maybe Vincent Noirot, in fact, that takes, no, indeed, Charles Rubio is the bow seat that takes the buzzer there. In for Ireland, well, that is bow seat Miriam Sheehan that does the run for them, but they will be out of this mixed cox quads competition, unfortunately. A 6-second gap, quite big actually in the big boats. I think Ireland's just dwindling in that second leg, and France, a great outfit there. We'll see them in the next round of competition in the quarterfinals. Now, not much space to manoeuvre here on the beach between these boats. You can see all of the next crews getting ready, lined up, set up, ready for their races. And it's quite a quick changeover that they've got here to be instructed to put their boats in the water.
Absolutely, yeah. But as you can see, there's lots of kind of spare boats where the next crews were already gearing up. So we have Great Britain and Japan. So they already would have had everything set up and ready to go, ready to put their boats in the water, as we are seeing here now. So again, we are seeing 3 rowers getting in, getting nice and ready, making sure they're ready, which I think is a really nice approach. Usually, you know, when you have to jump in and start rowing straight away, it can unsettle you a little bit, whereas they actually have a bit of time to settle themselves, make sure they're happy with their setup, and then it's just the strokes person has to jump in, and of course the cocks. But yes, we're seeing the gusts. If you look on the water and look at the colours, as we have a really great view here looking down onto the water, a lot of gusts, and you can see the bows, how easily they move out of position. And that's exactly what Edwidge we saw in the last race, telling her boat handlers to move it right up. We saw it yesterday, I think it was Ireland there in their time trial. The bow was just caught off guard by a wind just before the start line and thrown off course, and that can really cost you seconds. But
whoa,
massive
look
sprint
at that
here.
Sprint. Ryan Gleimond of Great Britain, who's been selected in this coxing speed. I'm sure a lot down to the speed, because that is a huge part of the cox's job. And look at them, they're almost a boat length out in front here of Japan.
Yes, and Japan's cox looking all around him there. I think he was struggling to pick up the steering mechanism there, but he seems to be getting going. So much experience in the Great Britain boat. Charles Cousins, who we've seen, you know, over the years, medaling at many of these and super at endurance as well. But we also have a flat water rower, big into indoor rowing as well, I believe, Cam Buchanan. First time coming into beach sprints. I know he was looking forward to, I've been watching his preparations, and he was so excited to do the trials and to get a spot on this quad, because I'm sure it's not easy now in Great Britain. You know, it's hard to get a spot on those teams.
Yeah, no, we were talking earlier about the Great Britain sort of trialling process being very well accomplished and set up. They've been preparing for this for a number of years. In Cam Buchan in the stroke seat, the Scottish athlete, a flat water rower, as you mentioned, and an indoor rower, as well as, you know, Charles Cousins' roots. He was originally a flat water rower, an Olympian back in 2012 and beyond. So a very well accomplished sculler indeed, transitioning over to coastal rowing early days, was part of the crew for the beach sprints and coastals in both Portugal and in Barletta in 21 and 22, and now here in 2024 taking on the quad challenge along with Heather Gordon and Rosa Thompson, and we saw that great sprint from Ryan Gleimond as well in the coxswain seat. Japan, they are trailing further back. Great Britain not letting up there. We talked talks about how important times are here, and if racing were to get cancelled or changed, this time would matter greatly. And a great cut through the waves there. We're focusing on that bow. Beautifully done here by Great Britain.
Absolutely, and again, just looking at the gusts here that are coming off the shore, pushing those boats out. But here we have Great Britain coming to the beach, and you can see the bow person there, Rosa Thompson, there just getting ready. She was actually in position for quite a few strokes. You know, if the water is any bit choppier than what it is, that could be a dangerous place to be, but she just went for it. She was ready to go with about 3 strokes to go, and nice sprint finish there by her.
Yeah, well practiced, and we'll see that, you know, in the changing conditions from Great Britain. If they adapt that, we'll have to wait and see. Here come Japan, and a name I recognise, actually, another flat water rower here in the 2-seat for Japan, Tomita Chiaki, the lightweight single sculler. She's not doing the sprint though. It's Kokona Okamoto of Japan that will take the buzzer and end their campaign. Another nation that I suspect we'll see developing in coastal rowing. You know, a lot of coast in Japan to play with, a lot of changing conditions along the country's coastline, and fingers crossed we'll see Japan build out this beach sprint team on the run into the next time that this will feature, and the first time this will feature at the Olympic Games. I know we've mentioned it a few times this morning, but this really is a special event here. We've had so many more entries here this year than we've ever seen before, and I think it is that introduction into LA that countries now have their eyes set on those seats and the prizes into that Olympics. Some more communication here going on in our next heat. Spain there on the start line. I think that will be the Cox, Gutierrez del Alamo, who is just signalling that against their neighbours Portugal. This is a sort of not only rivalry between Spain and Portugal here at the beach sprints, but also neighbouring countries back home, and they'll take each other on here in this third heat of the round of 16.
Yes, and we're seeing like the Coxes have such an important job, you know, in all disciplines of rowing with their navigation skills, but now with the added element of having to be a really good sprinter. And Spain always pick such good Coxes, you know, they're light on their feet and they just go for it. And look at this start from Spain. We've mentioned the Spanish national team, you know, they're sending really their best athletes here now, preparing them so well in the run up to these events here now. So that Cox there got them off to an incredible start, and look at the lead that they have already over Portugal. Yesterday in the time trials, about 15 seconds separating them. Spain were third, Portugal were 14th. So big difference here. But look at this from Spain, incredible stuff.
Yeah, absolutely incredible from the Spanish, and I'll say it time and time again, Spain have just been amazing, not only at the beach sprints, but also they've got a long-standing history and pedigree in the coastal long distance championships that we saw last weekend as well. They were very successful, and at last year's championship they won a heap of gold medals as well, across all the different categories. So they've got a great start here, pushing on now with the city of Genoa as a beautiful backdrop for them, and these conditions not quite as treacherous as we saw earlier on, not as much shipping traffic going into the port of Genoa, but brilliant here. And Nadia Felipe Garcia, it'll be her job once they come in towards sight of the beach to prepare for that sprint. We saw Great Britain in the previous round do that very early, but when will Nadia Felipe Garcia decide that it's time to start preparing? Here's the back of Portugal, Rafael Costa Santos in the bow seat. You can see there who they've chosen as their sprinter, but not quite as coordinated here from Portugal, which is important. As the boats get bigger, that coordination element gets that much more tricky.
Of course it does, yeah, and that leg there we're seeing is quite tricky. The gusts that are pushing those boats that you're having to row up against. Portugal just struggling in that just slightly, but this is brilliant from Spain. And of course you can see here the Spanish have stopped rowing. Nadia there with about 7 strokes to go to the beach, so she stopped even quicker than Great Britain in the last race. But that's the joy of having, you know, 3 other rowers in the boat. They can keep going, they can up the power slightly to make up for the bow person who has stopped rowing, and the bow person positions himself perfectly. Of course, ideal conditions for doing that, and as you said, it'll be interesting to see whether they change now, them in Great Britain, whether they'll keep rowing for a little bit more. Like here now, just stop 2 strokes ahead, so different approaches here, and it all comes down to reading those conditions and going with what works at the time you're out there on the water.
Yeah, and I think if you're the trailing crew, taking those few more strokes with all 4 to try and create a bit more step on for the deficit, you know, claw back that deficit is important, right? You might see crews that have a little bit more space and time to think, be a little bit more deliberate with that, but Portugal there, they were so far behind that they needed to keep rowing in towards the line. But it doesn't seem to matter. Rafael Costa Santos, smiles all around for him still, as we prepare for the next race. Already halfway through these mixed coxed quads rounds, and next up we've got a big matchup here. 2 big nations in this beach sprint finals, the United States of America going up against Italy.
Yes, lots of medalists from last year's finals. USA, of course, won this category. The only returning member, Coral Kasdan, there in the Cox's seat. She did a phenomenal job last year. I remember her being such a quick sprinter. So I can't wait to see what she has in store today. And then Italy, of course, 3 returning members from last year's quad that finished second. So this is nearly a matchup here that we saw from the final last year. Of course, USA there have Malachi Anderson as well, who finished second in the junior mixed last year and the junior men's solo last year, so he's made the step up to senior here.
Big old wave crashing into the beach just as the Coxes start to embark on these crews, and the best start, well, we've got the USA on screen here at the moment, but pretty well tied here in these opening strokes between the USA and Italy. And you said there, Niamh, that both of these crews have got talent on paper and in the record books at these beach sprint finals events, and nothing much to choose between them.
Nothing much to choose between them. Yesterday there was about 12 seconds between them yesterday, but again we're seeing it once it comes to head-to-head, things completely change. I would say at the moment advantage to Italy over the left-hand side from USA, but we have the turn coming up. This is the important job for the Cox. Let's see how they line them up. So evenly matched here now. Lovely navigation. Italy are in there backing their right oar, pulling with the left. It's interesting because some quads just keep rowing around it and it's up, they leave it up to the Cox, but Italy did amazing there now. They really stopped up that boat, spun the bow, and they are out, whereas USA have gone way over now into the left-hand lane. So Italy definitely getting the better of the turn there.
And you know what, Niamh, you make a really good point, because as these boats get bigger, they get faster, and you know what it's like when you've got like a sort of, you're going at 100 miles an hour. If you try and slam the brakes on, you're going to keep going for a little bit longer, aren't you? It's a little bit more weight, like driving a lorry full of stuff at 100 miles an hour and then having to suddenly slam on the brakes. It can be really challenging for these athletes to handle that, but Italy did that beautifully.
They absolutely did, and taking full advantage of that great turn as they come in really well navigated here by their Cox, Filippo Wiesenfeld there. USA just coming over. They look like they know they're behind here. They're really just trying to put the power down here now, keeping rate down here and just focusing on power compared to Italy's little bit of a faster rate here now. So here comes Italy. Bow person waits till the last second here now to run up the beach here now. Maria Elena Zerboni there of Italy, and then we have Justin Stevens of USA going for it here now, but Italy did enough on the water there to take that place into the quarterfinals.
Both of the bows there struggling a little bit with where the beach has gotten a little bit turned up, a little bit bumpy, and I think both of them just kind of slipping or turning their ankles a little bit, and I hope they're both okay. It seems like it, as they sprint as hard as they can. Now we're already on to the next race, the Netherlands versus New Zealand. And I would say, actually, in fact, Niamh, these are 2 nations that have come into coastal rowing, have thrown themselves into it, and both have pulled in reinforcements from their flat water counterparts.
They certainly have pulled in the best of the best here now.
And it looks like super sub on board for the Netherlands, Caroline Florijn, I think I've just spied in that Dutch crew in the 3 seat. We'll wait for confirmation there. So we've got both the gold and silver medalist from the women's single scull from the Paris Olympic Games going head to head in the round of 16 of the beach sprint finals.
Incredible. Yes, Emma Twigg there in the bow seat of New Zealand. This is going to be a race. And of course, lots of other experience. Matt Dunham here for New Zealand. He'll be coxing this crew. So much experience.
And Duca Feta, who's the Dutch men's 8 cox from the Olympic Games, took home a silver medal in Paris at Versailles just a few weeks ago. Now trying to take her hand to coastal. Let's see how her sprint is. No running involved in flat water, but certainly half of her job here is getting them out and away as quick as possible. And indeed, it is Caroline Florijn in the 3 seat for the Netherlands, jumping into this crew to try and push on, and let's see whether that will pull them up through the rankings against the stacked New Zealand crew. Emma Twigg, we already mentioned, Olympic champion from Tokyo, joined by Finley Hamill, Kirsten Froud, Joseph Sullivan, and we mentioned Matt Dunham there in the coxswain seat for New Zealand. And wow, the Dutch here, they knew they needed to pull out all the stops, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yes, we did see Caroline yesterday in the mixed doubles. They were unfortunate to miss out from those time trials, so looks like she's made her way into the quad boat here to strengthen them up. Superstars New Zealand, their boat handlers had the boat moving way before Matt Dunham got to it. That made their start way faster, but Netherlands have crawled back. Look at this. It is going stroke for stroke around the turn. New Zealand going a bit wide. Netherlands here look a bit slower. New Zealand, where are they going? They're going right over on it to the left-hand lane. Netherlands have a much better line now. New Zealand are going to have to make back up those meters.
Wow, yeah, this is going to be a really big push here from New Zealand to try and get themselves back onto station. That long sweeping turn has not cost them though, because look at this turn of speed here. This is amazing stuff from the Kiwis, who are now pushing out. Emma Twigg in the bow seat will be able to see stroke for stroke, person for person, the Dutch crew alongside, and they're rating through the roof here in the Netherlands crew. My word, they're really going for it to pull themselves up alongside. Duca Feta will be talking to them to push them back into the lead here. This is astounding stuff.
Oh, this is unreal, and I do think Netherlands have got themselves into that lead. New Zealand has to come back over right on course here now. This is going to come down to it. It is between Olympic silver medalist Emma Twigg, former Olympian Marieke Keizer there of the Netherlands. Who is going to get it?
Oh, here we go. It's the fight now to the sprint to the line, and who's it going to be for the Netherlands?
Emma!
Disaster! As Emma Twigg falls up the beach, it's going to be for the Netherlands, Beyer Florijn, that takes them through. The younger brother of the Florijn siblings, but that was really breathtaking there, and wow, that we were holding our breath there right to the very last few strokes, and then that sprint up the beach. Emma Twigg, that was such a shame for her, slipping there. A disaster.
So unfortunate. I actually think she would have got that sprint if that tumble did not happen. But this is what happens when you're coming out of the boat at full speed and trying to get going into a running pace. It's just so difficult. Oh, so unfortunate for New Zealand there. But congratulations, Netherlands, who have really taken this coastal rowing and beachfront rowing and done amazing over the last 2 weekends here. And they'll be certainly ones to watch later on as we go to the final 8.
Well, we're going to have to move on to our next race, and let's see if it matches up with the excitement of that last race, as we have now Poland going up against Ukraine.
Yes, 2 strong crews here now. There was about 8 seconds of a difference between Ukraine and Poland yesterday in the time trials. Ukraine taking 6th position, Poland taking 11th. All of the Ukraine rowers are all international athletes. 2 of them we saw in Paris, Darina and Stanislav there representing Ukraine in Paris not so long ago. Let's see how they go in the coastal conditions. So Cox is getting ready to go here now. Buzzer's gone, here they go.
And this initial sprint can mean the difference between getting to that turning point first or not. And who'd have thought that running would feature so heavily in a rowing race, but it is a large portion of the technical element of this race. Great start here for Ukraine, nearest to us. Anastasia Kozir on the steering wires. She's looking from left to right on either side of this crew. There's such big wide boats here, Niamh. It can actually be quite challenging for the coxes to see where they need to be, especially when they're trying to place themselves in such a specific bit of water.
Absolutely, and usually the rowers we can see are much taller than the coxes, so that's hard to see. There is a challenge, of course, so they're having to move out to the right and left to get a good view of what is happening down the course, but they are doing an exceptional job here today, staying really well on course. So let's see what happens around this turn, because obviously we saw in the last one New Zealand being swept right wide around that turn. Am I right in saying the boy is on the wrong? I'm not sure. From my view, I was looking at out the window and it looked like the boy was on the wrong side there for Poland, but I might be wrong.
No, I think it was difficult. Certainly we'll have to have a look to see whether that was the case, because I agree with you there. As they came out of that turning point, it was on the wrong side. Now they're clattering the Ukrainians' boy as well, so a bit of a mess up there for Poland. Maria Tacek will be trying to get them back on course as the Cox back onto their own station, because they came so far over that they even hit the lane 2 turning point. They're back now, but you can see the wake behind their boat. Here are some lovely shots of the blade work being demonstrated by Ukraine. You can see why they're so far ahead here. This is a beautifully drilled outfit from Ukraine.
Yeah, we saw Ukraine last weekend in the Coastal Championships as well, and unbelievable rowers in the quads. Unlucky to miss out in the women's quad and the men's getting up on the podium, but brilliant here now. Lovely, strong finish. Really great technique, as you said, with the short races. It can be quite hard to stay in control. 8 blades hitting the water together here with every stroke, but Ukraine did it beautifully there. They were exceptional rowers.
Yeah, and Ukraine, a couple of familiar names on board. Darina Vakogliad in the bow seat, the European champion from Bled last year in the women's quad. Also Diana Serebrianska as well. Lots of familiar names in that Ukrainian quad from the flat water side. And it's given them a 10-second advantage to the buzzer from Poland. And the sprint, Mikola Mazur there coming home to qualify them for the quarter-finals. Well, we're on the penultimate race already, Niamh, of this morning's session. It's been thrilling to watch, quite certainly. I think my favourite race of the day was that New Zealand-Netherlands race that we just saw in the mixed quads.
I think so. It was so exciting. New Zealand had an amazing start, just getting caught at that turn, and then unfortunate for Emma taking that stumble onto the beach. Unfortunate to miss out on a place, but yeah, Netherlands going through into the final 8. So that looks like they beefed up their crew and it worked for them.
Indeed, and if it's the difference between progressing through, this knockout round, no second chances, and given the weather is the way that it is, I think a lot of teams are having quite difficult decisions to make on where they would usually, it's a lot of intense back-to-back races. Some crews would go, do you know what, take it easy for this first round of 16, because we've got a quarter-final, a semi-final and a final all back-to-back. They can't do that this time around, given the changes of the programme.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw most rowers thought they would be rowing twice yesterday with a second-time trial. Unfortunately, they were cancelled. So, sometimes if the weather happens to change, the times and medals can be given out on earlier times, so you really have to go as if it is your final each time. This time in knockout 7 we have Australia up against Germany, just 5 seconds separating them yesterday in the time trials. Australia finishing 7th, Germany finishing 10th. Pretty even start here at the moment. Germany having the advantage, I would say, as they head out towards that middle marker.
Yeah, agreed. And Germany, who hosted their first beach sprint event in the north of their country just this year, they've been sort of, leaning into this new discipline, starting up their own national championships just recently, and that seems to be paying off here. They're out in the lead. Australia somewhat catching up to do, but lots of talent on board, most notably Spencer Turin in the 3-seat, the Olympic champion from Tokyo in the men's 4 flat water rowing. And gosh, that blade being stuck in, it looks like they've gone, look, you're pretty strong here, Spencer. You dig that blade in and we'll turn it round. And the pressure, the G-forces that are on that blade, that will have been pretty strong for him to hold up. But it's kept them in touch here with Germany. And the Germans here, Anna Kirsten Pfennig in the stroke seat, joined by Maiko Benedict Reimers in the 3-seat. They're going to have to watch themselves because Australia are coming right back into this. And look at the boat speeds here. Australia certainly trumping out there.
Absolutely. That was such a cool turn, what they did. They obviously had that planned. They had seen the wind pushing earlier boats across the course, so he knew he had to back early. So that was really, really great. And Australia are pretty new to beach sprints, you know, over the last few years. So to see them bringing such, you know, all of these rowers are Olympians. The Cox, of course, we saw at the Paralympics in the mixed Cox 4. So incredible athletes in the Australian crews this year. Much livelier here with their races. They start to approach the beach. They are going to hit the beach just ahead of Germany. It is going to come down to the sprint between Lisa Romer of Germany, Ben Canham of Australia. They're both out together.
Oh, this is going to be wonderful stuff coming into the beach. The Germans have been caught napping. Who's going to have it on the sprint? Germany, just by a matter of steps, and big celebrations there for Elisa Romer of Germany. She knows that that was going to come down to her sprint and her performance, and that preparation, brilliant there from her to out-sprint Ben Canham in the Australian crew. She'll be delighted. Lots of celebrations there for Germany, pushing out, well, some Olympic and world medalists from the flat water side from Australia. It just goes to show you that previous form means nothing here at the beach sprint finals.
Absolutely, and unfortunately they're just, I'd say, about 2 or 3 paces off that buzzer. Ben took a little tumble, and just like Emma, that just threw them off, and unfortunate to miss out. But well done there to Germany. You know, when you get a draw like this, when you're up against, you know, all Olympians, I'm sure like last night they were like, oh, this is going to be a tough race. But to race it like that and to come and take the win, it just goes to show that anything can change, anything can happen in these races. So I think, are we on to our final knockout of the morning?
Yeah, we are indeed. Our final race of this morning's programme, our final knockout round in the round of 16 of the mixed quadruple sculls, and it's Egypt going up against Brazil. Brazil on the left hand side, you picture Egypt on the right.
Lots of experience in the boat from Egypt. We have Hannah El-Sabski there in the bow seat, Omar El-Komati, Mariam Abdeltaf and Ali Hassan, of course, big experience. And of course, their Cox there by Zayad Morsi, who we saw in the junior men's solo just a little bit earlier on. So he's taking the Cox's seat, super fast sprint. He's well used to it. It's taking him a second to get this onto the seat. In fact, the back of the seat has come down. He's having to adjust that, but it hasn't. He was still able to steer the boat in the right direction, but very evenly matched here now as they head out past that first mark.
And like we've seen all morning, Niamh, when we get to this last race in the round of 16, it's the two crews that were next to each other in the time trial. So this is as close as it's going to get for this morning. And Brazil, well, they are trying to stay very close to that slalom boy, but one short wave and it will knock them off, but they've managed it. Oh my word, look at this though from the Egyptians. They're well off course here, Niamh.
They are, and they had difficulties with the steering at the start, so I'm wondering if there's something going on, because they're gone way off course here now. They're having to come right back over to get to the correct side of that turning marker. Not sure what exactly happened there, but it did look like the steering went a bit off. That is allowing Brazil here now to get in and out of that turn nice and quick. But again, you can see when the rowers keep pulling or start too early, it has meant that Brazil have gone right over to the left-hand side. Egypt now seem to be coming back into it.
Yeah, I think what Egypt just did there, look, I can see the Cox from Egypt having a look behind him. I think you are right, Niamh. Something is wrong with that steering there for Zayad Morsi, and he took a quick look behind him again. I don't know if they've got something caught on their rudder. Whatever it is, he's trying to fix it. He's looking around the boat here on the nearest side to us. Look, he's looking behind. He's picking up these steering wires because they are going well off course once again.
They are indeed, but they have come right back into it. They are making their way towards the exclusion zone, so they're having to pull back over. So he's going to have to make a lot of calls to his rowers here now to do a little bit of steering for him. So he's going to be calling them to go harder on that left-hand side so that they can get straight into that beach. That was unfortunate for them. It has allowed Brazil now to stay in that lead, but as we have seen the last few races, anything can happen in these later stages.
Yeah, Egypt taking some really big, strong strokes here, preparing for a real launch to try and gain it all back on the sprint. And she's going to be out of the boat much earlier, and she face plants into the water. So unfortunate there for Hannah El Sorbki of Egypt, who I hope she's okay, but she will just make her way up the beach nice and gently, because Brazil will take victory there. Diana Santos, I think they're sprinting up the beach for the Brazilians from the 2 seats, and she has made it to the line. And oh wow, that must have hurt there for Hannah El Sorbki. That was quite a clattering that she got in an attempt to make up time. And we'll have a quick look and watch that back again as Egypt, you know, I guess it's tempting, Niamh, isn't it? If you're in that position where you're trying to make up time to get onto the beach as quickly as possible. And here you go, you can see on the right-hand side here, she just caught her foot on the edge of the boat there and landed flat, and a bit of help there from the Cox to get her back up and on her feet.
Yeah, so lucky the oars went all over her head there, so she was lucky there. She did, I could see what she was trying to do. It was a smart move to try and get up nice and early, get prepared for that sprint, but just went against her slightly. We've seen some of those sprints go against a lot of rowers, but here we can see those going through to the final. So we have France, we have Great Britain, we have Spain, we have Italy. So these are going into the last 8, so the quarterfinals that we'll be seeing later on today. Some great racing. And then we have Netherlands got through, great race against New Zealand, Ukraine, Germany, and Brazil.
Yeah, so there are those 8 crews that are progressing through. Some great racing we saw this morning, and just brilliant, absolutely brilliant from all of those. We've seen high drama, high action, and on a day when we were expecting conditions to play such a part in perhaps cancelling or pushing back the schedule, it's really treated us here, Genoa, today.
Absolutely. We were told that there was going to be a big swell coming in at around 9 a.m. local time here. That didn't seem to happen. Of course, we had a bit of a few washes off those big cruise ships and cargo ships that were passing. But look at these rowers here. These conditions were pretty favourable for all of them, I would say. There was nothing that kind of threw them off at all. So this was our first one. We had France versus Ireland there. France, of course, winning the time trial yesterday. Irish boat handlers there making sure they can they're shouting loud. Next up then it was Japan. Look at these rowers already starting to row as the Cox jumps into the seat.
Yeah, brilliant performances. We've seen a glimmer of what's to come here in this Cox Sprint. Look at how close those turns were, and that's where we saw a lot of, maybe not mistakes being made here, but lots of crews being caught, maybe unexpectedly, by the conditions out there at the turning point at 250 metres.
I think so. There seems to be a bit of a wind that is pushing the right-hand lane over to the left-hand lane. But I think some crews are getting smart to it, so they'll be watching out to see what happens now after the break. Oh, this was such an unfortunate tumble there from Emma Twigg in New Zealand. Netherlands getting the
frustration
back,
that she had there. I mean, you come all this way to Italy from New Zealand, and yeah, for that to be, you know, just a slight misstep on the beach can cost you progress. Not only, you know, we're only in the last round of 16, we've still got another 3 rounds of racing to go if you are in the hunt for a medal here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Looks like a boat handler just got swept out to sea there a little bit, and dangerous game.
Cleaning, I think he was picking up a plastic bottle.
Ah, very good. Keeping our beaches nice and clean, but brilliant. Last race of the day there, Brazil and Egypt. Wonderful stuff. Great scenes here, and out on the beach, Luca and Gemma wrapping up all the action for us here this morning.
We have Team GB following their win against Japan. Congratulations, team. Rosa, I'll start with you. What does it mean to you to have gotten through to the quarterfinals?
Oh, it's always a good thing. I think
we all know anything can happen in any round. So for us, just having a good, clean, safe race, no dramas, staying consistent. And yeah, I mean, our crew has a lot of speed, so I think it shows, and we've had a good race and we're happy to be through.
And you're so right, anything can happen at any point in the race. It can literally be made or broken at that last sprint there to the finish. And Ryan, give me an idea about the vibe of your team, because everyone's different. Some teams are newly put together, some have been racing for a long time. So what's the atmosphere with you? And I'm just going to slot in here. Sorry, Rosa. There we go.
Yeah, so we're fairly new. We did our trial just a few weeks ago, and then we've just been spending as much time as possible together, just having a good time, trying to stay nice and cool with all the chaos. Yeah, just go out, race hard.
So do you have different personalities in the team? Is there like a serious one that keeps you all on track and then one that just likes to keep you all calm and light in the mood?
Yeah, I think Charlie's probably the grown-up. For sure, and I don't know if you know Cam, but I don't think he's the grown-up in the group at all. So it's always good.
Awesome. Well, it's good to have a mix of personalities, isn't it? It's what you need. And of course, through to the quarters. So all big smiles for now. What are you going to do ahead of the next race? Are you just going to relax, take stock?
Yeah, just relax, fuel up, just make sure you've had some food, had some water, get in the shade again. Just keep calm before the next one.
I've got to say, this is the place for fueling up, isn't it? Carb loading, you've got pasta, you've got pizza, you're spoilt for choice. Luca, over to you.
Well, next to me, I've got a really magic fan of Cox rowing. He has been one of the most experienced. He has been to all international events. How is racing the mixed quad here?
It's always good fun being back in a quad. A lot of my flat water days were spent rowing quads, so to do it out on the ocean is good fun.
So different conditions compared to today. With your experience and great experience, what can you tell us about the condition today?
There's less swell coming in, so it's a bit cleaner rowing. There's not as much surfing, which means you have to work for it. You're rowing the whole way. You can't just chill out on a wave and ride it in.
Thank you, Charlie. We can't wait to see you racing next.
Well, we'll see them later on this afternoon in the quarterfinals, semi-finals and A final of the Coastal Mixed Coxed Quads. That's from 4 o'clock onwards this afternoon. We've got a few A finals to look forward to. The under-19s, the juniors, they'll kick off at 2 p.m. with their quarterfinals of the men's, and 3 p.m. for the women's, running all the way through to the medal races, the A finals. And we'll also see the A finals, like we say, of the mixed quads and also the mixed double sculls, rounding off our day-to-day quarterfinals for that, starting at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So 4 gold medals up for grabs, 4 new World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals champions to find here in Genoa in this 5th edition of the championships. And Niamh, I feel like I'm feeling good about both the conditions today, the racing that we've seen. I think it's only going to get closer. What a day we've got to look forward to.
What a day. If this morning is anything to go by, this afternoon is going to be incredibly exciting, particularly when medals are up for grabs. We've seen a lot of people who we thought would be there in the quarterfinals not be there, so it's going to make for some super interesting racing. Medals could go anywhere around the world, I would say. But we will be back at 12:50, which is just in time to go into the Coastal PR3 mixed double sculls, the inclusion event that we have, which will be kicking off at 1 p.m. local time, but we'll be back 10 minutes beforehand at 12:50.
We'll see you then.
Welcome back to San Nazaro Beach here in Genoa, Italy, for the afternoon session of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. We're here on day 2 of competition. We had the preliminaries yesterday, which was a little bit disrupted by weather. We've had some great knockout competition this morning, and Niamh, we've got 5 A finals, medal races coming up this afternoon. Now, I just watched you sprint across this beach. It is tough going, and they are going to be back to back to back this afternoon.
Yeah, we were wondering how tough it was here on the beach, because obviously it's quite rocky here. There's a lot of stones, a lot of pebbles. So I can just confirm, because I did a little tester of it, it is very difficult to sprint on this beach. So well done to all the sprinters that we saw this morning. But it is going to make for some really exciting finishes throughout the afternoon.
And I think the thing with this afternoon's competition, this morning we did all of the rounds of 16, so 8 different knockout back-to-back races, but different competitors in each of those. This afternoon, when we go from the quarterfinals to the semis and then the finals, we're going to see the same crews going up time and time again with very little rest in between. So it's going to be very tiring and all about that power endurance element of this great new Olympic discipline, beach sprint rowing. So to find out a little bit more about what happens in a beach sprint race, we've got a little video for you to explain all about the format.
Let's find out how to beach sprint. Here's the start. The first thing that happens is the athlete goes sprinting down the beach on the horn or the dropping of the flag from the start umpire. They race down to their boat. This might be the athlete in their single, or the coxswain in the quad, or the stroke in the double. It's a 250-meter sprint, slaloming on the right-hand side of the first of 3 buoys, and then on the left-hand side of the second buoy. Then they make their way up to the hairpin bend at the third buoy, 250 meters down the course. Navigation is crucial here. They spin around that third buoy, having almost a handbrake turn, really technically challenging to make sure they maintain their boat speed as best as possible. And then here's the difficult bit, lining themselves up for the fastest straight line back to the beach. Spatial awareness absolutely critical. Navigating the currents is what sets apart the winning athletes from those who can't quite make it. As they come to the beach, they'll be looking over their shoulders, checking for that dismount point that they want to time perfectly. They'll run up the beach, around their flag, and hit the buzzer on the sand to stop the clock.
And I'm here with David Hussey, who is part of the Coastal Rowing Commission with World Rowing. And not only that, you were already out on the course this morning, coxing. So David, tell me about the event so far. This morning has been really good racing.
Oh, it was fantastic. Like I say, out in the quad coxing, I think the quad is, of all the categories, that's where the most adrenaline is, the most power and the most boat speed. So we enjoy the quad more than anything. You have to get down, you're depending on your handlers to get you off the beach over the wave quickly. And obviously the step in is a bit difficult because you have a lot of ropes and dagger boards and all sorts at the stern to look after as well too. So very enjoyable this morning.
You're also part of the technical delegate team here as well, so you're involved in the boats changing and in and out of the water. Particularly yesterday it was very challenging here. So tell me about how that has been going.
Yeah, yesterday was challenging obviously with the conditions, but the most important thing about yesterday was that everybody who came here got to row once yesterday. We were able to keep rowing going. I know that we had to, for juniors especially, we had to think of the junior athletes and kind of bring it into a water finish. It was either that or not race. So today is far better now. We're able to have those spectacular finishes on the beach as well.
Yes, and of course we're seeing it like the boat handlers, everyone has a part to play in this sport. Such an important role here today. Can we expect conditions to kind of stay the same, do you think, or will it get a bit more challenging than what it is right now?
The forecast is, pretty okay for the day. But you can see the last couple of days, you can see the swell kind of rising up and down a bit. We see here just behind me in the lane I'm in now, there's a kind of a break there as well too. So you take your choice. I think at the moment I'm standing in lane 1. So do you take the roll on the way home, which speeds you up? Or the other choice over in lane 2, do I get a bit more shelter from the wind? So crews are really having to decide now. There's advantage in both lanes and which advantage suits my team the best. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's absolutely not just about the running or the rowing. There's so much to think about when you're standing there on the start line because the winds are changing. We're seeing lots of washes from the ferries and the cargo ships that are passing us here in this busy port. So there's so much. You have to really stay on top of it and stay on the ball here, don't you?
You do, yeah. You've got sets of waves coming in maybe 3 and 4, and then you're getting really big super sets of waves, which, like you say, probably combines with a tanker passing by maybe 20 minutes ago. So it's important to time the boats in and out yesterday, and as best we could to get them in and out outside of those massive breaks. So, you know, like I said, we're happy with yesterday, really happy with today. Fantastic racing today. I think the quad racing was spectacular. There was some really close head-to-head finishes coming up the beach, hitting the buzzer. So today is on time, everything is going well. Delighted with it today.
Yes, and we're into the final 8 now, so it's going to be back-to-back racing for a lot of athletes. You've been there before. What is your advice to athletes now who have very little recovery time? You know, if you get through the quarters, you're straight into the semis, straight into the A or B final.
Yeah, so I think most boats travel at the same speed in the last 8. I think there's not much differential between them. You can make a push maybe all right for maybe 10 strokes, but realistically it's going to knock an awful lot out of you because you're already maxed out at the moment. So definitely I would say if you can get the boat on the wave, if you can see the wave at around maybe the second seat, maybe between the second and third seat, you know, cut the power back a bit, bring the rate right up and use that wave energy because you're going to need it when you hit the beach. The legs are going to be, you know, in rowing mode, and you've got to switch over and run up a beach which is pretty steep and pretty difficult to run. So I think definitely if you can get a wave on the way home, stay on top of it. Don't row away from it. Stay on it as long as you can.
Yes, I did test out a little bit of running there on the beach a while ago, and I can confirm that it is very difficult. Now we are gearing up for the first of the races. We can see the athletes are gearing up at the start line. So they will be starting here, waiting for the flag to drop, waiting for the hooter to go. They will sprint down to the beach where their boat will be waiting for them. It is a mixed double first up, the PR3 category. So one rower will be in the boat, one will be jumping in, and then they have to row out. They're going to go around the slalom course, turn the outside marker that we can see here behind us straight back to the beach, whereby a rower will have to jump out and run and hit the buzzer. So lots of excitement. If anything is to go by from this morning's racing, it is going to be super exciting. So stay tuned while we bring you all the action.
So big thank you there to Niamh Hayes and David Hussey. Great, very interesting to hear about the choice of lanes between lane 1, lane 2, different things for the athletes to think about, whether that's shelter from the wind or whether that's advantage when it comes to the waves and the current pushing them in. They've got that choice to make dependent on the conditions just ahead of the race itself. And Niamh mentioned there, our first race on the course will be the first quarter-final in the PR3 mixed doubles sculls, and this particular category, this is an inclusion race for our para categories. The first time that we will see this in this format here in Genoa. The preliminary race took place yesterday, but this inclusion race not part of the championships, part of the sort of rankings and championships when it comes to the other categories, and this event not yet included in the Paralympics, for instance, but we are going to see the PR3 inclusion category. One of these athletes is classifiable, the other athletes can join them. Doesn't have to be a classified PR3 athlete, so we're going to see pairings of athletes that have got impairments that have the ability to be classified in the PR3 category. And now PR3, if you're tuning in and you don't know what that is and you're new to para rowing, PR3 is the category that is the least impaired when it comes to rowing, so they're still able to use things such as the sliding seat, and they're able to use their trunk, their arms and their legs when it comes to the full rowing stroke. So therefore, we are going to see, as I say, pairings of athletes, one of which classified and one of which potentially not. And Niamh's back here in the commentary box now, and we've got this first race, this first quarter-final, remaining 8 crews in this PR3 mixed double sculls, and it's South Africa going up against Great Britain. And Niamh, you were talking to David a little bit there about the lane selection and the lane choice having quite a lot of impact here on the types of conditions that these athletes face.
Absolutely. Now, athletes have to pick their lane within 10 minutes of, or before 10 minutes of the start, so they can really wait until the last minute to see what way the wind is blowing. And they would have been looking at earlier races, and we saw lots of changing conditions, and particularly there was that breeze that was pushing people off that marker buoy. Definitely looked like it was more severe on the right hand lane compared to the left hand one, so I'm sure these rowers would have been looking at that and picking the lanes in particular. But you can see see here now Natasha Searson of GBR. She is directing those boat handlers to move the bow over to that right-hand side. Obviously, she has a great view from where she is of the course, and she can see when the bow is being moved. So she was just giving the boat handlers a little signal there, and here they are getting going. Great run there by GBR. South Africa right up with them.
Yeah, right up with them off this start, and we heard how important it is to get a clean start, and a little bit delayed there from South Africa, from Lilitha Mkwingwana of South Africa there in the stroke seat. Carl Schroeder in the bow seat, it seems here, and still having some difficulty getting their blades into alignment. And there's a lot going on here at the start to think about, Niamh. Not only are you trying to make sure that you clear the waves, clear the boat, time it right, but also then you're picking up blades, making sure they're the right way round, and lots of other things.
So much to think about. Yes, the seat is probably the first thing you just have to get right, and then you want your feet into those shoes here now. So we're seeing here, we're watching South Africa there, just going on a wide route around that first marker, and we can see the gusts really. I'm not sure if you can pick them up as much or see them as much as you're looking at the pictures, but from our window here, the gusts are quite severe on the water here now. So South Africa going very wide around those markers, making sure they get to the right side of them. Of course, you don't want to go the wrong side because there is a time penalty there. But that has allowed Great Britain there to come around nice and quick. They are already back on their way home. We saw these in the time trials yesterday. Of course, we have the fastest and the slowest here together. So Great Britain were fastest with a time of 2:27.44, and South Africa were 8th with a time of 3:51.08. So big difference there. So we can see here, like, Great Britain are really powering it on here. But even with the experience in that boat, you can see them being pushed again here over to the right, and they're having to re-navigate here now and point their bow towards us here, towards the right-hand side.
Yeah, I feel like this is still plenty to think about in these final few strokes here for Great Britain, despite having a pretty substantial lead. And we've got to remember, this is the very early days of the para-inclusion events here at the Beach Sprint Finals. I think we actually did have some last year, in fact, Niamh, but not so much as in the programme as it is this year. We've got a lot of entries. We're now up to quarterfinals. So getting more and more established as a category here at this event. But it does mean that it's less developed in terms of the pipeline of athletes. A lot of these athletes far newer to coastal rowing than some of our other athletes here that have been coming to these events since 2019. But a great win here, the fastest from the time trial. As you mentioned, Great Britain, it is Colin Wallace and Natasha Searson who takes that run to hit the buzzer with plenty of space and time. And South Africa still out there on the course. They've made that turn now, and it's just about keeping that boat in a pin straight line as much as possible. And you can see here just how much impact ensuring that both of your blades are squared and buried has on the direction that the boat is travelling in if you get that wrong on either side.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see there just a little bit of digging in the bow seat there of the shaft here. So that's going to throw the boat a little bit off balance. But that can be tricky because obviously you're playing with a lot of different elements here. So the wind is coming at you from a different direction as well as coming at you. So you can't always have clean strokes every single time. But it's just about adapting here. So here we have South Africa. You can hear all the supporters. They have a lot of supporters here down on the beach. I thought it was car horns earlier. It is not. It is the supporters from South Africa. But this is really nice to see the support here for them as they make their approach now to that beach.
Yes, the Vuvuzelas was a big phase, wasn't it, back for the 2010 World Cup, which was in South Africa, and they seem to have never stopped. A bit of a characteristic sound for our South African nation. And here comes Lilitha Mkwingwana of South Africa, who takes that buzzer
and completes this quarter-final in the PR3 mixed double sculls. Big hugs all around. A fantastic start for this inclusion event, but Great Britain progressing through. Let's see who will join GB in the semi-finals, and our next race already lining up on the start. Boats going into the water for Turkey and Australia.
Yes, and one thing you will notice with these events is that sometimes it is the same person that is running both into the boat and out of the boat, obviously, due to there being one able-bodied and then the PR3 classification as well. So a lot of the time it will be the same person you will see running down into the boat and also exiting as well. But I know last year, and we'll see Mac Russell there from Australia, so he did his run up last year to win this category. We'll see him coming up, so let's see if he does that run later on. But joining him now in the second quarterfinal, it is McIntyre Russell, so Mac Russell and Lily Triggs here now.
Yeah, Lily Triggs, great to see her here actually, fresh from the Women's 4 at the Paris 2024 Games, representing Australia at the Olympics. Now here joined in this PR3 double sculls event, joining Mac Russell, who's the classified athlete for Australia, and pushing ahead, it seems, to an initial good few strokes, but they've, you know, you can see the lumps and bumps in the water there. You can sometimes go to put your blades in, Eve, and there's not much there because you hit a sort of rut in the incoming waves.
Absolutely, and you see there just how caught off guard they were there by that marker. You know, we've been talking about how far away you should be from those, so I would say either like the full oar distance away if you want to clear it, or else you want to ride up next to the boat and hitting the rigger rather than the blade or the shaft, because that is where you will get thrown off, like we saw from Australia there. So they just got caught up a little bit, and it did slow the speed, and they got out of time a little bit. But this is the crew from Turkey there that we are watching. Dakin and Yilmaz there starting to approach their turn, but already there it is Australia around, and it does look like Turkey are going to go the wrong side of that turn.
Yeah, it does. Look at them. They have just moved to the wrong side of that buoy. What's going to happen here? They are starting to push back in the other direction. They've noticed their mistake here. And Sena Yilmaz, someone that we see across many disciplines of World Rowing competition. She's featured at the World Rowing Indoor Championships before. Certainly someone that we see many a time at the Coastal Championships as well. Joined here by Muharrem Dakin in the bow seat, and they're just starting now. They've managed to get themselves back around the correct way of that turning point, avoiding that penalty that can be pretty treacherous for the Turkey crew. However, look at this. Australia, it seems to me, Niamh, relatively unscathed through this 500 metres.
Absolutely, so much experience here. As I mentioned at the start, like Mac won this category last year, and he was so happy with his performance. And here they come heading into the beach. But we will say that Turkey, they have been drifted, but it is important that they still race till the finish, because you never know what's going to happen. Like Australia, you know, anything could happen in these late stages, so it is really important that they keep going. And it was, I think, a good decision to go back around that turn. Otherwise, you're looking at a 2-minute penalty. But Lily Triggs here is doing her run as well, so she ran down and ran up here. So great finish here by Australia. They'll have a nice time after that. And Turkey now on their way back down the course towards the beach to us.
There she is, the athlete from the University of Queensland Boat Club, and taking them home to a win in that quarter-final. Next step for them will be that semi-final. And Turkey are now back on their way towards the beach. They've just passed the furthest away slalom buoy. And there are the boat handlers just waiting until they get a little bit closer, I think, before giving them any direction. Just closely observing where they're heading.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in the time trials yesterday, Turkey were actually about 5 seconds faster than Australia. So you can just see how things change so much in these races. But that was unfortunate, just being blown off and going that wrong side of the marker buoy. Looking at that,
foot plate,
the foot plate has
it?
completely come off in that double. You can see the stroke roar there. Sena Yilmaz just rowing with one foot in one of the shoes.
that is really unfortunate there. Yilmaz is such an experienced coastal rower, Niamh. We see her, as I say, both at the long distance and at the beach sprints quite often representing Turkey, and it looks like her footplate there in the stroke seat. Each of these athletes, once they jump in, they have a set of fixed shoes in the boat that they put their feet into, and that's just come off. That full plate has just come off completely. That's a real shame for them because, as you say, they were much faster in the time trial, but good on them for continuing on, and a really unfortunate race there for the Turkey crew, and running straight over to the team. I wonder whether she's going to go and speak to the jury to see if that was an equipment failure, perhaps, for them to consider. But for now, it seems to me Russell and Triggs are our victors there in that second quarter-final.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We often see seats coming off rails. I know yesterday there was a few rails getting loose, but that's the first time I've seen the actual plate coming off or coming loose. So definitely unfortunate there for them, and I know they would have been hoping to perform a lot better than what they did. So let's see what outcome comes. But you can see here the breaker, just how much it's pushing that bow there now as they try, the boat handlers try and straighten up the boats for the next quarter-final. This time, up in quarter-final 3, we are going to have Peru and Italy. So Peru are on our left-hand side as we're looking at the start line. Italy on that right-hand side. So just a few moments away from the start. So this is where things get tense. And we can feel and hear the wind picking up here. Things are definitely getting windy up here. We're on shore. We're nice and safe here in our commentary booth. But on the water, looks like there's certainly a lot of gusts going on, which the rowers are going to, once they turn that marker buoy, will find it tricky to come up against. But look at this big sprint here from Peru. And Italy just behind, so let's see who gets away clean. Peru are already off, they have 3 strokes pulled, and then Italy go.
Yeah, here you go, Marco Frank and Adriana Noceda of Italy. We've seen Noceda before in the lightweight women's quadruple sculls back at the World Championships in 2022, so being joined now by partner Marco Frank in the Peruvian crew. Well, we've got another Adrián Rivas in the stroke seat, Claudia Rivelli in the bow seat for Peru. Peru, a nation that I know is renowned for their coastal prowess as well. Plenty of athletes that have come through that program. Oh, issues here for the Italian crew. What a shame there. That was Adriana Noceda just coming off her seat there in the stroke seat of that crew, but they're going to push back to try and get around this slalom. Very well recovered there. Great experience from Noceda.
Amazing there, yes.
Oh, she's off again. Gosh, there must be something wrong with that seat, Niamh, because that's a couple of times that's happened there for them, and now she's just rowing on the deck.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. That's the second race in a row now that we're seeing an issue. They're already at the marker buoys. We can see them going very wide here now. Italy gone very wide, but super fast turn here compared to Peru. There in the bow seat we have Marco Frank in the Italian boat. He was at the Paralympics this year, finished 6th in the PR3 mixed coxed quad, so lots of experience there as well. That was a good recovery there. Now they're off to a flyer here, but you can just see the blades aren't, because of the wind, they're getting held up a little bit by the wind. It's hard to pull full strokes there.
And also, whilst Noceda's still off her seat, I think they're going to find this really tricky, and they're doing such a good job to stay out in front. Just trying to stay. If you could imagine someone's trying to take full strokes, if you've ever been on a rowing machine, it's a bit like sitting on the rail whilst the other person sat on the sliding seat. And you can see right there, we're alongside in the drone, we can look right into that boat look, and she's sat stationary, unable to move as much as he is in the bow seat. So if they can win out this quarter-final with that technical difficulty, this would be one of the performances of this event.
Absolutely. You can just see the sheer determination in her face there when we got the close-up shot. She is not going to let this go at all. It is not slowing her down, and if that's how they can perform in this, I can't wait to see them when they have a full sliding seat later on if they make it through. But here they come to the beach here now. So after rowing there with just upper body, Ariana has to do her run here now as well, but amazing stuff from her. That shows sheer determination.
Well, at least her legs will be nice and fresh because she's not been able to use them on the sliding seat. A big smile across her face. I think quietly pleased, I'm sure, with that performance, being able to do that without the use of the sliding seat. But here come Peru. Lots of cheers from the crowd. You can hear them here starting to gather. We're right in the middle of the day here. Heat is beating down in Genoa, and a nice little run there from Peru's Adrian Rivas to conclude that third quarter final. But it will be the Italians on home waters progressing through to the semi-final. And let's see who they'll be racing. It'll be between our next quarter-final, whoever goes through. Let's have a bit of a look to see who between Latvia and the United States of America is next to go up. My apologies, Germany and the USA.
You can see here how difficult it is for the bow person to get in here. This is Team USA that we're looking at. Gary Rout there, sitting in the bow seat, ready to go. Then we have Danielle Hansen waiting at the start line to go for her sprint.
Danielle Hansen, great to see her here, a Paralympic silver medalist from Tokyo, from the Sea Forest Waterway. Big thumbs up for her. She was in the PR3 Mixed Cox 4 back a few years ago, now working for the rowing machine company Hydro, doing great work with them. So it is fantastic to see her out here representing the United States of America.
And she joined me here last week in the commentary.
Did she? Oh, yeah. I didn't know that.
Yes,
Did she have any wise words to say? Anything that you think she'll be focusing on here?
Well, she was racing herself last week in the mixed doubles, the endurance race, and I know they had an unfortunate, they thought they might get a little bit better, but you can see here just a bit of difficulty getting her feet in here, but they are off. So I know out of these two boats, USA were that little bit faster, about 15 seconds faster yesterday in the time trials against Germany. So they're off to a nice start here. Evenly matched, USA going with a better navigation route here. Germany are going to have to do a lot of work to get back on course because they have to go over the left-hand side here to get around the correct side of that marker buoy. So I'm not sure if that was an error in navigation or whether that the wind is after picking up in that direction, but earlier it was certainly the opposite direction. So Germany now have to be very careful or else they're going to get a 30-second penalty.
Oh, I think it's looking that way, in fact, here, Niamh.
Yes.
Difficult to, and once the sun's up as well, it's tough. We sat right at the start line of the course looking up towards this turning buoy, and you can see here the reflections of the sunlight on the water on our pictures too. So hard to see what's coming up ahead of you. They are now moving towards that turning point and that turning buoy. They're there. They've managed to get to the right side of it, in fact. So that is good news for Germany, but they are behind the USA currently. And Danny Hansen and Gary Rort are pressing on now. They're still heading back now towards Gary Rort, looking around to see where that beach is, get the measure, get the line up. And despite it being only 250 metres, Niamh, I don't know if you've ever done any open water swimming in your life, but if you are out on the water 250 metres away from land, that can be very difficult to point yourself in the right direction, can't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes. When you turn around that marker buoy and look around, all you're seeing is like dots on the beach. I can see like the Team USA boat handlers are wearing pink bibs and tops all day long to try and make themselves visible. But look at this from Germany. After missing that second marker buoy, they're now, after completely crossing the lane, heading for that exclusion zone, which is out of bounds due to rocks that are on the beach. But I think they've realised what is happening and they're coming straight in. So as long as they come back over into their own lane here now and don't cause an interference here, it looks like they'll be able to finish this race. But look at this from Team USA. Gary, of course, he finished second in 2022 in Wales in the men's double. Here he is in the PR3 mixed double sculls. Lovely sprint here by Gary as he makes his way to that finish line. And Germany now, after getting themselves back in line with that beach.
Germany are now hitting the beach and ready to get themselves around that flag, and that's very important here on this beach sprint. That's the one way in, that you've got that route, you have to go around that flag, which they've done nicely there. Lena Mitchelling in the bow seat, the one doing the running there alongside Sebastian Stewart for Germany. But that's their last race of this championships in this PR3 mixed double scull. And the semi-finals yet to come here in that race. But a win for the USA and into the semi-finals.
Yes, so now it's coming down to it. So we're whittling down the last 16 down to the last 8. That is the first category of the afternoon done. We're going to be moving on to other categories shortly, but just a recap of who will be heading into the semis. So we have Great Britain winning that first quarter-final. We had Australia, we had Italy, after not being able to slide on the seats, and we have USA. So they'll be the 4 crews contesting the semi-finals a little later.
And we'll wait to hear as well. I wonder whether we'll have Turkey having had that conversation with the jury after that footplate incident, that technical incident. That's up for the jury to decide how that result will fall. But it looks like we are getting ready for the semi-final, and the first semi-final, which looks like Great Britain there getting ready. We saw them go off in race number 1, and they'll be going head-to-head, we think, with Australia, and there they are. Yeah, that it is confirmed. This first AB semi-final, the winner will go through to the A final, which is the gold-silver medal race, and the second place is going through to the B final to contest for the bronze medal.
Absolutely. So you can see how much of a quick turnaround it is here for athletes. Not much time to recover. Of course, there was a few issues with boats there, so that will have to be sorted. But there are lots of pool boats, lots of boats to go around. So I'm sure they'll be all set to go. So we can see here Natasha Searson on our screens getting ready to go. We only saw her a little while ago. She probably had the most rest here now because she was in the first quarter-final. So all those little few minutes, they make such a difference when it comes to these turnarounds.
Well, it's cumulative, isn't it, Niamh? Because they'd have done the best in the preliminary time trial, so that has given them the best run through this event that they could possibly hope for. So it all comes back to that initial race. If you get a great race through the time trial, you're rewarded later on by more rest when it comes into these head-to-head races.
Absolutely, and at that it's not much at all. So here we have them gearing up. So Natasha Searson is on our left-hand side, Lily Triggs on the right. Not too much between them time-wise, just there in the quarterfinals, just about 6 seconds. GBR getting the better of Australia there, but here they are off, and nice start by both crews, but looks like Great Britain had a very quick start.
Yeah, brilliant work there from Great Britain. You can see how long their strokes are. And I think given that we've had some issues with having to shorten up, if you get hit by an unexpected wave, that can sometimes cause you to shorten up a little bit. Great Britain taking really long, strong strokes. Lots of looking around from the Australian crew, Russell and Triggs, looking from side to side, both I'm sure to see where that first slalom buoy is, but also to make sure that they understand what's going on. And lots of boat handler direction being given here for both Great Britain and Australia. This is Great Britain on screen here telling them that they need to start slaloming to get themselves the right side of this next slalom buoy.
Yeah, I think it got a little bit close there for Australia as they headed for that second marker buoy. There was a lot of shouting that we could even hear from the shoreline from the boat handlers. So they're having to go right back over to the right hand side, but it is Great Britain who are in around that turn. Bit of a wide turn here, but they're getting their bow right around now, facing towards the beach. That's really important here at this position. You can see Australia over on the left-hand side here now as I'm looking out to them, going much wider. Seem to be falling out of time slightly here now, and that's going to make a difference because that's the chance or the opportunity for the wind to pick you up and blow you off course.
Yeah, it seems like at the moment
out here now, really strong as they come towards the beach, and as soon as your blade comes out of the water, it's going to get caught up by that wind, so you don't want it in the air for too long. You want it right back in the water as quick as you can so that it's not getting caught by that wind. But great finish here, nice steady pace by Great Britain as they come to the beach. So final sprint here now for Natasha as she makes her way up, but here come Australia doing all they can here, but I think a little too late at this point.
And once again, in winning that semi-final, Searson will get the advantage of all the rest ahead of the A final. And Australia now a little bit of a pace up the beach, but they'll have a B final to contest for the bronze medal. So not over yet for Australia. This isn't a knockout. They will still get to go for that B final. But Great Britain will be guaranteed a medal in this event. That's what happens when you get down to these semi-finals. Winning it gets you medal guaranteed. Wallace and Searson will rest as much as they can, put their legs up now as they try to go for gold in this PR3 mixed double sculls event. We've got the next semi-final in just a moment, but let's speak to the winners from that first semi-final, Great Britain.
So I'm here with Natasha, out of breath Natasha, straight in after the win. Congratulations. How was the race for you?
Yeah, it was good. It was tough. Tough competition against Australia, but yeah, did well. Happy with it.
We have been noticing a slight drift across the course. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so when you kind of get past the protected bit from the headland, you get smashed by a bit of a wind, but Colin, who was steering, did really well. And the steering, both of us were checking to make sure we're on the right line, and yeah, we did it well. We're happy with it.
How awesome and how important is teamwork in this particular discipline?
Oh, it's so important. Yeah, Colin, my doubles partner, he's great, and yeah, worked together well.
Congratulations, good luck going forward, all the best. Okay, on to the next.
Well, Gemma getting us all the answers here up in the commentary. Neve and I have been wondering all morning what's going on with that drift over in lane 2, as we were suspecting there was some form of cause to play in why everyone was drifting over towards lane 1, and that answer there from Natasha Searson, the headland, there's a little bit of sort of jutting headland, a bit of a pier coming out from the beach here in Genoa, and I think that's just causing a little bit of current to flow round it and onto the course, Neve.
I think so, yeah, and it has been very obvious throughout the day. Plus now the gusts have gotten stronger. It's not like the breakers are nowhere like they were yesterday. The breakers are actually very, very small, but it's different completely to yesterday in terms of the gusts that are pushing you out away from the shoreline, which is obviously going to be very tricky on the way home back to the beach. It will serve you, if you can use it, it'll serve you on the way down the course, but we are seeing a few crews getting caught out by navigation because those gusts aren't dead straight down the course, so they are being pushed slightly sideways. So we are gearing up for the next semi-final. We are going to have Italy, who we can see on the left-hand side of our lane, and we can see a USA on the right, so Danielle Hansen there getting ready to go here for the next round. Again, these will be contesting for a place either in the A final or B final, which will be pretty much straight after these again.
Yeah, these guys in the second semi-final have a tougher job, I would say, because the next race after this will be their final, and especially if you lose this race, the B final is next on the slate, Neve. So
yeah.
Lots on the line, not only to get into that medal final, but also not to be the next race and be the most tired of the two competitors in that race. But we're getting ready to go. Italy versus the United States of America. It feels like only a few minutes since we saw them lining up for their quarter-final, but that is the nature here of this beach sprint event, fast, furious, and we're ready to get underway.
And here we go. We heard the buzzer there. The flag was dropped. And here we have Italy getting in. Nice, quick run down the beach. And it is USA, I think, who've taken their first couple of strokes there ahead of Italy. We can see the boat handlers going for a swim there with USA, giving them as big a push as they can. Big long lie back there from Danielle and Gary in Team USA. They're really trying to use that wind to their advantage, keep the body weight back at the finish here now as they head down. Lovely navigation by them, but right up alongside them, this is going to be close. It is Italy.
Yeah, Italy this time around, no issues with that seat. They're going to have to adjust, though, on that steering because they are heading the wrong side currently of the slalom buoy. The USA got a great course. Italy correcting hugely last minute. That's going to cost them some space and time as they have to now recorrect back round to the correct side around the turning point buoy. The USA have been as straight as possible, which I think as a technique, Niamh, certainly what we've seen a lot of the successful crews doing.
Absolutely. These races are so short that it literally comes down to all those tiny seconds. Where can you make them up? And obviously the better, the straighter you can keep your course and the less meters you can row, the better. But look at this from Italy, even having to correct themselves. They have gotten themselves out of that turning marker first, I would say, ahead of USA. This is going to be so close. I'm sure it's going to be coming down to a sprint. It was Gary Roth who we saw sprinting for Team USA a little while ago. Let's see if he can get to the beach first, but on the water it is neck and neck here at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely neck and neck. What can the Americans do here to stay in front? The Italians up at 42 strokes per minute, much higher here than the USA. And are those strokes per minute going to translate into boat speed? Because it's not that simple out here on the seas. Much more to do with how you time that in line with the waves, because the sea will dictate to you where the fastest water is. And here they go. Here comes the USA pushing on now. That longer, stronger stroke rate paying off for them in spades. They're about a boat length up coming into the shore.
Absolutely. And Italy, they're adding a couple of meters to themselves, going a bit far over to the right hand side. USA a much straighter line. Let's see it. Gary is out. He is running up the beach. Let's see, can Italy respond? Stroke is getting out. Gary is pretty much walking to that finish line here now. Great race on the water. But USA, I think, just with their straighter navigation, that really pushed them ahead there of Italy, who had a great race and will contest the B final shortly.
Yeah, the Italians just cantering up the beach there because they've got a B final the next race up. So they'll have a little bit of time now just to gather their breath, to reconvene. They'll have the opportunity for these boats to get back out and ready on the water, but the B final coming up shortly.
So just looking at the results there, about 10 seconds of a difference here. Now, as you said, quick turnaround. We're going to have the B final shortly, but we're going to head down to the beach, I think, for an interview with Luca and Gemma.
Gary, what an epic race, my goodness. Congratulations that you are through to the final, but wow, that was close.
Yeah, halfway past that second return buoy, my hat flew off, so I'm a little upset about that. But especially like when you're going around the turn buoy, the wind really pushes you, so you really gotta hug it close on the way back and just try to ride as many waves as you can.
And tell me how much you pay for that when it comes to that sprint at the end, because you've got to give it everything out there on the water. Do you have anything left by the time you're jumping out the boat?
Barely. I hit the ground and my legs are just trembling. And I just telling Danny as we're coming into the beach, punch it, give it everything you got. Because as you saw, we were neck and neck, and it took everything we needed.
How much training had you done for that sprint, for that last bit?
Mark, my head coach, love that man. He's the best man I know. He always pushes us. He has us doing specific sprint training for moments like that.
The hard work's paid off. Congratulations. Okay, we're getting underway again, so back to the action.
Thanks so much, Gemma. Yeah, we're back to the action, although the Italians may not want to be because they've just had that really tough race for the USA. It was so close, and they're going to be exhausted going into this B final, but they've got to rally again, find some energy from somewhere for this bronze medal race now. They'll be going up very shortly against the Australians, who we just saw get beaten by Great Britain in the first semi-final. So boats are starting to get ready. And because, you know, again, we're very cognizant of the fact that these athletes have just raced, there's a bit more time built in. You know, not lots, 7 minutes, not much of a rest, Niamh. And I think it can be all down to that training that you've done throughout the year of recovering quickly, ready for the next sprint.
Absolutely, yeah. This is like they're given a few minutes, but 7 minutes really isn't a lot between races. It's just about enough time to have a drink of water, maybe have a bit of some jellies or some sugar just to give you an extra little boost. But even at that, it's just such a quick turnaround that you really need to prepare yourself for that.
Yeah, you do. Well, let's take a look at what we had already in this afternoon's session. Here are some of the opening highlights, and there was that very fraught start for South Africa in the first of the quarterfinals, and we've gone down from 8 crews to 4 crews to now just 2 crews in the hunt for a gold medal. We'll see that in just one race time, and looking back, we've had some brilliant racing already. These A and B finals are going to be quite something.
Yeah, you can see their crews really having to adapt, missing turns, having to back up to try and get to the right side of it. And here we saw foot plate going wrong. You know, we saw seats coming off, people not being able to slide. So these last few races, really, there's been a lot of action. Things we hadn't seen this morning, I suppose, things going wrong maybe for certain athletes and certain crews, but that's the nature of the sport.
Well, it intensifies, doesn't it? Everything intensifies to this point where we've gone through the round of 16 knockouts, but here, really, when it's just you and the other kind of 8 crews around you, it does get that little bit more weighted with everything on the line, doesn't it, Niamh?
Absolutely, because when you're entering into the time trial, of course, we've been doing it processional style, so you've nobody up against you. You have no idea where you are coming. You just have to go out and row your best race. But then when it comes to these races, you know, it's head to head. You're looking at the other person next to you on the start line, and it adds all that extra drama. So we have 5 minutes to go now to the start, which will be the B final of the PR3 mixed double sculls. These are our first medal races. We have another few categories to come over the next few hours, which we can't wait. We weren't sure what was going to happen with the conditions this morning. The last few days, the timetables have had to change drastically, but we've been lucky enough that everything has gone to plan so far today, and hopefully it will stay the same.
Yes, hopefully staying the same. We've had, beautiful conditions, which has been very welcome given the forecast that we had yesterday, and the Italian weather gods certainly on our side. You can see how beautifully sunny it is, but it's not even just the sunshine or the rain or the things that you can often see and feel out here on the course, but it's the stuff that you can't see underneath the surface of the water too that we're having to keep an eye on. But that's all playing ball. But down on the beach at the moment, we've got the crews lining up for their B final down there with Gemma.
So just ahead now of the B final, we have both Australia and Italy. Lily, I'll come to you. We saw you just kind of looking quite calm, cool, collected. What is going through your mind ahead of the race? Because it's only a few minutes away.
I think that's exactly what Mac and myself are trying to embody, just staying cool within our own boats and controlling what we can control out there.
And I know that we've seen a lot of close racing out there today. It must be hard to maintain that cool mentality, especially in those moments.
I mean, yeah, it is, but I think that just boils down to us just trying to stick to our race plan as well. And the more that we can replicate that, the more that it's going to translate to doing what we want to do.
Absolutely. And how much thought have you given to potential lane choices, the current conditions at the moment?
A bit, but, you know, it's hard, again, to see what happens with other crews being faster and the different conditions, so we'll just see what happens there.
Final question. How much are you paying attention to your opponent during racing?
Here and there, I feel like there's so much going on that you really have to stay within your own lane and just, you know, the boys out there in the water itself. Like,
3 minutes.
You have to be aware, but you have to be very internal as well.
Well, all the best of luck, and good luck trying to maintain that calmness out there on the water. I don't know if we can do the same here on shore. Luca.
3 minuti alla partenza, in realtà anche molto meno, un inizio un po' sfortunato, la perdita del carrello, ora però ci siamo per una medaglia di bronzo. Cosa ti aspetti?
Non mi aspetto nulla, ci proviamo e vediamo come va.
Well, she's not really expecting much, but let's see how it goes. Prima di iniziare però sicuramente un po' di gesti scaramantici. Come imposterai la tua gara oggi?
Cerco di correre più veloce che posso e tirare più che posso.
Well, we've got a little secret here from the Italian combination. They really are going to try to run fast as possible to start as early as possible. So, Australia, get ready.
Thank you so much, Gemma and Luca, and great to hear from our B finalists out there on the water. And look at this scene we've got here. We've mentioned a couple of times, we're in one of the busiest shipping ports in Europe here. Genoa was one of the big centres of trade back through the middle of the century. And so it continues to be a thriving port here on the Italian coast. And it seems like it, Niamh. It makes some great shots for our photographers too.
Amazing. And I've heard that in each of these ships that we're seeing coming in and out, there's a lot of fans on there of beach sprints that are getting a prime view of the racing course. So we welcome them. We hope to see them down here supporting our athletes. And I'm sure we'll be feeling the effects of that wash on the beach here now in a few minutes. But yes, gearing up for the first medal race of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. We have the B finals, so these crews contesting that all-important bronze medal.
Well, it's, certainly the ships aren't paid actors from our perspective. They're not coming in to cause more drama, but it certainly will make for great waves here in these B and A finals in just a few moments' time. And as you mentioned, Niamh, the first medal on the line for today here in this inclusion race. Australia going up here against the Italians. And who's your money on, for having seen the races that we've just seen in the semis?
Having seen the race, I would say Italy, of course. The strokes person had come off the seat in the earlier round, having to row with just upper body. So I'll be glued to the screen here now to see how she performs here. That is Arianna Nozida, to see how she does when she has, you know, the full strokes and full use of that sliding seat. Again, of course, lots of experience with her in the bow seat, Marco Frank. So we can see the boats are in the water, ready to go. Bow person is sitting in, ready to go. Boat handlers are holding the boats in position, and those rowers are on their way down. Big sprint here from Lily Triggs of Australia. They know there is only one medal up for grabs in this race. Australia are in first, but it is Italy who have taken the first few strokes.
Oh, I had a bit of a worry there for Noceda of Italy. Her seat was still a little bit temperamental in those first few strokes, but it seems to have subsided. And perhaps your prediction here is starting to come to fruition, Niamh, as they poke their nose out in front as they get to that first slalom buoy. A nose ahead of the Australians, but yeah, look, the Italians have had the most recent race here, and it's going to be really tricky for them in the second part of the course when they're coming in against those conditions. Hard to keep this up.
Yes, and Australia, we saw it in the last race, just like going to the correct side of that middle buoy just at the right time. But if you look out here, we can see that wash that's coming off, and those boats are right now going through that wash from the big ship that we saw. Look at the up and down here from the boat. So that is throwing.
Oh, and you can see what that's done there to the Australians, and I think that that was the seat off there for them, because for Mac Russell, because of that wash, because of that bumpy wash from the boat.
This is the problem with coastal rowing, or not the problem, but it's one of the elements that people have to go to. And Australia now having to back up. That was so unfortunate. They just got cut off at the wrong time by that wash from the ship. It has thrown them the incorrect side of that marker buoy.
Well, that was a bit of a sequence of events, wasn't it? It was they were off the seat, trying to keep pushing forward and keep pushing on, but sometimes by not stopping and gathering yourself and keeping moving forward, perhaps in the wrong direction, it can cause issues. And that's exactly what's happened for the Aussies. They've had to back it up to go the right way around that turning point, leaving the Italians with clear water. They're not under pressure. They can just focus on themselves out in front, and that lack of pressure means that you are less tended to go for, well, to go for those riskier things and ultimately make less mistakes.
Yes, but as we can see, as I can see here, at the wash from that boat is right in front of the bow of Italy now. So let's see if they use it. Let's see if it comes against them. Right now they're down on the trough. They have another wave to catch here if they want.
Oh,
but this is where things get interesting. They are going to be thrown sideways if they're not careful.
Oh, well done, Niamh. Well caught, but they've managed to adjust. They stopped at the right time. They held it up to move in towards the beach. And that surge from the wave, you can just see how quickly it propels them. They did that beautifully. How well read was that by the Italians? Amazing stuff from them.
Amazing, and we can hear the support here from the grandstand for the home crew from Italy. It is Arianna Nazida running up the beach to take the bronze medal with Marco Frank.
Wonderful. An Italian medal on Italian soil. The Australians, well, I think it all started to go wrong after they hit that wave unexpectedly that just caused that seat issue. But Lily Triggs will power up the beach regardless to a 4th place finish here in this PR3 mixed double scull. And the last race for them here this weekend in Genoa. But brilliant nonetheless. And the Italians will certainly be pleased with that victory here in the PR3 mixed double sculls.
Absolutely. Unfortunate there for Mac Russell of Australia, winning gold medal last year at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. 4th position this year, but that is what happens because all of these categories are just getting stacked with more and more rowers as it gets more popular and more widespread. So I'm sure he's going to be a little disappointed, but well done there to Australia. A lot to contend with there on the course.
And look, learnings, you know, they will certainly take learnings from this into future beach sprint finals. We are on the very, very start of our journey. Just 5 years ago was the first ever World Rowing event here for the World Beach Sprint Finals in Shenzhen, China. And look at where we are now.
I know, and you were at that. How does that compare to the finals here now this weekend?
Oh, it's just so different, Niamh. I think, you know, there are a lot more well, there's a lot more beach and coastal specific rowers that have only done coastal rowing and specialising in that from the off. Back in Shenzhen, it was a lot of flat water rowers that were giving it a go. I'd say we were far more weighted towards flat water rowers who were trying to transition to beach sprint rowing. And now we've got people who are starting out doing beach sprint rowing or coastal rowing and finding beach sprints through either the long distance or going down to their local clubs and finding a development pathway, which, you know, again, that's only going to grow. That base of the pyramid of grassroots athletes is only going to get bigger and bigger with the introduction of this to the LA Games. That we only found that out earlier this year. How awesome is that? In 4 years' time, we will be on Long Beach in Los Angeles welcoming beach sprint rowing to the Olympic Games. But this is the para inclusion event. This is the PR3 mixed double sculls, so not an event at the Paralympics just yet, but here in Genoa it is the gold medal match between the United States of America and Great Britain.
Yes, absolutely. Crews are gearing up here now. Just a few minutes to go to the start of this final. As you said, USA versus Great Britain. They've been so strong, both of them, in the earlier rounds. We just saw them in the quarters and the semi-finals, and incredible performances by both crews. Really strong technique-wise, well able to navigate the course, which is so important, where every little second counts in this race. So let's see, the tension is building here at the start line. It is the gold medal race. One of these crews will be up on the podium collecting their gold medals later on. The other will be collecting the silver. Who is it going to go to, Camilla? Who's your money on?
Oh, well, look, I think if I wasn't going to say Great Britain here, winners of the preliminary race, and also on board, I'm delighted to be told, Colin Wallace, who's sat in the boat at the moment, son of my commentary colleague back home, Carol Wallace, who I know is tuning in. So hi, Carol. Great for you to be listening, but I'm sure much anticipation as to how Colin and Natasha will get on here in this final against Paralympic silver medalist Danny Hansen for the USA in that stroke seat. She's lining up there on the sprint start on the beach, and she's got to jump in with Gary Rort, who, as you've said already, Niamh, has got tons of experience here in getting across that buzzer first. We're under Stars' orders, and we're ready to go with the final. So I think that is a false start. The multiple buzzers there, you can tell the tension's rising, can't you, Niamh? Because those little movements perhaps just causing a little bit of
mistakes to be made.
Yes, and you don't want to go for another false start here. One is plenty to be doing here, so they're gearing up again. Maybe that calmed the nerves, maybe it built it. Also, we're seeing Great Britain got that false start, so that'll be a yellow card for them. So they don't want to get a second one here. So here they are being a bit more conservative maybe, and off they go, and it is Great Britain. Looks like they're into the water first. Let's see who gets into the boat first. Very even, but Team USA got a nice push there, just being thrown off by the boat handlers slightly. Great Britain getting out of time, so it is very even at the moment.
Yeah, just noticed there, Great Britain a little bit of trouble getting onto the seat for Natasha Searson in the stroke seat. She just had to take a moment before she could start rowing to get herself well onto that seat, because we've seen that can have repercussions later down the line if they don't handle that properly in those first few strokes. But the USA out in front at the moment. They've navigated that first turning point, and we said during their semi-final their tactic of staying as close to the slalom boys as possible during as straight a line whilst weaving has really put them in good stead so far.
Absolutely, yeah, we saw the best navigating out of both of these crews. It's been super and so tight, and doing as little meters as they can. Very even here now. Looks like Great Britain maybe have the edge over USA at the moment, but both boats now heading to that turning buoy. So a very nice turn here by Great Britain. They're on the left hand side of the screen as we look at them. They're having to make sure that they pull those extra few strokes to get their bow right around. USA seem to be stuck there for a split second. That has allowed Great Britain to kind of open up the lead here now as they head towards the beach.
Oh, and you can see here that it's such a short race, but still that both gives challenge and opportunity. One wrong stroke can make a big impact, but also it is so short that the turnaround can be so quick. If you are behind, you still have opportunity to catch up. Here are the boat handlers here for the United States of America, telling them to go straight in towards the beach, both hands in the air, which means keep going the way you are. They've got about 2 lengths to make up here on Great Britain if they want to be in the running for this gold medal. Can GB find the surge of the waves? Last 10 strokes into the beach.
Yes, Great Britain are doing amazing things here, staying really strong, staying up tall at the finish compared to US, who are doing a big lie back here, trying to use power and force here. But Great Britain have a beautiful line into the beach. They're going to hit it first. As long as they get it nice and clean, it's going to be Natasha who will be jumping out here now. Little stumble, she's over the oar, and here she comes. Gold medal up for grabs. It is going to be Great Britain, Natasha Searson, Colin Wallace taking that first gold medal of the finals.
Oh, Great Britain, the exhaustion that it took to win that gold medal is evident as they slump on the sand, and the United States, a tap of the buzzer there for Gary Rort with his heel, and now's the time to celebrate for GB, now that they know that USA are across the line. And the boat handlers having to prop up Colin Wallace there. You can see the effort it's taken, but there are our gold medalists in this new inclusion event, the PR3 mixed double sculls.
Oh, to see the celebrations down there at Team GB down at the boat. Oh, this is amazing. You can see Natasha there and Colin, big hugs all around. This is incredible. To win a gold medal at a World Rowing Finals is just amazing.
And look, I think that this event, as we've said, just a PR3 category available here this weekend, but who knows, in the future we might see even more available boat types, just the double, and as it stands at the moment in 2024. But a great start here for this event.
But also we have to say well done, USA, of course, winning a silver medal. They may have lost to that race, but that means they're still a silver medalist here in this A final in the PR3 mixed double sculls. So I'm sure Gary and Danielle will be very happy with that. We'll be seeing them up on the podium later on, but we're going to head down to the beach for an interview with the winners.
PR3 mixed doubles gold medalists. How does that sound?
Amazing.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Yeah.
Talk us through your journey to get here. How did you guys come together, and how's this pathway been?
Well, we met at trials, and we've been, Colin's up in the north of Scotland and I'm down in Jersey, so we've been, which is in the Channel Islands, north of France, and yeah, it's been good. We've been doing some training together, and Yeah, it's been awesome.
Brief, right enough. 5 weeks or something, 6 weeks.
I was going to say, when you say that geographical distance, how much training? But clearly what you've been doing has worked. What aspects were you focusing on to get the best out of your performance here today?
The technical parts. We had a week in Jersey before we came out with Sam and Laura and Doc, our coach, and focusing on the turns, the starts, the exits. And the big thing that I think we did well is dealing with whatever's thrown at you. Conditions, waves, hitting a buoy, not quite getting the turn, whatever lane you're in, just being able to roll with the punches.
Absolutely, it's all about adaptability. And I've got to say, we heard the reaction from the crowd and no doubt your supporters. So what does it mean, not just to both of you, but your team here, that you've come away with the gold medal?
Oh, it's amazing. So happy, and thank you everyone for supporting, and British Rowing as well for helping support us. And yeah, it's been awesome.
Oh, yeah, exactly that. Thank you very much, everyone, fellow competitors. World Rowing for putting it on, British Rowing for getting us out here.
Yeah, big round of applause there. And also, just finally, to drill into the details, you know, you came back from a little bit of a tough start. There was a bit of a tense, a full start at the start there. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, I was just so nervous that I went on the heard the attention and then like almost fell forward and slipped, so I made sure. Second time I was like, right, steady on. And then on the entry as well, I fell off my seat, but we adapted, we overcame, and yeah.
Just excited to get it done, weren't you?
Exactly.
Do you know what? It's good to hear that you're human and that actually it is hard to stay calm and collected in a final. Look, huge congratulations once again, and go and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, well that is our first pair of gold medalists of the entire competition, and we've got more to come, so stay tuned.
Wow, so first gold medalist, as we heard there from Gemma, the PR3 mixed double sculls. A great finish there for Great Britain, who had a bit of a bumpy morning. You know, they got knocked out in a few of the other categories where I think they were planning on being quite strong, but not the PR3 mixed double sculls performing as per their time trial result, and a victory here in Italy. But we've got even more A finals coming up. The crowds are rolling in. You can see them enjoying the tunes from our DJ here out on the beach. It's a beautiful day, which I think helps draw the crowds in, and we are gearing up for the quarterfinals of the under-19, the junior women's solos. And Niamh, we saw them this morning, the men's solos, my apologies. We saw them this morning in their round of 16. What do we think we are expecting from this next round of competition?
Yes, we saw some really exciting races this morning. We were a little concerned that there was going to be a big swell come in, but that didn't happen, thankfully, and it was pretty calm, I would say, this morning, but some super exciting racing. For instance, we had the reigning champion from last year, Italy, who we'll see gearing up again later on, but some great races to look forward to. Of course, we'll have 4 quarterfinals and then a quick turnaround again between the semi-finals, the B final, and then the A finals. So these rowers have had a couple of hours to rest up. I'm sure they've gotten out of the sun. You know, that's the coaches and the team managers are going to be directing them to get you know, food into them, water, get out of the sun. But here we go, the start list for the Coastal Junior Men's Solo quarterfinals. So first up, it will be Germany versus New Zealand.
So you can see what we've got to look forward to. 8 athletes remaining in this event, down from the 16 that we had in this morning's opening knockout rounds. And can't see many athletes gathering yet in the sort of start pen. You can see our start pen area where the different rounds of athletes line up. Germany and New Zealand, like you say, kicking us off here with these quarterfinals. And I guess, you know, under 19s, Niamh, the categories for juniors in the coastals have been sort of booming and growing with every single year that goes by. And actually, you know, remembering back to our first ever event in Shenzhen in 2019, we didn't have any junior events. So this has only been sort of since 2021, since Oeiras in Portugal, that we've had
any junior contention whatsoever, and they're very big categories now.
They absolutely are. And the thing is, like, a lot of these are kind of 17, 18-year-olds. So no doubt, like, with 4 years added experience to these, you might be seeing some of these gearing up for LA, you know, the Olympics in 2028. I'm sure a lot of them have their sights set on that already. You know, they're a perfect age to get into it, and, you know, they could have multiple Olympics ahead of them in this discipline of the sport. So I think it's really good to see them get in at this age. Like, we had the youngest competitor, 15 years old, Cyprus earlier. I don't think they're in the next round, but to see them coming in so young, and you know, they're just only going to be getting better and better. And by the time, you know, 4 years' time, I'm sure we'll be seeing many of these names in LA.
Yeah, I think you're right, Niamh. It's 4 years. It's a long time still. And so some of these sort of, you know, 17, 18-year-olds will be in their early 20s and very much on the pathway, starting early to try and get that selection. But we're now ready to go. The Germans are getting their boats into the water there for Ben-Louis Henke, who is representing here, going up against Kobe Good, and getting our brain back into solos here, where of course the boat gets held for them in the water. No one's sat there waiting for them. It's all on them in these solos. Very intense and a lot to think about. Just you in control of all those factors and that decision making when it comes to your race. So lots of weight on the shoulders of these youngsters going up, and last minute preparations there for Henke, just brushing off the bits of shrapnel on his heels, getting fired up, and laser focus from Kobe Good of New Zealand.
So here we go, tense few moments. Both athletes staying quite upright compared to some of the earlier ones that we saw who were right down on the beach. But here we're seeing New Zealand getting in. Nice start. They're in. It does look like Germany got off quicker. Like their boat handlers had that boat push out still while he was getting himself set up. That gave him a little bit of advantage. But definitely the first few strokes were pulled there by New Zealand. Now seeing the gusts, they had kind of calmed down for the last race. Picking up here now again. So they could use these roars if they have the knowledge. They'll be able to use those gusts here now to push them down towards that turning marker. But very even here in the first quarter final. New Zealand versus Germany. At the moment, I would say maybe advantage to Germany ever so slightly, but things are going to change, I'm sure.
Well, we can see the boat handlers there letting Kobe Good know that he needs to start making that move around the buoys, around those slaloms, which only takes place on the way out. On the way back, just that one straight line in towards the beach. If you're just joining us now for the first time for these quarterfinals in the junior men's solos, it's a slalom out. It is round that final turning point where they are now, and then that 250 meters straight dash in towards the beach. Henke hits the turning point first, but wow, those are some strong strokes there from Kobe Good, who is just absolutely pivoting that boat round with huge long sweeping strokes for New Zealand, and it's caught him right back up into this race.
Absolutely, but he is gone well over into the middle of the course, if not over towards Germany's lane. He's still in the correct side, we'll say, but he is adding a bit of distance to himself here now, and you don't want to be having to row more than the 250 meters here now, because all of those meters really add up. So even, stroke for stroke. Just about Germany, I would say, have their bow ahead of New Zealand. They're looking over at each other here.
We heard David Hussey say earlier, once you get into the quarter-final stages, especially in the solos, nothing much to choose between these athletes, and this could all come down to one wrong footing on the beach, one misstep up towards that finish line. As we saw in the quads earlier, that exit is just completely and utterly crucial here. It's Henke for Germany on your screens right now. Can he smash this exit? He rolls out almost a commando roll onto the beach. He'll go round the flag first. He has got enough in hand here to get to that buzzer and get himself into the semi-finals representing Germany. The New Zealander, unfortunately, no more racing for him after this quarter-final stage, but great sportsmanship all round. But what a brilliant performance there from Ben-Louis Henke.
That was brilliant. Both of them took the same sort of exit out of the boat, slightly tumbling onto their knees, but it didn't throw them out too much. But that's the problem with the solos. You have to time it. Your boat handlers are going to be shouting at you, directing you. But as we saw in the quads earlier, you know, the person in the bow can take their time, stop a few strokes short of that beach so that they can look around and time their exit. Whereas in the solos, it's all down to you. So you're having to keep rowing. You're also having to look to make sure you time it well. And if it doesn't, it can go wrong, as we saw in a few races earlier this morning. But congratulations there. Germany making their way to the semi-finals.
Well, don't go anywhere, because we are about to start the next of our quarter-finals, and we've got yet another great matchup ready. Zayed Morsi of Egypt and Lucio Fugazzotto of Italy preparing to start and try not to get eliminated and sent home, as that is the fate of second place here. This is the last time that is the case. You know, through the semi-finals, you've still got the B final there on the cards, but here in the quarter-finals, the alternative to winning is an exit from competition.
Yeah, and I'm sure Lucio Fugazzotto, as we saw on screen there, does not want to be eliminated. Reigning champion of this category from last year's finals in Barletta in Italy. Here he is up against Zayed Morsi of Egypt. We saw him rowing in the junior men's solo this morning, and we also saw him coxing the quad as well. So multiple races already under his belt today. Well used to the course, so let's see if that does him any advantage as he goes up against the reigning world champion.
Explosive warm-up there from Fugazzotto of Italy. Lots of little squat jumps, and essentially that is what this power sport is, Niamh. It's just a sort of consecutive, you know, 50-odd squat jumps strung together.
Absolutely, it really is, and that's it. You know, it's all about the power in the legs here now, and they have it in spades here now. So good, even match into the boats here now. Let's see. It looks like it is Italy who got the push off and the first few strokes pulled ahead of Egypt now.
Yeah, great start there for the Italian, and we'd expect it from the reigning champion. And that stroke rate is through the roof, Niamh. I'd love to get a reading on that, because much like we see from the Italians across the board, stroke rating is often their friend, and that has got him well clear. We rarely see clear water in these early stages, but my word, have we got it here from Lucio Fugazzotto of Italy.
Yes, I think he took his sprint right up to that first marker. That was his point where he started to settle a little bit. But that was a really good approach to take. He knew he had to get out here. Even if he is reigning champion, you know, you still have to race it like it is your final race, because nothing is guaranteed here. Egypt just getting cut up slightly on that second marker didn't slow them down too much. And in fact, Egypt, I think, have pulled right up back into this race. But going into that marker buoy, it does look like it will be Italy ever so slightly ahead here now of Egypt. But both crews now, look at the turn from Egypt hugging that buoy.
You called it right, Niamh. The race is always right up until that final footstep towards the buzzer, because here comes the brilliant power of Zayed Morsi of Egypt, who has come rocketing back into this race. And look at the strength here. That high stroke rating for the Italian off the start might be starting to pay now, because if you measure using those slalom buoys, it's actually Egypt in front.
It absolutely is. His turn was impeccable. Best turn we've seen so far today. He was clung to that buoy. That is the difference now. He was paying attention to the races before him, and he knew what he had to do. But Lucio is coming back with every stroke. He has upped his rate. Here he comes. It is not all over yet. This is going to come down to the sprint. Egypt with a massive lie back, trying to get to the beach first. But look at Italy coming.
Oh, this is going to be bow ball for bow ball coming in towards the beach. Each of the boat handlers look racked with nerves as they start to move towards the swell, towards the wash. Italy will hit first just, but can the Egyptians start coming back? About 20 footsteps left to go. Italy just a nose in front. It's going to come right down to the buzzer, and a leap from Lucio sees him hit that buzzer. Like minute second
seconds ahead of Egypt. That was absolutely tooth and nail to the line, but I think the home favourite and the reigning world champion, Lucia Fugazzotto, will be the one making it through. Let's watch that back, but amazing. There it is, a hit buzzer from the Italian. What a great shot here from above our finish line. The Egyptian distraught at missing out by the narrowest of margins.
Oh, what a race. This is what we love about this sport. It comes down to the wire here. It comes down to that final sprint. What an amazing race. And I love watching the beach and that sprint where they're both looking at each other as they head off the beach. Those two rowers, so exact. They were so equally matched, and they were just looking over at each other, trying to make eye contact, trying to throw the other one off. But congratulations there to Italy, making their way to the semi-finals.
Wow, I'm sure he won't be hoping for a similar race in his semi-final, because you can only whip so many of those out of your back pocket in any given championships. But that will have taken every ounce of strength there, and you can see that needing aid to get off the course, the Egyptian here, Zayed Morsi, because, I mean, like we were saying, Niamh, you gave it a go sprinting up that beach, but even a couple of footsteps, even without having rowed 500 metres against the wind, against the current, was pretty challenging.
It absolutely was. I had to do a few sprints myself there earlier before we started, and yeah, I'm not going to lie, it was very, very hard, particularly with the stones that we have on the beach here. It wasn't difficult to have rowed that sort of powerful race where you could not let up for any stroke, and then to get out of your boat and try to get your legs into that running motion is so difficult. So yes, this is taking a lot out of these rowers. So now Italy, Lucio will have to go and recover, because there'll be a quick turnaround for his semi-final a little later.
Well, catch your breath, everyone. We're back with the next quarter-final in this under-19, this junior men's event, and it's, well, once again, battle of the borders, Spain versus Portugal, and we've got Ignacio Ramon Borja Garcia going for Spain, Thomas Neves going for Portugal.
Yeah, this is going to be a super battle. Just 3 seconds separating them earlier on in the last 16 rounds, the knockout rounds. So this is going to be close. Both rowers now in to their boat. It is Spain who've taken that first stroke ahead. Really big push from their boat handlers, and that can make such a difference. It can either throw you off or it can be a huge advantage. In this case, it was an advantage.
Yeah, that advantage, although Spain there just missing a couple of strokes. Ramon Borja Garcia just washing out through the waves, because as we've already said, kind of placing your blades in the moving swell can be a bit of pot luck. Lots of waving going on from the boat handlers saying you're doing a good job here, get yourself straight. Maybe a little bit of a move there for Portugal, having to sort of shuffle round those slalom boys. But in this mega matchup of the Mediterranean, a little look across there for Spain to see that they are dead level through that second slalom boy.
Absolutely dead level. This is going to come down to the marker here again, the turning marker, who can get around it. We saw Egypt make up a lot of ground in the last quarter-final here. Let's see, they're going to hit it pretty much side by side. It is Spain just getting in ahead. That expert turn that we always see from the Spanish crews, amazing. Portugal right behind them. It is Spain taking their first stroke out of it. They are straight. Portugal are heading over to the left. Are they getting caught up by that crosswind?
Oh, well, do you know what I just saw there, Niamh? You talk about the expert turn from the Spanish, and Ramon Borja Garcia had overcorrected absolutely stunningly, almost pointing in towards Portugal's lane, but he knows that wind and that cross stream is going to start to push him back even into his own lane, which it's starting to do now. He's just going to have to be careful that it's not going to do it too much as he drifts over towards those buoys that signify the out of bounds area. He's got about a length in hand here coming towards halfway.
What a race. It is definitely Spain, but Spain have even gone over right up against those exclusion buoys. We do not want to go into that area. That means he will have a little bit of an extra run to do, but I can see the boat handlers shouting at him here now. He is shortened up his stroke. He is going as fast as he can here. Little bit of a swell here that he's trying to use, but Portugal have come right into it here. Let's see what happens on these exits. It is Spain hitting that beach first, followed by Portugal. Spain are out. That is the tumble that I was waiting for. Portugal are out. Oh, Portugal are coming.
Yeah, Spain just a little bit further away there from the line, and Portugal are going to surge through to take the win in a dramatic overturn of events. The Spain beaching was just too far out from the finishing area, gave him that bit further to run, Ramon Borja Garcia, and that cost him the race. Oh, what an absolutely devastating turn of events there for Spain. And he was judging it so well, and it just goes to show you, Niamh, in the solo, when it's all down to you, all that steering, that just really cost him there. Those last few strokes, he's drifted out, further out than the finish area, and just gave him that bit longer to run than Portugal.
Absolutely, it really did, and that was what lost him the race there. He had been doing so well, got to the beach first, but because he had that extra bit to run there, it was Portugal who just got out, saw the advantage they had, and just went for it. I think there's such a psychological component to this, because obviously on the water Portugal were behind, but he did not give up at all. He was out of that boat, and his knees were high. He was pumping those knees to get out ahead of Spain, and that is what he did, and booked himself into the semis.
Well, we're going to see a bit of a replay here, and there was Portugal leaping in from nowhere almost, but absolutely expertly guided in towards the finish zone. And Niamh, I think a lot of people ask, who are new to beach sprints, and even when we were sort of developing this sport, what's the more important element, right? Like, the beach seems such a short component, that run at both ends, compared to the row. But actually, in a lot of circumstances, that exit beach run or start beach run and entry into the boat, I think has a huge part to play. More so, I think, it's far more likely than people missing the slalom boys out there on the course.
Absolutely, and we saw it catch people out already today. New Zealand in the quad tumbling on the beach and lost them, I would say, a place in the last 8. So it really, that beach, that run, even though like when the tide is in, sometimes it might be as short as 10 meters, it makes all the difference, because if you fall, if you trip, if anything happens, if you miss a flag, that is game over for you. So the running is such a big part of this. You can't just be a good rower, you have to be a runner as well here, good sprinter. So next up, final quarter-final, it is Australia on our left here, China on our right. I'm looking forward to this. China with their navigation earlier was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was spot on, wasn't it, Niamh? And I think this is going to be battle of the techniques, as we've just seen coming into the races that are separated by centimetres. Great entry there from China and from Australia. It is, we're getting to the point now where all of these athletes are so skilled, so well drilled at those entries and exits. But it's pretty level coming in towards that first slalom boy, perhaps China just reaching it first.
Yes, absolutely. Great even navigation here, though, by both of them. Australia, I would say, with a bit of a faster stroke rate. China just taking their time on the recovery up the seat. Oscar there, Shiel Gamborg of Australia, he would know that he'd have to go all the way in this race. He was about 7 seconds slower than China in the earlier round here this morning in the final 16. So he is well prepared, that he knows he has to race it right up to that turning point and all the way back in, and that's exactly what he is doing. So at the moment they're heading for that turn. To my eye here, looks like Australia just ever so slightly ahead of China. Australia going in very tight to this turning boy here, but it is so evenly matched.
Yeah, China have executed that perfectly, but Australia, as you say, Niamh, with all the running to do here, knowing that they were going in with a deficit, Oscar Shiel Gamborg is the one on the back foot from the round of 16, knowing that China's Yang Yuqi has done a brilliant turn and is actually very tight now to that buoy line coming back.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, Australia, I think, went wide on their recovery out of that buoy, and they're gone right into the middle of the lane. They're starting to correct themselves now, because if they were watching the last quarter-final, they know that they want to make their run as short as possible. So you want to land on the beach right down from the flag that you're going to have to run around. You do not want to add extra meters on the beach either, or the water. But as they pass that final marker, it is definitely China from Australia, but anything can happen in these last few stages.
Yeah, like we just saw. Anything can happen in this final 30 seconds or so, but China look calm and collected. Yang Yuqi here is not flustered whatsoever in these final few strokes. No ounce that was beautiful in terms of exit there from the Chinese athlete. Absolutely stunning. He will reach that buzzer, I think, just ahead of Australia, tighter perhaps than maybe we thought, and you can see the effort despite the coolness in his face, all happening underneath the surface there for China, and a brilliant win to see China through to the semi-finals of this junior event.
That was a nice exit, which we haven't seen too many of these sort of exits from the solo boat. So he stopped rowing. He probably could have pulled an extra 2 strokes, but he stopped and actually hopped out. Now, with the slope that we have on this beach, you have to be very careful that you don't jump in too early, because you'll be up to your shoulders before you know it. But he perfectly timed that, even though he was probably up to his knees when he jumped in. Everyone else are kind of waiting until they're right up on to the beach, so it's only their ankles are in, but that worked out well for him.
Yeah, and you know what, Niamh, if you've been with us all day, you'll have watched some of the bigger boats coming in where they've got another person, at least one more person in the boat to stabilize it for them. Those blades, those oars on the water act almost like stabilizers, so that the runner can just hop up and jump out, or at least that's the plan anyway. But there are the results from this morning's quarter-finals. We've got Germany and Italy going up in the semi-final next round, and then it will be Portugal and then China in the second semi-final. And we are lucky enough to be joined by the reigning world champion from Italy, who had one tight race. He's down there on the beach with Luca and Gemma.
And here on the beach, we've got the magic Italian Scala. He did a magic race and qualified. So, Lucio, what an amazing race for you.
Yeah, it was a pretty close race. I can see that I didn't push it.
So, Egypt were really, really close to you. How did you manage to win?
After the turning bow, I started to go up with the rate and push as hard as possible. I had a problem arriving to the beach where the bow stuck into the beach, but I managed to roll and run.
Gemma, he was excellent.
Absolutely fantastic. And of course, next is the semi-finals. You'll be facing Germany's Ben Henke. What is he like as an opponent?
I don't know, I haven't seen him, but if he arrived here, he's strong, and I'm not going easy on him.
Okay, so it's going to be a tough competition. We can look forward to some more tight racing, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. We're going to let you catch your breath because racing is imminent. But congratulations on making it through, and we can't wait to see what you've got in the locker.
Thank you.
Thank
Buona
you.
fortuna. In bocca al lupo.
Viva.
Oh, great to hear there from the reigning world champion. He did not have it easy there in the quarterfinals, so can't wait to see him up now against Germany in the next race, which is the first of our semi-finals. We'll then, of course, have the second one, which is going to be Portugal versus China. But this is a very important race for Lucio, home waters, reigning world champion. Do you think that's adding a little bit of pressure?
Do you know what? A bit of pressure, but also, Niamh, I think that when you are off the back of a race like that, there's maybe just a doubt in your mind where it's not quite gone to plan, that might happen again. You know, it just sort of opens up the door for that little bit of hope, maybe for Henke here from Germany, but also planting that seed that things can go wrong here for the Italian. But he seemed pretty confident there in that interview with Gemma and Luca, and said that he's not going to go easy here whatsoever, not saving anything for the gold medal match, because that is what lies at the end of this race. Victory here sees you progress through to a guaranteed medal in this junior men's solo event. Boats are in the water, which means we're just a minute or so away from this race.
Yeah, I think in this sport, it's so important to nearly forget about your last race. Don't even think about the one to come, if there is one to come. Of course, there will be for these rowers, whether it's a B or an A final. But you really just have to, because it's so short, you just have to get in the zone. Forget about everything that has happened. Of course, you've learned from earlier races, but again, conditions are never the same when you get out there. You know, your entry into the boat is going to be different, your exit. So you really just have to focus on those 2.5 minutes that are lying in front of you here.
Yeah, and a couple of minutes is all that separates them from a guaranteed medal. And
We're about to get underway. Italian support will be high here for Lucio Fugazzotto of Italy. A great entry for both, and the German will get away nice and cleanly alongside the Italian.
Yes, we're seeing Lucio with that flying rate again. Let's see if he drops. He's already actually, after dropping it here now, he probably doesn't have as much of a bite in him as he would have the last few rounds. So concentrating on that lower rate and just concentrating on power. Just got caught up there with his blade slightly on the marker. Didn't slow him too much, but Germany here right up with him.
Yeah, and we just look at the data that we're getting from the GPS out there attached to the boats. The German at a higher stroke rating and a higher speed currently. So despite a quicker start from the Italian, this race rating that the German is exhibiting here through that second slalom buoy is starting to give him the lead.
Yes, absolutely. I think when you're up against a reigning world champion, you know you just have to leave it all out there, and that's exactly what Ben Henke is doing. He is into that turn ahead of Italy. Let's see. He is doing it brilliantly. A bit of a push
look
here.
At this turn from the Italian, though. He said that in his interview, though, didn't he? That the turn was where he started to turn the screw, really, start to up the rate. He said this second leg back in was where he really started to push. Let's see if he can replicate the same here again in the semi-final.
He clearly has worked with these sort of wins before. That was incredible. That was definitely, I thought the last race was the closest hugging to the buoy, but this certainly from Lucio, that was a brilliant turn here. Now he's got himself back into the race, but Germany still leading it out here now. They're passing that middle marker. Germany seems to be going into the middle of the course here now. That is going to add meters to them on the run if he stays on course. Lucio staying much tighter to his course.
Yeah, we can see from the previous races that where you land on the beach can either add meters on or take meters off. What's going to happen here between Germany and Italy? Look at this final sprint from the Italian, eating up the centimeters into Germany, spurred on by the Italian fans. They're drawing level into the beach.
Oh, this is incredible. The surge there, Lucio using any little bit of swell here, but it looks like it's going to be the German bow that is hitting that beach first, but it's going to come down to this exit and sprint. Germany are out there, boat handlers just getting in the way, Lucio just tumbling. It is Germany from Italy. Lucio doing all he can here now, but Ben Henke is celebrating, having beaten the reigning world champion here of the Coastal Junior Men's Solo to book himself a spot in the A final.
Wow, what a performance from Henke of Germany, and confident enough to celebrate before the buzzer. That could have gone horribly wrong for him, but the junior men's solo sculler from Germany, Ben-Louis Henke, had that confidence to celebrate and beat out the reigning world champion. What a feeling that must be, and we're getting some really close races now in this event, and I can't wait for this second semi-final.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Lucio will see him in the B final just shortly. It'll be the next race after this, so he must go and recover. He'll be competing for a bronze medal. But next up, we are going to have Portugal versus China. Now, China, we had mentioned earlier, amazing navigation, but Portugal we saw there in the last round in the quarter final. They were even better, I would say, than so the navigation. Now, as we get to the later stages of the racing, we can really see the difference of the experienced rowers. But we're going to head to the beach now to Luca and Gemma. We have an interview with the winner.
Ben Henke through to the final. Ben, that was an incredibly intense race.
3 minutes.
Yes, it was. At the start, I ran to the flag. That wasn't the first mistake, but I think on the course I rode very good. And on the turn, I thought the Italian guy is dead, but in the end of the course, he rode so fast, and I think, oh shit. And then I jump out of the boat and I run to the buzzer, and now I'm happy to be in the final, yes.
At Lucio, a very strong opponent, obviously on home ground. So what does that mean to beat him?
Yeah, for me, I'm very happy about it because it's my first Coastal Championships, now the World Championships, and yes, I'm very happy about it, yes.
Congratulations. Your final is coming up very soon, so I'll let you go, but thank you very much. Coming up now, we have our next semi-final, Portugal versus the People's Republic of China. Stay tuned.
Thanks so much, Gemma. Great to hear from Ben Henke there, and amazing to hear that it is his first ever Coastal Championships. And
that must be a feeling like no other to have beaten the reigning world champion, not only at this event, a world event, but on home waters as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that is incredible. And we're saying because the sport is, you know, developing in a lot more countries, and people are spending a lot more time and efforts and resources in this sport, you are seeing, you're not guaranteed. Just because you win this year does not mean that you will be up on the podium next year at all, because we're just seeing more and more rowers and new athletes coming on board, which is amazing to see. By the time we get to LA, we're gonna have superstars up there competing for medals. But back to the second semi-final. China lane 1, Portugal in lane 2. I have no doubt this is going to be as exciting.
Yeah, totally. And we saw the ingenuity of Tomas Neves earlier of Portugal, who steered one of the best lines of the day into the beach, won him the race, in fact, despite being on the back foot coming in. Can he perform the same way against the technical masterclass we saw from Yang Yuqi in the quarterfinals? This man from the People's Republic of China has just been flawless through the slaloms, round the turns, on the exits, just perfection. And I don't want to cause the commentators curse here, Niamh, but it really has been beautiful to see.
Absolutely amazing. Technically, just everything, just the exit and entry is so clean, and those turns just amazing, staying so close to them and not losing any ground. And we are seeing a lot of crews lose lots of ground around that buoy, that turning buoy today, because of that bit of a side wind. But China have been doing amazing here. So gearing up for the start of the semi-final, of course, a place in the A final up for grabs. Second position will be heading for the B final to meet the champion from last year, Lucio from Italy. But here we go, second semi-final.
Who is going to be joining the German Ben Henke in the A final in the hunt for a gold medal. I think best start, well, honours maybe just to China. A big old push from the boat handlers from the People's Republic of China has just jolted him out into the lead there. But Portugal, nice and steady, nice and composed, and heading out towards the first slalom point.
Yeah, really interesting to see the different rates here now. China really took it down after those first few strokes. Portugal still up there, rate quite high. It is China's boat who is moving just ever so slightly ahead, and then we see Portugal go ahead. Portugal up at 45 strokes per minute compared to China's 35. Let's see if he's going to be able to sustain this. It is Yang Yuqi who is coming back into this very much now, because Portugal were flying ahead, but this is so evenly matched now at this point in the race.
And again, we've got two athletes here who have been tracking through this competition with an unblemished record, and as China come in towards this buoy, Yang Yuqi every single stroke looking over the shoulder, getting the measure of where he needs to stop, hold it up and turn, and that was once again a great turn there, much tighter to the buoy than Portugal.
Yeah, we've seen it throughout his racing here today and yesterday. Incredible navigation. Portugal really good too, just going a little bit wider than Yang Yuqi of People's Republic of China. That has allowed him to get into the lead, but this is very tight here now. We know Portugal have a quick sprint up the beach. We know he is well able to navigate himself right below his flag, so let's see if he can get himself back to it. He's really pointing his bow over to make sure he stays close to those marker buoys, but China just ahead, keeping with that bit of a steadier stroke rate. Portugal trying to go for it here.
Yeah, no matter how hard that current off the end of the headland that we were hearing about earlier in the interviews that's pushing these guys down the beach and trying to push them off station, both of these scullers, both of these athletes have really navigated that well, staying tight to their mark, tight to the station, and it is going to be close coming in, but China with the advantage. He looks across to see that Neves of Portugal is still there, and that exit once again, we just cannot believe it here in commentary, how clean that China's Yang Yuqi can get out of that boat. That is a gold medal performance if I've ever seen one myself, so I'm intrigued to see how he will get on versus Henke in the final, but it will be People's Republic of China progressing on through, straight into the shade for recovery for him, and then Portugal's Tomas Neves will go on to race Italy in the B final for a bronze.
Oh, what an exit there from Yang Yuqi. We had mentioned it in the quarterfinals. I think that one was even better. Again, I've never seen a solo rower stop rowing with about 2 strokes to go, knowing that there's that big slope on the beach, but he is timing it perfectly. He is just having the bow right in line with the beach and is timing it to perfection. I think if the breakers were a little bit bigger, if it was a bit choppier, that may not work as easy. I think the conditions are really favouring him and his exit at the moment, but I can't wait to see him now in the A final up against Germany. That is going to be one race.
It is going to be a real race in that A final. And you're right, Niamh. I think that if we had conditions much like we saw on Friday, right, through the preliminaries where the breakers here on the beach were dumping, it was just way too rough to do anything that was that precise and graceful. It might have been a different story, but that's exactly what the thrill of beach sprints is it's dependent on your location, on the course, on your technique and your style and what you've practiced in training versus what you can execute out here, given the coastal conditions that change depending on where you are around the world and which beach you're on, which, yeah, as I say, is very variable. Here are the races we've got to look forward to. Like we've just discussed, the B final and A final of those men's solo races are next up on the schedule. We'll then move on to the junior women's races. That's the quarterfinals, and we'll run all the way through to the A final there, and then it will be the finals of the big boats, the mixed cox quad and the mixed double sculls last on the programme for today. It's heating up, not only on the water in terms of the racing, but Niamh, we're getting quite warm here in the commentary booth. It must be really tough being out there in the midday sun, trying to keep yourself cool, keep yourself hydrated before you have to go again.
Absolutely, but I think this is why so many nations are spending a lot of time and resources in travelling to countries in the couple of weeks in the lead up to these events. For instance, you know, Team USA, they were in Spain for a few weeks, then they came to Italy in the lead up to last weekend's endurance championships, and here they are now again. So they're well used to the conditions. I think that we're going to see that more and more. You know, Spain obviously come from a very hot climate as it is, but you know, all their athletes were full on in training mode, you know, away from, you know, they weren't competing last weekend as we would usually see them at an endurance event. But I think this is what, you know, it's about acclimatizing. It's just like someone who's going hiking up a massive mountain and they have to acclimatize and get used to the altitude. It's all about getting used to the temperatures, getting used to the waters. You know, a lot of rowers, you know, Finland, they've mentioned their winters, you know, are so cold and how it's so tricky when they come to these. But I think more athletes are spending more time in these hot countries so that they can get used to it, and particularly with the quick turnarounds, you have to recover fast. You have to be able to do that.
You do, you really do, and that's the nature of this event. Well, let's take a look at what we've seen already here this afternoon. We've seen some great action in the PR3 mixed double sculls. Our first medals assigned here in that event, that inclusion event, and some drama as well. That was Australia almost missing that final turning point, which would have resulted in a 2-minute penalty. They avoided that. But we've seen everything, Niamh, literally everything over the course of this week. You know, we weren't on air yesterday, but, you know, we had huge waves to the point of the preliminaries not having a beach finish because of how severe some of the finishes could have been. You know, there were lots of pictures from yesterday morning of huge
dumpy,
breakers.
I think was the word.
Dumpy was the phrase that we'd heard. So we've had, you know, change in course, change in conditions, but also today, beautiful, absolutely stunning, and it's allowed for some very pretty coastal rowing, beautiful scenes, but beautiful technique too.
Absolutely, and I think that the technique comes into play much more, and of course that tight navigation here. You know, the rowers who are just solely coastal rowers, I would imagine they would prefer a bit more dumpy waves, as they were saying yesterday. You know, this might suit, we have a lot of flat water rowers coming in, and this may suit them a little bit more, whereas those dedicated solely to the coastal enjoy those big waves and swells. Big party atmosphere happening down on the beach. The DJ is getting the crowd going. This is really cool, and this is such a unique part of the sport, isn't it? This whole like beach party atmosphere.
Yeah, this is what we love about this this version of race. All very intense, and Lica Brogini there getting the Italian crowd ready for some more finals. It seems like energy not dwindling here in Genoa, and brilliant for Genoa to be hosting, and it's
a really lively city. We've been here, well, neither of you were here last weekend, I've just arrived yesterday. A few facts about Genoa, the home of pesto, if you weren't tuning in earlier. You've sampled, well, no, you've not sampled the local pesto yet. It's on my to-do list for this evening. But yeah, lots of other facts about this beautiful city.
Yes, I believe they're designated the European Capital of Sport this year, so they have like a full year of really cool sports taking place, and this is just one of the things that they're very proud to be holding. But yes, I believe there's pesto dedicated shops around here that you can go in and just buy your pesto in whatever size jar you want.
Oh, look, this is what we want. We want the jury and the umpires to be in a good mood. I'm sure the athletes will be appreciative that the judges are on their feet and not in the mood for giving away any harsh penalties. But crowds are up, people are roaring, ready for the medal races here in the junior men's solo events.
Yes.
And we've got Italy going up next in the B final.
And that is exactly why I think Luca down there on the beach is getting the local crowd going, because I know Lucio will be going for a bronze medal here now shortly. Up against Portugal. Going to be an exciting race, and it's going to be the same for the afternoon. We have back-to-back quarterfinals, semi-finals, B-finals, A-finals, so lots of medals to give out throughout the afternoon here. We can see the technical delegates there. You know, they have a lot of work to do, particularly yesterday. They had a big job to do because the boats were just, you know, there was a lot of work to do to keep the boats and the rowers safe and without damage. But even on a date like today, we saw like a lot of crews, you know, the seats coming off rails, the foot plates coming off. So even in calm conditions, you know, it's a tricky job to make sure the boats and everything are in perfect order.
No, exactly, and a lot of these athletes will have had to practice what will happen if that happens to them live in the race. And we've seen that sprung into action, and they've utilised that training to keep calm. It's much like anything in this life, Niamh. If you've rehearsed it over and over again, like a play, or, you know, what's that theory around, you know, 10,000 minutes or whatever it is, right? The more and more you do something, the more second nature it becomes. So things like seats coming off, not panicking if you're heading the wrong side of a buoy, all need to be second nature for these athletes.
Absolutely, because it's not game over if anything like that happens. You know, we've seen it. We saw it earlier, you know, particularly the Italian PR3 mixed doubles. The strokes roared, got, you know, her seat totally came off. She was just sitting there on the boat without being able to slide, yet they won and got through, you know, so it's not game over. And if anything like that happens, you just have to adapt. And I think that's such a brilliant part of the sport. You know, it's just about adapting to what you're being thrown at. Like, these athletes are rowing in completely different conditions to what they were yesterday. So that adaptability makes the sport so unique, I think.
Well, here we go. This is the bronze medal match here in this Coastal Junior Men's Solo at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Italy versus Portugal. The Italian Lucio Bugazzotto here going for bronze. Last year it was gold, so a demotion for him, and he's got Tomas Neves of Portugal here on his left. Quite an interesting ritual there, sort of smacking himself in the face just to
getting a bit of blood flow, I think.
Get himself ready. Yeah, Niamh, I feel like, wow, if the blood's not flowing already after a few very intense head-to-heads, I don't know what he's doing, but quite aggressive instructions there for his boat handlers to move that boat, get it back on track. He's not happy with that position.
Yes, I think because he's a little bit up higher than the boat handler, so he has a better view of the navigation of where he wants his bow to go. Sometimes the boat handlers can be just, you know, they're focused on having the oars in the right place, holding the seat and things, and they're not always looking at the course. So it you know, just goes to show the experience here. But look at Italy are gone. They're pushing. Lucio has his first few strokes pulled. Portugal just getting caught up slightly there, just getting caught with his blade, but they're off. But Lucio off to a much faster start, and here he is with that severe stroke right here again as he heads out to the first marker.
The blueprint of what we saw in his quarter-final, in his semi-final. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Absolutely.
For the final here for the Italian, and it's given him the lead. Boat handlers working hard to keep him informed of where he's heading on this 250-meter outbound leg. He's looking good, lined up with the turning, the slalom boys as he needs to.
The marks coming thick and fast here. Portugal still within touching distance though, Niamh.
Absolutely, and we saw Portugal with fantastic kind of turns and navigating, so and sprinting on the beach. So this is, even though he's behind right now, things can very much change. Speeds matched here now. Portugal upping it here now as they head to that marker. He's trying to get himself into that marker buoy along with Italy. Here it is. It is Italy who are in just slightly ahead. Portugal are in. Oh, look at this from Lucio, hugging that buoy again. Portugal going just a little bit wider here now. You can see how easy the boats can move side to side and dip down on one side and really throw you off. And now he's being thrown over to the left slightly. That has allowed Lucio to open up a little bit of distance here.
Yeah, using it beautifully as that pivot point, wanting to keep that one blade where it is, spin around the mark, not go too far wide, and that's given him quite the advantage here. Portugal are going to be in search of a wave to try and catch, to get themselves back into contention for this bronze medal. And Portugal now coming right off course, not like the Portuguese athlete, not like him to be off course coming into the beach, Thomas Neves.
Yes, he's after going to the right-hand side of the marker buoys. That is not a problem. He's not going to get a penalty, but all it's doing is adding meters to himself once he lands on that beach. Lucio, they're just getting caught up on that marker buoy, slowing slightly, but he is going to up it here now. We see those final 10 strokes from him are always powerful, but look at Portugal. They're coming right back into it again.
No, the Italian looks tired here, Niamh. It was head down around that last turning buoy, and I think he is really struggling to muster up the courage and energy to get himself, and it's going to be even harder to sprint here. Heavy legs as he hits these stones on the beach. He is limping towards the line. Portugal look far more lively, but for a medal on the line, the Italian will find something to push himself over in first position. Lucio Fugazzotto will be our bronze medalist here, but a great effort from Portugal's Thomas Neves. I thought for a second the Italian had just given too much through the early rounds of competition. The tank looked fully empty there, Niamh.
It certainly did, and I think Portugal were trying to take advantage of that, but Lucio put up his head. He saw how fast Portugal were coming, and he had no choice. If he wanted that medal, he had to start pumping, and he did, and he actually looks a bit fresher now as he runs down to the water here now to cool down. He's going to dump himself in. So I know it's not a gold medal like last year, but it is a bronze medal, and with the standard rising, I would be pretty happy to be up on that podium today.
Yeah, it's only going to get more hotly contested. Let's have a look back at that B final, and sort of trials and tribulations. It looked like it was nailed on for the Italian if we were taking the first few strokes, but this is where everything changed. Tired legs, tired lungs coming into that final 30 seconds. And he just hung on for the medal here on home soil. Welcome back by the Italian crowd that has grown now. It's a couple of people deep here on the beach and even more up in the grandstands up above. And a great venue that we've got here on the coast of northern Italy. Genoa, if you're not familiar, up on the sort of northern coast. We're a little bit south of Milan, maybe an hour and a half so, south of Milan. Along the coast from sort of Nice, Monaco, over on the French side, and beautiful beaches here, and we've been treated well, but treated we will be again to another final, and this time around it's the A final. Gold medal on the line between Yang Yuqi and Ben Lewis Henke of People's Republic of China and Germany respectively. And Niamh, honestly, I can't tell you who I'm backing here. In my evaluation of this is, we've got power versus precision.
Absolutely, you have called it 100%. The precision from the People's Republic of China, Yang Yuqi, that we've seen over the last, the last 16, the quarterfinal, the semi-final, has been phenomenal. Honestly, like his navigation, his exit, that is going to be the one to watch, because his exits have been amazing. The breaker is similar to what they were a while ago, so I don't think conditions will change too much. It will allow him to do that beautiful exit that he's doing. But the power from Germany, we heard from Ben Henke earlier, new to beach sprints, but he has taken to this amazingly, won every round so far, and gearing up now for an A final. So if he can pull this off, this will be incredible. So yeah, as you said, precision versus power. It is gonna come down to the wire, no doubt again, on this A final. So we're seeing pictures there of the beach. Busy beach now. The quad's getting lined up for the next racing later on this afternoon. We have doubles, quads. We'll have more solos after this. But this is going to be a final to just, yeah, I can't wait.
Can't wait for this final, and I've just been so impressed by the way that both of these athletes have been able to keep themselves tucked in to their stations. They've been one of the, two of the best navigators we've seen on the course all day, and that has really bumped them up the rankings. And both here on stations that they are familiar with, actually. You know, I think we've seen Henke race on Station 2 for the whole of the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and now here the final. And same for the People's Republic of China has opted for Station 1, Yang Yuqi. I guess that preference, do what you know, right?
Absolutely, do what you know. And you know, he was probably watching the earlier races today and saw that push that the right hand lane seems to be getting once you turn that buoy. So exactly, he's raced in this lane. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He knows what the wind is like out there. Of course, things can change when you're out there too. You might get a gust from a different direction, but here we go, a final of the Coastal Junior Men's Solo. China, People's Republic of China versus Germany. Very evenly matched on the sprint. Germany were about to take their first stroke, but then China got in, and China are off to a flyer.
Do you know what, Niamh? I was just noticing there, the People's Republic of China, Yang, that boat was so far up the beach, they were almost fully grounded to allow him to get into that boat. That's something we've not really seen yet, opting to have that more stable platform in the shallower water and then giving a big old heave and push to get him out ahead here of the German. And the faster boat speed still with Yang Yuqi of China, and I wouldn't be surprised, given what we know he can do around the turning point, that it remains this way.
Absolutely, but very little between them. China just getting caught up on that second turn. Ben Henke there of Germany taking a wider route, making sure he stays nice and clear. Germany up at 39 strokes per minute. People's Republic of China up at 36. The turning markers are inside. It does look like it will be Yang Yuqi of People's Republic of China getting there first. Staying so tight, but Germany now, they're hugging that buoy as well. Let's see who gets around. It is People's Republic of China, but Germany, nice tight turn now. Both bows are back. They're heading for the beach. China from Germany, but things are going to change.
Well, finals can do funny things to people, Niamh, when you've got a gold medal on the line. Some of that precision, some of that race maturity where you need to keep your head screwed on and stick to what you know can go out the window. And I think that's what we're seeing from the German here. Henke is well off station, but that is never, ever going to happen for Yang Yuqi, the Iron Man of keeping to a plan, because he is just metronomic. We've not seen a mistake from him yet. He has been the perfect distance away from those markers. He's kept in his lane, and he is heading in a pin straight line towards this beach in gold medal position. Henke has got a lot of heave-hoing to do here to get himself back up, and he's well offline. Is that going to cost him here into the beach? But Yang Yuqi is in gold medal position coming into the run.
Yes, let's see this exit now. Same thing again. Oh, it took a tiny little bit of a tumble, but here he comes. Big sprint here from Yang Yuqi, People's Republic of China. He is our champion of the Coastal Junior Men's Solo.
Wow, the only mistake we've seen from Yang Yuqi all weekend, and it was that exit, a slight stumble, but it did not cost him the gold. Our champion, our World Beach Sprint Finals gold medalist here in this Junior Men's Solo, and the People's Republic of China will be crowned here in Genoa. Brilliant for the first ever Coastal Championships for Ben Henke of Germany, but it will be silver on this occasion for him. But I hope that we will see him back. A great taste of beach sprint rowing to go away with here in this final. But wow, Yang Yuqi, we called it from the round of 16, didn't we, Niamh, that he has just been near on perfect.
Near on perfect, as you said. The only mistake, a little tumble there, and I wouldn't even call that a mistake. He didn't fall to his knees or anything. It was just a slight little tumble, but nothing to throw him off. And what a finish there. His navigation once again around that course was phenomenal, and he's going to be one to watch into the future. So congratulations there. Gold medal winner Yang Yuqi of People's Republic of China. But I think we're going to go to the beach now for an interview with second place Germany.
So I'm here now with Ben, now silver medalist. Ben, it looked tough out there.
Yeah, it was very tough, but first of all, I need to say thank you to all my supporters, helpers on the water. It was a very great time here. I need to say very thankful for, sorry, I can't find the right words now, but I tried, yeah. It was a good race. Congratulations to China. Yes, it was good.
Something worth pointing out, I think, is the turnaround between races as well. It's tough. Like, you know, it's mentally draining as well as physically draining. We've got the sun and, of course, the hard work that has to go on out there on the water.
Yeah, the sun is now burning. It's very hard for my body. My right leg is like fully destroyed. Everything is gonna hurt. But yes, I think it was okay for my first competition here. And yes, it was very fun for me and I have a very great time. And the last thing I need to say is thank you to Eduardo. You are the best man.
Well, thank you. Silver medalist, you put on a great show out there today, and I'm glad you're feeling positive, and we look forward to seeing you later on for the victory ceremony.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Nice to hear from Ben there, and we'll see if we can get a word with anybody else very shortly.
Oh, great to hear from Ben Henke there. First time at the beach sprint finals here, silver medal. And just to note that for China, it's their first medal for China in beach sprint since 2019, back when it was in China. And it's their first ever under-19 medal in beach sprint. So that is phenomenal to see them up on the podium and to do it in such style.
Yeah, and we're going to see more, actually, of Yang Yuqi tomorrow, because he's qualified for the knockout rounds of the Open men's solo as well. So not only an under-19 champion, but we're going to see how he stacks up against the Open competition in tomorrow's racing. That Open men's solo will be taking place with the round of 16 kicking off tomorrow morning. First race at 10:20 local time. But before we move on to tomorrow's racing, we've still got far more to come today, and we need to find the junior women's champion to go with our newly crowned men's champion. You can see there lots of adjustments going on the beach, making sure everything perfect and ready for these athletes to jump in. Because I guess, Niamh, you know, we've seen a few technical difficulties here today. They've not got time really to adjust anything once they're out there. It's got to be perfect for them to jump into.
Absolutely. Now, because it's pool boats, you know, a lot of things in the boats have to stay standard for everyone. So the rigging, you can change obviously your seat or your foot position and the size of the shoes and things like that. And obviously you have your own oars, which are measured to your height and span and all those things. But otherwise things stay the same. But it's so important when you do get your boat that you go through everything, because we saw yesterday, you know, Ireland in the junior men's solo, the rails were loose when he went to get in the boat. And luckily enough, he was able to do a rerun of the race, because those things happen and it's not the fault of the rower. So at least, you know, some rowers are getting reruns when things like that, when equipment fails. But it's so important that the boat handlers and team managers are going through everything, making sure everything is tight, and seats in particular. Obviously you can't help it if a wave comes and hits you and throws the seat off the rails, but it's so important that it's on properly before the boat even hits the water.
Yeah, that's exactly what will be happening now. All of those coaches, boat handlers, checking everything over. There is our round of quarterfinals. We saw the round of 16 earlier. These were all the victors from their round of 16 matchups in the knockouts. First race, the USA going head-to-head with Latvia, Italy, China, Germany, Australia, and then finally Spain and Turkey. And out of these 8 athletes, we will find 4 quarter-finalists and then 2 we'll find 4 semi-finalists and then 2 A finalists going for the gold as the last race of this junior women's competition. So I think in terms of who our money is on and who we've been keeping our eyes on, we talked a little bit about Annalisa Hull. She's going up in this first race here, Niamh. We've seen her through competitions not only here in Genoa, but also in previous coastal and beach sprint championships.
Absolutely, yes. She raced last year in this category, getting a silver medal, and I know she's probably one of the favourites. She was the fastest out of the time trials yesterday, so she, I know, will be hoping for place better, getting that gold medal today, but she loved the conditions yesterday. It did not faze her one bit. So I'm not sure if she's looking out and being like, oh, I wish there was more of those dumpy waves, as people describe them. But no doubt she'll be well able to handle these conditions. You know, she is an experienced rower at the Junior World Championships last year, so she's well used to the flat water as well. So it'd be great to see her up against Latvia here now, coming up shortly in the first quarter final. So even though you medal last year or were up in those first 2 places does not mean anything. Of course, we saw Lucio in the junior men's solo. He won it last year and down to 3rd this year. So nothing is guaranteed just because you've been up on that podium before. So USA definitely one to watch. Spain as well, really quick. You know, the Spanish team are doing really, really well and always strong at beach sprint. So they'll be another exciting rower to watch.
Yes, indeed. And for the next hour or so, this will be all of the competition. These under 19-year-olds who might be, some of them getting their first ever taste of coastal rowing, others much more seasoned, as we were just talking about Hull of the USA. But strange things have happened. Like we said, we've seen medalists from last year dumped out, to use the term dumping again, you know, dumpy waves dumped out in the earlier rounds. But we've also seen performances from seasoned experts of their craft, of this beach sprint rowing discipline, go on to replicate some great performances here once again. But we're now ready to go almost with this first race. Katarina Simonanovica of Latvia, Annalisa Hahn of the USA. And the crowds lining those banks to get ready here for this competition. Now, Neve, we've got a number of categories here, and if you've been with us all day, you'll have heard us harping on about the Olympic Games and the fact that this is, for the first time, we're hosting this event as a potential and actually confirmed Olympic event in LA 2028. What do you think, you know, over the next few years is going to happen to this discipline as it's now included in the Games?
Yeah, it's good. We're going to see, like we've already started seeing more Olympians coming over, and more, you know, Olympians who won gold medals and silver medals just a few months ago. You know, it's not just previous Olympians, it's those who are already involved in their national teams, and they're coming over, and I think we're going to start seeing more and more of that. We're also seeing, like, a lot of, you know, Spain and USA, we keep mentioning them, they're putting so much time and effort and resources into developing, and GB, as you've mentioned, are putting so much resources into development teams and getting the rowers ready now, because that's what you have to do. It's only 4 years out, and I think we're going to start seeing that more and more in countries.
And I think that's what it takes, right, to be successful at the highest level. And I think a lot of people, especially for rowing as an umbrella discipline, right, we've got the sort of sport of rowing, then we've got flat water and coastal as the 2 disciplines within that. For rowing, the Olympics and the Paralympics are the highest point in our sport, right? There is nothing, there's the World Championships, but really the Olympics is the pinnacle. And so we're going to see so many more athletes gunning for that here. And some of these stars will be future Olympians, I'm sure. And we're underway with this first quarter-final here, the USA versus Latvia. And a great start here. Annalisa Hahn already taking the first strokes ahead of Latvia in the opening stages.
Yes, absolutely. I think her foot just came out of her shoe there in the boat just at the first stroke, but she managed to get it back in. I think it happened when she got that push from the boat handlers. But looking out at the pictures here now, big gusts now pushing them. Kind of, it's a crosswind. It's not just straight off the shore, but it's a little bit crossway. So they're going to have to contend with that as they go down around that slalom course. At the moment, it is USA. Annalise Hall here ahead of Latvia.
You can see the wind shadows starting to develop here from the drone shots, from the pictures, and also over there in the background you can see those shadows on the water, and that is that crosswind that Neve is talking about that is working against the waves almost. Lots of looks across here from the athletes just to get the measure of what's going on. Katarina Simonanovica is wanting to keep tabs on where Hall has got to. But as they move in towards the turning point, it's all leveled up here as the USA goes in first for the turn, Latvia hot on the heels.
Yes, absolutely great turn there by Annelies Hall. You can see the big lie back there, the sheer power out of her here now as she heads back down the course. These athletes have spent a lot of time on Italian waters both last year and this year in the run up to the finals. They're well used to it. They have practiced these turns so much. Now, Annelies is going a little bit wide, sort of heading towards that exclusion zone. We don't want to go outside those red buoys, so I'm sure she'll have a look now and she'll see those. That is allowing Latvia now to take a bit of a straighter course here now, but with the lead Annelies has for USA, I don't think it will throw her off too much, but this is not an easy race at all. Latvia were actually a little bit faster in the last 16 round than USA. But USA here now, Annelies Hall just showing her power. She'll have the junior women's double to look forward to as well tomorrow, so she's someone who's doubling up. But look at this now, this is brilliant. And in fact, Latvia now heading over into the middle of the course, slightly going wrong. She's going to have a bigger run to do now.
Yeah, and a bit of a course correction here from Hall of the USA. You can see she's doing a sort of arc in towards the beach, curving through, and that trail of water coming off her stern just goes to show you the little adjustments that she's making to get that perfect landing. And what a landing it is, a slight fall forwards, but balance regained here for the American from North Carolina, who is one of the veterans, if you can call her that, of this discipline, of the under-19 beach sprints, and she will go through to face yet another semi-final. Latvia not giving up here, fast steps in towards the line, and that will end the campaign there for Simonovica of Latvia. And Hall will get her legs up, get out of the sun, and we'll see who will be facing the American from this next race, Italy versus the People's Republic of China. And once again, you know, we've just seen the People's Republic of China get their first ever gold medal in the under-19 beach sprint finals, but can they come once more with this women's event too?
I think possibly, because clearly they've put a lot of time into the team. It's not just individual rowers, because we saw Yang earlier with the incredible navigation as well in her earlier rounds. So clearly it's something that everyone on the team from People's Republic of China have worked on. But Maria Lanciano, lots of experience. She raced in the junior women's double last year, over to the solo this year, so it's a bit different when you don't have anyone else to rely on out here, but she does have that experience of competing at the highest level here. So this is going to be another great race to watch. And of course the support, you know, I'm looking out the window here, the grandstand is full, the whole barriers up, all the people looking down on the course are full. I'm sure a lot of them are Italians. They're going to be shouting here for Maria Lanciano, but People's Republic of China have a great team behind them, and I'm sure that gold medal from a little earlier is going to spur them on here now in the next quarterfinal.
More directions coming here from China's Zhang Yinghua, who is shaking her head, getting frustrated that those changes don't seem to be being made by her boat handlers. She's going to have to settle for whatever they go with in just a few moments' time. Italy not flustered, not making any gestures whatsoever here. Maria Lanciano. And under starters orders we go for this second quarterfinal of the junior women's solo, and down they go. What a start there by the Italian. Such a fast runner, such a fast sprinter here, Lanciano.
Yes, incredible start here. So evenly matched. I would say the People's Republic of China got a bigger push from their boat handlers, but Maria Lanciano, she is just like Lucio earlier, where we saw the massive high stroke rate heading out to that first marker. So I'm sure she'll settle things down at the moment. Big long strokes from People's Republic of China, very evenly matched. So go around that first marker. Here we go, speed. It is China now, fastest moving boat out there. Italy looking over to see how far she is behind, but nothing at all. They're very much in touching distance here now.
Very much in touching distance, much closer than that first quarter final here. And as we know, this outward leg, very different characteristically to the leg back in towards the beach. Different techniques required for 250 meters versus another. A look across there for Zhang Yinghua of the People's Republic of China. No, I don't know whether she's quite looking at her opposition or looking for the mark to turn against. I think it is, in fact, the opposition
opposition that she's looking to measure herself against. Not quite as tight a turn as perhaps we saw from the men's solos for the People's Republic of China, but certainly a good enough one. But it is matched very evenly, stroke for stroke here. Italy will have the benefit of the home advantage as Lanciano looks for the beach.
This is incredible. Such a cool scene. We see the lovely sailing boat behind the course here now. China again coming into the middle of the course, so maybe not as well navigated as the junior men's solo, as you mentioned there, coming over into the centre. She's correcting herself now. She knows she has to come back over to make her run up the beach as short as possible. Hopefully she doesn't oversteer here now. But Maria Lanciano here of Italy doing really well with her navigation. They are going stroke for stroke here now. Big lie back from Italy. She is trying to put as much power as she can, but China have come back here now, taking a massive lead as she heads past that final marker boy. It is Jiang Yinghua of People's Republic of China now. Big long strokes up against those gusts. This is going to be tight.
This is going to be so tight here, but China managing to navigate well into these final few strokes. Is that exit going to be akin to what we saw? Yes, it is. What a perfectly timed exit there for the People's Republic of China. Both athletes sprinting at the same time here on the beach. It's not going to be comfortable, but it will be a win here for Jiang Yinghua of the People's Republic of China. The Italian will go out here in the quarterfinal. Is devastating for the home fans, but brilliant for the People's Republic of China to have yet another junior athlete in the top 4 going in towards these semi-finals.
Absolutely. This is incredible from the People's Republic of China. As you mentioned, like the exits there, quite similar. She maybe didn't jump out as early as we saw in the junior men's solo, but great result all the same. So now she needs to recover. She'll be heading for the semi-final shortly, while we'll be moving on to the third quarter final here in the Coastal Junior Women's Solo. And next up, we are going to have Australia and Germany.
So just a few quiet moments here before we move on to the next of our quarterfinals, Australia, Germany. Now, we saw a great performance from the German under-19 solo on the men's side, Henke. Can Natalie Senjuk do the same thing? Her steering was the thing that cost her earlier. Didn't cost her a place in the quarterfinals, Niamh, but certainly was a bit of a hairy moment for the German sculler.
Absolutely, but this is the type of thing that you can, because she has another go, she would have learned from that and will avoid doing that as much as possible here today. So gearing up, both rowers up very high here at the start. It's interesting to see the different approaches to the sprint. Lots of people are down well, you know, they have their upper body down around hip level, getting ready to use that explosive first step, whereas Australia and Germany here now staying very tall here now. So I think even, you know, as this sport develops even further, we're going to see the sprint becoming even more important, and like these positions, the body positions, we're going to start to see a bit more of a sprinter start like we see at the Olympics, where they're down pretty much hands on the ground, but Australia now getting down nice and low just as she went to take off, and big sprint here, big arm swing from Astrid Thomas here of Australia.
Yeah, Astrid Thomas, who is now in the boat and away, opting for some big long strokes off the start. The German just that little bit shorter, sharper in towards those waves that are coming in towards them. Not that they're that big at this point in the day. Nice and calm conditions, but still they're rowing out against that tide, which can be taxing and tiring. So that 250-metre outleg currently being led by Australia's Astrid Thomas, but Natalie Senjuk, we know that her return leg was pretty spicy earlier up against Great Britain.
Yeah, let's see what happens. At the moment, navigation is pretty good here now. I would say Australia taking a nice wide safe route around that second marker, so she's going to have to come back around to that right quite a bit to get to the correct side of that turning buoy. Looks like Germany as well having to overcorrect here now, go right over to the right hand side to make make sure they get to the correct side of that turning buoy. So Australia, Astrid Thomas here, she is in. Look at that big dip. She has to be careful. If she dips too much there, you could very easily capsize. Big dip here. You can see how much the boat is moving side to side. It took her probably, she was a bit slow getting around that. That has allowed Germany to move up, but Australia is still in the lead here.
Well, and Eve, you know, you talk about that big dip. These boats are very wide but very flat. So if you do start to tip, that water can come in through the side very easily and sink as quickly as the Titanic.
Yes, and Australia now going right over again. We're seeing it here again. We haven't seen it for a few races, but she's gone right over in towards the lane of Germany. She's going to be adding lots of meters to herself on the water. She's going to end up doing a bigger run if she doesn't correct herself. Now she is doing that. She has the bow pointed towards where she needs to go, but definitely adding some unnecessary meters here to herself. So it is Astrid Thomas of Australia here heading towards that final marker buoy. She's just going to be approaching those big gusts. We can see them on the water here now. Think she probably at this stage has done enough ahead of Germany.
I think she has indeed. Don't want to give her the commentator's curse here though, Niamh. We'll wait to see how her sprint goes, because anything can happen on the beach. It's very steep. You can get your foot caught, as we saw earlier. You can trip up, and that could be lights out for the Australian if it doesn't go well and to plan. But here she goes. Let's watch and see how she copes with this final 30 seconds. And she's sprinting well around that flag that they need to get around to avoid the penalty points. And she'll slow to a jog here to hit that buzzer. Brilliant stuff from Australia's Astrid Thomas.
And great finish there by Germany as well. That means that Astrid Thomas of Australia heads off. She'll be in the semi-final shortly, and that is elimination then for Natalie Senjuk of Germany. So we have one more quarter final to go. No doubt another exciting race coming up, and this time we will be seeing... I'm trying to go through all my notes, so we're going to see Spain, Lucia Navarro Blasco versus Iram Ostandag of Turkey.
Yeah, one last place in the semi-finals yet to give away. Whilst the rest of our athletes are resting, the scullers from Spain and Turkey are the ones currently going through their pre-race rituals. Lucia Navarro Blasco will have to face off with Iram Ostandag of Turkey. That's Ostandag on your screen there for Turkey.
Getting ready to go, those all-important final few seconds where you just have one role in mind, and that is to run down the beach as fast as possible.
Neither athlete here having to give any instruction to their boat handlers, both happy with how their boat is placed and set, ready for them to embark on this next 2 minutes of racing.
We're seeing the signature slapping here now that we're seeing a few athletes do, just making sure they're totally alive and awake as they get ready.
Boats placed pretty shallow in the water once again, maybe learning lessons from what we saw from the People's Republic of China earlier. That technique was pretty good from them, giving them a good start. And I think other nations learning with every race that goes by just where is perfect for their athletes to be placed. And let's see the perfect placement here from Spain, from Turkey, as they head now towards their boats and towards the beach. In goes the feet, planting into the shoes. Spain, head down, a few strokes here for Navarro Blasco of Spain. And she gets away, but doesn't shake off the competition here, Ostandag of Turkey.
Yeah, super start there from Spain, and boat handlers did a great job of giving her that extra little push that gave her that extra bit of momentum. Fortunately, she was able to just keep the boat nice and straight, because you just never know when that push happens, what's going to happen with the boat, but nice and straight. Really good navigating here from Spain. We can see the boat handlers of Turkey doing a big job here now, trying to make sure that she stays on course, but nice navigation here. Looks like Spain are taking a much straighter line around those slalom markers, whereas Iram Ostandag of Turkey may be going a little bit wider.
Yeah, you've got to walk that fine line, quite literally, you know, no pun intended, Niamh, of getting as close to those slalom markers to not be interrupted and to go the right side of them, and also reduce the amount of weaving you have to do, because every metre you add on, that's slowing that boat down considerably. And that was great there from Spain's Lucia Navarro Blasco, who pushes around that turning point with a lot of momentum. Turkey will be looking over her shoulder, not the position she wants to be in, with only 250 metres left to row. And she's looking tired out here, Niamh, looking laboured over there in lane number 2.
Yeah, this is the problem with the quick turnarounds, with the heat. You know, it is hard to recover in between, and we've seen it in some rowers how the head can start to drop, and you do notice it massively in the boat speed. But those who are used to that, you know, if they're training in these sort of conditions whereby they're going back to back racing, even if it's by themselves, you know, that gives you the advantage, because your body is just primed and conditioned for these sort of back-to-back races. And Spain doing looking really fresh, in fact, here in the quarter-finals here, keeping nice long strokes here. Gusts are starting to hold up. Her blades are out of the water for quite a bit of time. You know, you might want to shorten up at this point just so the blades aren't out of the water for too long up against that water. Turkey doing all they can now to come back in to this race, but Lucia Navarro Blasco of Spain looking like she's going to get to the beach first, but Iram Ostundag of Turkey doing all she can now with every stroke to come back.
Spain didn't feature in the semi-finals in last year's championship, so are they going to turn that around here? Neither did they in the year before, in 2022. Could this be the first time in a couple of years that we've seen Spain feature in the semi-finals of the under-19 women's solos? Indeed it will be. Brilliant performance. Lucia Navarro Blasco will be a semi-finalist here, and it will be, unfortunately, elimination for Turkey's Irem Üstündag, and disappointment. Turkey have been so successful across these beach sprint championships in the past, and not to be for them this time around. And there is that confirmed result that Spain will be completing the quartet through to the semi-finals.
Yes, a great race there. That is all quarterfinals of the Coastal Junior Women's Solo done and dusted. We have our rowers in for the semi-finals. 4 rowers. We have USA, Australia, People's Republic of China and Spain. So a little bit of a quick turnaround here now for USA. I suppose Annalise Hall has had the most recovery there. You know, she's had quite a while. She's had a chance to look at the rest of the quarterfinals, so she is primed and ready to go. But People's Republic of China, a bit less of recovery time, but looking fresh all the same as they line up on the start line.
They've got some groovy music as well to encourage them, motivate them into a medal-winning performance. So remember, winning one of these semi-finals guarantees you a medal here at the 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. And if Annalisa Hall wants to at least match, if not better, her performance from last year in Barletta, she needs to win this race against the People's Republic of China's Jiang Yinghua. But Jiang Yinghua will know that you know, China have been on a great run here in Genoa. We've just seen them secure a historic medal here at this championships, and maybe inspired by the result of her junior men's counterpart in the solo. We could be on for a real firecracker of a race here. Last year's silver medalist versus an up-and-coming superstar from China with a program that is outperforming here in Italy.
Absolutely, and going by the times there from the quarterfinals, nothing separating these two rowers. USA 246.37, People's Republic of China 246.97. So absolutely nothing separating these two from their respective quarterfinals. So this is going to be a good match here now.
I wonder if they'd have had that quick piece of analysis from their coaches. Mark Araya of the USA coaching Annalisa Hong, Hong Zhengguo of the People's Republic of China coaching Jiang. And they'll have both had their opportunity to go and have that little chat with them, analyse that quarter-final performance, take a look at where those improvements can be made. And with the intensity of these races, every single point of a second can count, as Neve's just said, with those times from the quarter-final, less than a second separating these two through that race.
Absolutely, yes, and less than nearly half a second. Yeah, this is going to be incredible. You can see Annalise there getting into the zone. This is what we love to see. It's really important to be in the right zone physically and mentally here at the start of this race. You don't want to have the head down. You don't want to be in a position whereby you know the rower next to you is already a medalist in this category from previous finals. You know, you want to be confident and show that in your actual body positions and not be quite despondent with the head down and things like that. So really important that you kind of keep that powerful posture going as well. That's all part of it as well. But this is going to be a super race. I think there was scenes of more big ships coming in and out of the port. I can't see it outside my window
I can
here
see
now.
one on the horizon, actually, Neve. It'll be with us in the next 10 minutes or so. But this race will go off without that additional wash. Hall versus Zhang here in this semi-final one to find out who will be going through to the gold medal match. Hall has been there. She's done it before. Can Zhang do it this time around? A big matchup here, but that relaxation is needed as well as the intensity. Hall taking very short strokes here. I don't know whether she's on her seat properly, actually, Neve.
Yeah, she is. We saw her with big long strokes the last time, whereas I'm not sure if she was told maybe by her coach to shorten up here now. She's still doing her big lie back, but maybe not coming up to her full stroke here at the catch. But she is managing to get ahead of People's Republic of China here at the moment as they head out around that second marker. Annalise Hall going for that wider route around it. Jiang Yinghua of People's Republic of China going nice and close to it. But Annalise Hall knows she is up against it here now in this race. So I think that short, snappy stroke was definitely a strategy that was, you know, maybe mentioned to her by her coach now. She is going to come into that turning point just ahead of People's Republic of China.
Yeah, that stroke rating, shins definitely not vertical. And if you think about these athletes needing to load up like a spring, it's a bit like pushing that spring as far close as you can for it to sort of powerfully bounce back. So those shins being nice and vertical, getting down into that sort of lateral squat jump is what you need. And now we're alongside Annalise Hall. You can see there, she's definitely not all the way up at the catch, but this is a real decisive change from her coaching team to change up that style and wind the hands much quicker, a much quicker stroke rate. She takes a look quickly to dismiss that slalom boy. She's got almost 2 boat lengths here coming in towards the beach, and that's pretty good for her, a good position to be in.
Yeah, really interesting navigation from People's Republic of China here, because she's gone right over into the middle of the course here now again and having to oversteer herself a little bit to get back on course. We saw her do that in the earlier rounds as well. Not sure if that was a strategy or whether that was that wind, but super navigating here by Annalise Hall of USA here. She has her boat handlers shouting at her. They have their hands up. She is in prime position now to land here. Still going with that short catch here. Big long lie back though, but her strokes definitely shortened up from earlier rounds. But I think that is exactly what is needed, because here she comes hitting that beach. She is out. She is heading up the beach. She is going to try and do one better than she did last year. Silver medal last year. Here she is going into that A final, hoping to contest the gold medal.
Yeah, she's going to have learned some lessons from last year, but she's at least put herself into a fighting position to go for gold in her next race of the day. A big well done there to Zhang Yinghua of the People's Republic of China, who's not going to join her male counterpart in the history books here, taking home a medal here in this gold medal here in this event. Of course, she'll go for bronze in the B final in 2 races time, but Annalise Hall is our victor in semi-final 1. And she has this lovely kind of sweep into the beach, Hall, right? She almost kind of like lines herself up to arc in and get sort of drawn into the beach exactly where she needs to be, which was lovely to see once again.
Exactly. Now, if there was bigger breakers or more of a swell, that could actually turn the boat sideways, which we saw a lot of last year in Barletta, and that's not an ideal position you want to be in. You do not want to be sideways on those breakers as well, because that is when the capsize happens. So that arc, it's okay in these conditions. But I think we are going to go to the beach now. It's so great that we get to hear from the athletes just as they get out of the boat or get into the boat. So let's join Luca and Gemma down at the beach to meet some of the athletes.
3 minutes.
I am here now with Annelies Harl. What a race. I know you're fresh off the water, so you're a little bit out of breath. This is your 3rd year competing. You've already got some medals under your belt. You've got a bronze, you've got a silver. You're now in with a chance again of trying to get that gold. What does that mean?
It means everything. I've been working for this gold for a while. Every race I go for, I'm going for gold, so I'm really excited this year.
And how do the conditions and this event compare to previous years? What do you need to pull out of your locker to win here today?
The conditions have been all over the place every year. Definitely some challenging conditions yesterday with time trials, but I'm liking the water right now, and the wind is definitely throwing some challenges, but it's been fun.
And it's what it's all about, hey? That's kind of what you come for, the unpredictability and needing to showcase your skills.
Definitely, definitely. We've trained for everything, so you just got to use everything you've got.
Absolutely. Annelies, good luck. We can't wait to watch you in action later.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, well, we've got our next race underway very shortly, so back to the action.
Annelies Harl, great to hear from her, looking to improve on her bronze and silver medal performances from the last 2 years on the trot. Could this be the golden year for the American here in 2024? We'll find out in just 2 races time, but before that we'll find out who she will be racing in that gold medal final, as we've got Australia. It's Astrid Thomas going up against Spain's Lucia Navarro Blasco.
Yeah, this is going to be another exciting race. Australia, really powerful rower. Astrid Thomas, we saw her obviously in the earlier rounds. Really, really powerful rower. Spain have that experience though, and those short, snappy strokes and really good navigation, really good entry and exit as well. So my prediction is that Spain will get off the water first, but with Australia's power, it could be anyone's game.
Well, let's wait and see. Astrid Thomas, the athlete from Queensland, going up against Spain, and their laser focus once again from Lucia Navarro Blasco. We saw that from their quarter-final. She's the most recent athlete to race, had the shortest amount of turnaround time here to these semi-finals. Could that benefit Thomas from Australia, who's had that little bit longer in the shade to hydrate, put her feet up? And this is where this guaranteed medal could start to haunt these athletes, spook them out. And at just, well, under 18 years of age, the maturity required here to get in the zone and execute that race plan is monumental.
Absolutely. Here we can see Spain gearing up, ready to go. Australia, Astrid Thomas there, we can see her kind of going up and down and getting set, but Spain are not moving out of their starting position. But here we go, down the beach, huge sprint here from Astrid Thomas. Big, big sprint, big long stride. She is quite tall, but Spain, as I predicted, off. She has 2 strokes pulled here now ahead of Australia, who just got caught up slightly from that push from both handlers that has allowed Spain to sneak out ahead with that big high stroke rate. Sure, she will settle things down now, but here we're starting to see the power from Australia as she goes up to that first marker.
Yeah, on to the first marker here, and Thomas, you've already mentioned what a strong athlete she is, the Australian, to try and push back through the water stage of this race. But we'll see her doubling up into the junior mixed double sculls tomorrow. She's got another race to think about, but she won't be thinking about that just now. All this will now surmount to whether they can make it into that gold medal final. Australia, the fastest moving boat on the water. You can see there the speed, the kilometers per hour in favor of Thomas, ahead of Navarro Blasco of Spain. But let's see who can get themselves into the turn well. You can see it's very bobbly out here. The further out to sea that we get, the choppier it gets. And Thomas will hit that marker with some precision, but just getting her blades caught up somewhat as she goes around the twist.
Yeah, really quick turn there from Spain's Lucia Navarro Blasco. Very quick turn. She dug the oar but did not really slow the speed too much compared to Australia. That has allowed her to get her bow nice and ahead here. Australia now falling victim to this, going right over into the middle of the lanes, adding some meters to herself. Looks like Spain are a bit more precise here in their navigation, but evenly matched here because we're seeing the power coming back from Astrid Thomas here. That power with every stroke. She is moving up with Spain. She is now correcting herself on the course, moving her bow over to the right hand side as we look out to the beach. This is going to be very even. She's starting to overcorrect herself. I would say she's going to the opposite side of that first marker buoy. That doesn't matter, you won't get a penalty, but it is adding meters to yourself on that run. Coming up to that final marker, it is Spain just getting ahead of Australia.
Well, it was only the quarter-finals for Navarro Blasco last year. Is she going to not only take that step onto the semi-finals, that box is checked now for her, but is she going to go one better and get herself a medal here, at least guaranteed, as she moves in now, looking very stable, very sturdy. She looks left, she looks right as she comes into the beach. A tumble out. Is that going to affect her here? Because the Australian tripping with every single step, but who's got the energy? Australia have to correct to go around that flag. Thomas is really flailing here, arms and legs all over the place, which has allowed a brilliant sprint here from the Spanish athlete. Lucia Navarro Blasco will make the final. A big step on from last year's quarter-final defeat, but that was, I think I can even feel the pain here, Niamh, just looking at these pictures on the screen.
Oh, you can see the pain, and they know in their mind now she is happy, but she has to recover very, very quickly and get back out there shortly for an A final. Of course, we'll have the B final before that, but you can just see how much that took out of Astrid Thomas of Australia. Really, her sprint, she had nothing left in her by the end, but she will be going again to contest a bronze medal in the B final very, very shortly. There will be a few minutes before that just to give, in particular her, because she's just out of the water off her sprint. She will have a little bit of time to rest, but look at the happiness here from Lucia Navarro Blasco of Spain making that A final. She is going to contest a gold medal, guaranteed gold or silver. She'll be going up against Annalise Hall of USA.
Wow, that's a final. I'm really looking forward to that, actually, because both never have won a gold at the championships before. Hall, who has got that motivation, you heard from her in that interview that she's been building toward this for a number of years, but now moving towards the beach, because that was some race, and we're going to hear from Lucia Navarro Blasco now down on the beach.
So we are taking a much, I say we, Lucia is taking a much earned rest. That looked tough out there. I mean, you both just collapsed at the finish line. It shows how much effort that took.
Yes, it took a lot of effort, but I'm very happy with the result and have to take a breath to the final.
And just tell us a little bit about your training coming into this.
Oh, it was a long training that we were in Murcia, and we've trained a lot, but now I can see that, I don't know how to say it in English, but como que ha merecido la pena.
It's paid off, and I mean, the thing is, you're through to the final. We've mentioned it before, but there's such a short turnaround between this race and your next one. So how does that take its toll? Do you feel like you'll be ready in time?
I think I will be ready because I've trained for this, so I have to be ready.
You're all ready to go. You can't wait. Well, look, we'll let you catch your breath. Thank you for chatting, and congratulations once again through to the final representing Spain.
Amazing to hear from Lucia Navarro Blasco there. Quick turnaround. She has a race to get herself prepared. She'll be watching the B final, having some water, resting the legs before she has to go again and meet Annalise Hall in the A final. But bronze medal up for grabs. We have Australia. We did see Astrid Thomas there, where we're seeing her on screen, just how much she put into that race to try and get herself into that A final. So powerful in those straight lines. Probably Spain had the better turn, got around a bit quicker and nice finish. And you really saw that sprint, how much it took out of Astrid Thomas there. She's going to have another 2 sprints to go, all the way down to the boat, all the way back out. So I'm sure she's not really looking forward to that now, going by the maybe lack of power in the legs there.
And I was about to say for the last time, Niamh, but it's not even the last time, because so many of them doubling up and into the junior mixed double tomorrow. That's on tomorrow's programme. And I actually probably should make sure that they've made it through to the round of 16. But look, I think that it's a tough job, despite it being one of the shortest competitions on the programme for World Rowing. It is still so intense. It's like doing back-to-back, 400-metre races on the running track. This
Absolutely.
Can you imagine, a couple of minutes of highest intensity that you can? Not only, it's like a mini triathlon, right? You've got to go from running to rowing, back to running. And you talked about it earlier, right? You've done beach sprints a couple of times. That transition period, so tough.
Absolutely, it is, because your legs are used to running. You get into your boat, you're then rowing. So you're changing disciplines. You're changing the movement pattern from the muscles. Similar muscles, you're still using your quads, your hamstrings, your glutes, but it's a different movement, and your brain has to catch up with that to get you, into your optimal performance. So it is hard, and we saw how much of a struggle it was there for Australia. Not only that, but it's very hard to sprint on a beach.
Yeah, and look, your sea legs are probably a bit better than mine, because you do this all the time, Niamh. You've been coastal rowing for a number of years, but I'm terrible when it comes to seasickness and being out there on the water. I guess that must have somewhat of an impact as well. You're sort of bobbing up and down on the water. That can't be easy to get your brain in gear. Oh, I'm combating Luca doing the Macarena. I'm never going to win here with my analysis of what's going on there on the water. But great to see.
We can analyse this instead. Nice
Macarena
moves there, but
do they know that? Oh yeah, she's got that covered.
Yeah.
Look at that. That is.
I think that's Lucio of Italy who won the bronze medal earlier in the junior men's solo. I think that was him out of his gear. But yeah.
Analysing everyone's Macarena technique.
Love it. If anyone's going to get people doing the Macarena, it is Luca for sure. Luca Borgini.
Wow.
Nice.
Very
Nicely
good.
done.
Oh, Team Italy. Here we go. Everyone's got the moves down very well. I'm always intrigued to see what. Oh, look at those
there
hips.
we go.
I'm always intrigued to see what happens at this point, right? Because this is where the rhythm changes in this song. People get very confused by this point in the Macarena. I don't know about you, Niamh, but I always do.
If anyone is
they're out of sync now.
Yeah. If anyone is tuning in, we are actually commentating on beach sprints, but we're just gearing up for some finals, so take you a nice little break from
This isn't the World Rowing Dance-Off. We're not judges on Strictly. You are, in fact, listening to some rowing commentary here. But, yeah, I'm far better at commentating rowing than I am commentating dancing, that's for sure. I do not know my pirouettes from my tangos. Well, great scenes, a great atmosphere, as you can tell. Everyone in a great mood here today. It's just wonderful to have such good conditions, Niamh, after it's been a little bit fraught, right, with wind, with waves, and with programme changes.
Absolutely. Right up until probably about 7:30 local time this morning, we did not know what was going to happen to today's programme. There was due to be a lot of swell, a lot of forecast.
You never know it now, right? Like, everyone's got smiles on their faces. This certainly was not happening yesterday.
Absolutely
as everyone was battling
not.
the wind and the waves.
No. So it's been great to see that we've been, able to keep the programme as is and get to those medal races, because that was really important for everyone, particularly after what happened yesterday, in the second time trials, not being able to go ahead. But pretty perfect conditions here today. I would probably like to see a few more of those dumpy waves, because it does add to excitement. But this is just brilliant.
Look, I prefer this, where we're actually getting some racing underway, than for us to be waiting. And tomorrow, we've always got tomorrow, right? I think the weather through the weekend, the nature of being on the coast, as you will know if you live in a coastal country somewhere around the world, is that the unpredictability of the weather systems that affect our coasts around the world is what makes it exciting, keeps us on our toes, but it does mean that we have to be very agile when it comes to these changes. And speaking of agile, we're about to see these athletes sprint down the beach at Australia versus the People's Republic of China, and both will be looking forward to finishing off their campaign today in this solo race, even if they've got racing tomorrow to look forward to.
Absolutely, yes. This is going to be a great, great race. Again, that great navigation from People's Republic of China versus the great power we're seeing from Australia. But we did see Astrid Thomas struggle on that final sprint up in her semi-final. So I'm sure she has a bit of life back in her, but this is not going to be easy. This is going to hurt, I'm sure. But there is a bronze world medal up for grabs. So she is going to do all she can to get to that boat first and back up to that buzzer. But there is actually quite a bit of a distance of the run now at the moment, because obviously the tide has gone out. It was much shorter earlier, so it's, you know, the run has come big into play now.
Well, we were saying earlier that the run is already a big portion of this, right? And personally, I think a lot more can be won and lost on this portion on the beach, and that has just increased the influence of the run now much greater, as you say, and that distance ever increasing. This is the easy bit, though, down the beach, and with that gravity pulling you towards your boat, and having not yet rowed that 500 metres, 250 out, 250 back, and we're now underway. A nice clean start by both.
Yeah, China there just getting an extra couple of strokes in before Australia took off. But I think this is a really good approach as well. Australia, Astrid Thomas made sure she was set up in her boat. You know, you have to make sure you're on your seat. You have the oars in your hand and your feet are set. Otherwise, if any of those things are off, that is going to cost you lots of seconds. So you're better off taking that split second at the start to make sure you're set up, and that's what she did. And now she's using her power to get herself back into the mix here now. So at the moment, it does look like it is People's Republic of China from Australia.
This is the bronze medal match here for these under 19-year-olds in this women's coastal solo, and it is getting very bubbly out there as the tide is going out, Niamh, and as they get further out to sea, this is getting much choppier here. Still not as choppy as we've seen it earlier in the week, but it is getting bouncy.
Yeah, look at the lead now that Australia are pulling into this. She was just behind at the start, but look at her now. She is going to hit that turn before People's Republic of China. So Astrid Thomas is swinging her bow. We saw her there. Look at her. She's really lying back to get that bow around here. People's Republic of China, though, with great navigation skills here, staying so tight to that turning. Boy, both of them now on the way back. And look, Australia once again coming back over into that centre. Everyone that is in that right-hand lane are really moving into that centre before they're going to have to overcorrect now to come back to the beach.
Yeah, and from what we saw in the semi-finals, I think Thomas is going to need a bit of a lead going into the beach, because her sprinting just not quite as strong as the People's Republic of China. So let's see as we come now. She's got both a correction and distance to make up. I think the gusto for this bronze medal currently with Jiang Yinghua of the People's Republic of China, but close in boat speed.
Yes, China starting to pick it up here now. Boat speed is much higher than Australia, although People's Republic of China now, Jiang Yinghua is gone quite a bit wider than she has in earlier rounds, just getting slightly caught off here. We're seeing lots of ripples here. I think this is the effect from a ship that passed us a while ago. There's a few more bits of waves and swell as they come in. This is close, but it does look like it's going to be Astrid Thomas. What has she left in her legs?
Oh, she's caught a great wave here coming in towards the beach, which slows her down perfectly as it crests on towards the rocks. Here comes Thomas of Australia going up against Jiang of China. It's going to be centimetres here. Just the Australian ahead of China for the bronze medal. We'll wait to hear that confirmed, but less than half a second separating our bronze medalists. My word, if that is what we've got to look forward to in the A final for the gold medal, then we are in for a treat. But that bronze medal match, it was not settled at any point in that race. Different strengths coming into play, and mustered the strength where she needed it most on the beach sprint. But let's take a look at that finish once more, because that's one of the closest we've seen of the day, and brilliant from Astrid Thomas of Australia, who will clinch a podium position here in Genoa at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals 2024.
Yes, she knew she had to get something from those legs, because it failed. They failed her in the semi-final pretty much. She was so slow, but she managed to get some little burst of energy there now to take that bronze medal. Amazing sprint there from People's Republic of China, but unlucky to miss out on a medal to join the gold medal that in the men's, the junior men's. but you know, finishing 4th at a World Finals is not a bad feat.
Yeah, absolutely. And that 4th place, brilliant from the People's Republic of China. So we just saw a great, very close finish from Astrid Thomas of Australia to clinch that bronze medal. Let's hear from her now down on the beach with Gemma and Luca.
A race that you remember for the rest of your life. What a bronze here!
Thank you. Thanks. Oh, it's definitely a bit surreal, first world champs. Yeah, good race.
Yeah, you made it, and you had a really, really tough race. China was really strong. When you think that you were good, it's bronze.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to till the end. It was such a close race, and my competitor really handed it to me. It was really good.
What this bronze means to you?
Oh, it means a lot. I think for my friends back home, my family that's come here, I think it's really special to be able to perform on the world stage for the first time, yeah.
We can't wait to see you during the victory ceremonies and enjoy your time here in Genoa. We are about to start with the A final, so let's keep focused on the next race.
We love the little Australian twang there from our Italian Luca there. We're just commenting how it's even stronger when he's speaking to someone from Australia. Of course, he spent lots of time in Australia and does a lot of work with the Australian team here in Italy who have a base in Varese. But brilliant there. But we are gearing up for the A final of the Coastal Junior Women's Solo. USA in lane 1, Spain in lane 2.
This is a brilliant final, Neve, because I think for both, it will be their first gold medal ever. You know, so either way that this goes, it's going to mean a lot. You know, Lucia Navarro Blasco on screen now. She didn't make it out of the quarterfinals last year in Barletta, so a big, big step forward for her to be guaranteed at least silver here in Genoa. And on screen now, the lady that everyone's been talking about here, Annalise Hall of the United States of America, who, like we say, 2 medals under her belt, but neither gold until perhaps here in 2024. And the fact that she's back here, Neve, we heard from her earlier, all of her training has been focused on this moment right here.
Absolutely, yes. A flat water roar, but like Team USA dedicates so much time to this beach sprints. And I was chatting to someone earlier at lunch, and they were saying, like, at the trials, it's so competitive to get on the team, and you have so many flat water rowers and Olympians, but they're not making the team. It's the people who have the experience with the coastal rowing over the years. You know, we saw them in Wales in 22, Team USA. They did so well, love the conditions, and that's really paying off, and they're able to beat all the Olympians at the trials. And here is one, Annalise Hall. She is off, but it is Spain who's taken the first few strokes, but just getting cut off by the push from the boat handlers. That has allowed Annalise Hall of USA to get in the lead.
Wow, you can see the difference that's made on screen now. Hall on your left, Spain on your right, and that is the sculler Lucia Navarro Blasco, who currently in silver medal position. Hall using that to her advantage. She doesn't seem to be looking across too much though. Boat speed well up here for the USA.
Yes, USA up at 43 strokes per minute compared to Spain's 38. We're seeing her keep up that technique that we saw in her semi-final, whereby she is keeping it nice and short and snappy. She is quite a tall athlete, but she has shortened up her stroke and just concentrating on that power she has from those legs and from that upper body. We can see the boat handlers running themselves, sprinting on the beach to make sure they stay in her eye line as she heads towards that turning buoy. It is Annalise Hall who's going to get to that turning marker ahead of Spain.
Yeah, she was quite wide on that slalom buoy, the penultimate one before that big turn at the end, but she's corrected well. Like we were saying earlier, best technique is to try and keep yourself as straight through that slalom as possible. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it really is the fastest method to get from A to B. And Hall is absolutely electric round the turning point and moving back towards the beach now. And it's Spain only just getting the bows back round here towards the finish line. A huge distance. And Hall, she's thought about this moment for some time now, putting all of that practice and training into motion in this gold medal final.
Oh, this is such an exciting but scary place to be in, to have won the silver medal last year, to be here contesting the gold medal, to be in front by this much of a lead. But you never know what's going to happen in these races. races. So while I'm sure she's very excited right now, she also needs to keep calm, keep her head in the boat, just get those blades in and out clean through the water, keep it as powerful as she can. And she has to remember she also has that sprint and that exit, that really important exit out of the boat. So you can see her now, she's concentrating on that power, big long strokes, the big lie back that we're seeing from her. She has a huge lead now over Spain.
Well, when it came down to it, this 2024 final in the Coastal Women's Solo for junior women's athletes, it's going to be a destruction for the American, the 18-year-old from North Carolina. It was bronze 2 years ago. It was silver last year in 2023. But the World Rowing Beach Sprint final gold medalist will be America's Annalise Hall for the first time. And all of that training put to amazing use. Our silver medalist here, not to be sniffed at. Brilliant performance here from the Spanish sculler, Lucia Navarro Blasco, who comes towards the buzzer now, still as a medalist, a silver medalist in the world here, and brilliant, brilliant stuff for Spain once again, who I feel like we talk about time and time again, and she will add to that overall tally that Spain sit atop of at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals medal haul.
Oh, this is incredible to see the two athletes. And I know USA, they have been disappointed with some of the performances and unlucky to make it through to the last 16 based on yesterday's time trials in many categories. So this is going to give them the boost that they need here. Gold medal for Annalise Hall. She stuck with it after her silver last year, put in a lot of work over the winter. Here she is, and it's paying off. Look how happy she is. And we are going to see her tomorrow again in the junior women's double. So she has a big evening of recovery ahead of her.
She does, and she'll enjoy these moments first, though, Niamh. I think, you know, we heard from her earlier, the solo really has been her project, and that is the individual event, and to hear just how much this means to her, I'm delighted to say that we will be joined by Annalise Hall of the USA.
Annalise, you've done it. We talked earlier and you said, you know, you've got a bronze, you've got a silver, and now you've completed the set. Talk me through your emotions.
Oh my goodness, just getting out there before the race, I knew I just had to give everything I had. I'd put so much work into this. My coaches knew I had this. I had everyone cheering for me before, and just I got out there and gave it everything I had. It was such a fun race.
And how significant is this win for you going forward? This is, of course, you know, the under-19s, you've got a big future ahead.
Yeah, this was my last year's under-19s, and I needed that gold.
What a way to cap it off, eh?
It was so much fun, and on to the double tomorrow.
On to the double, no rest for the wicked. And will you be celebrating, and if so, how?
Tonight I'm gonna get a good night's sleep, but Sunday I gotta celebrate with the team. Just, who knows, just hanging out. They're best people.
And finally, anything you want to say to your team? Because, you know, you've mentioned before, and we know how much goes into this.
A lot has happened throughout the past 2 weeks, throughout the year. My team has been such a huge support for me. Everyone has been working so hard. We already have a silver, and we're just gonna keep going. Oh yeah, I'm so proud of them.
Congratulations once again. Wave that flag with pride, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Well, we'll see Annalise Hall tomorrow, but we'll also see her on the podium later for our victory ceremonies. The victory ceremonies taking place after these side-by-sides, after these quarters, semis, finals. But just to catch up with what we've seen already this morning, here's a few highlights from the afternoon session. So no highlights for now, but we will look to bring you some highlights a little bit later. Here we are, and some great racing we've seen already this afternoon.
Well, that's what we've had already this afternoon. Some great medal races here on the San Nazaro Beach in Genoa, Italy for the 2024 Beach Sprint Finals. And don't go anywhere, because we've got more racing yet to come. And next up, one of my favourite events, we've got the mixed Coxed quadruple sculls, and it's the quarterfinals that we've got up first. Same format if you've been with us earlier today. It's quarterfinals first. We'll see 4 of those: Brazil versus France, Netherlands versus Italy, Great Britain versus Germany, and Ukraine versus Spain to round off those quarter-final rounds. And then we'll move swiftly into semi-finals, then the B final, and then the A final, where the gold medal will be awarded to the fastest mixed Coxed quadruple scull here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals 2024. Crowd getting warmed up nicely here on the beach. We've kind of gotten through the hottest period of the day. We've had some real scorching heat here. Lovely September warmth that these athletes have been experiencing, and we're getting warmed up and ready for our next race on the course, which is the quarter-final of France on one side, Brazil on the other. And we're going to go back to that format. We're going from the smallest boats, the solos, up to the biggest boats now, the quadruple sculls. So a completely different technique. We're going to see sprinting from the Cox's
Absolutely, yeah. Kind of changes year on year depending on conditions. So I think they made the call to have 3 rowers in. Then it is the Cox generally runs in, and the strokes person has to jump in and get themselves set. So at least the 3 rowers are sitting ready. You know, they're ready to go with about 1 minute to go to the start of the race. They're on their seat. They have their feet set. They have the blades in the water. And we're seeing here Edwige Alfred there of France, so experienced in both the endurance coastal and beach sprint. She always seems to be up on the podium every year. She, as you said earlier, she is an experienced rower, but here in the Cox's seat, she is well able to run, and I think maybe that's why she is here. They were the fastest out of the time trials yesterday. Very impressive stuff out of France, and I'm sure they'll be looking for a medal later on. But first up, they have to beat the crew from Brazil. Yeah, the fastest from the time trial, like you say. France are favourites on paper here, and Edwige Alfred, formerly a rower in the crew through many coastal championships and beach sprint finals before. She was there at the very first beach sprint finals in Shenzhen, China back in 2019, but now contesting as part of this quadruple scull, and into the coxswain seat she'll go, the 45-year-old with the reins to steer these 4 athletes through the slalom. But they're actually down off the start here, Niamh, not as fast and snappy as Brazil. Yes, Joao Pedro Silva there of Brazil went off to a flyover start, and they had a few strokes pulled ahead of France. The thing is, when you go up against someone who you've seen in the time trial, and you know they're going to be fast, then you really just have to go for it. You have nothing to lose when you're up against one of the fastest crews, one of the most experienced crews out there. So Brazil now in the lead here now. They are ploughing down each of those markers as they head around it. Edwige is going right around to keep her blades clear, whereas Brazil taking a much more direct route to that turning buoy. That means they're going to come onto it very narrow, so let's see if that catches them. But of course the Cox has full control here over steering. We do see often the quads come out very wide out of those marks, so let's see. Brazil are in and around. France did a lot to catch up. Very close here. France have put themselves back in.
Synchronised boats going round that turn there. And I was just noticing, actually, Niamh, that we've got completely opposite makeups and compositions of these crews. France have decided to have their stern pair as their female athletes, Marine Delano and Gaia Chiavini in the 3 seats. And in the Brazilian crew, well, they've opted for the male stern pair. That's stroked by João Pedro Silva, backed up by Vangelis Rinca Pereira, and that is, I think, eliciting reasonably similar results regardless of which way round that combination is sat. But here come France. They've flipped the script. They've pushed back ahead here now on the inbound leg. But who is going to have this exit? Because Brazil are upping the rating with every single stroke.
Brazil are upping the rating, and as you said, it will be interesting now to see the sprint. So it's going to be male up against female. Here we often see it in the mixed doubles as well. Different genders running, but France are going. He was prepared there with about 3 strokes to go. Brazil just behind here, but it is France coming in to take the win here in the first quarter-final of the Coastal Mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls, booking their spot into the semi-final. Only a short time away.
Well, that was a brilliant example of how executing that exit from the boat can be critical, because I think both Brazil and France landed on the beach at similar times there, but it was France that were prepared. Charalie Rubio in the bow seat for France, doing the running there and giving them a 3-second advantage, almost 4 into the final buzzer. But we'll see them race another day. We might not have seen the best from France yet, though. They might be building towards that semi-final and final.
They are absolutely, and I think we're getting we can hear some nice noise from the big ship that is coming in here. Toot toot. You see, this is our fans that we were talking about, all the fans that are coming in out on those ships, coming in to view these events.
I was going to say, we've got a big sign out there, honk if you love rowing, and that's exactly what we've heard. Thank you very much to the big shipping boat that's coming into port. We know you love the beach sprint finals as much as we do, and you've got a great view of it from out there, about a kilometre away from the bank here. And I was noticing actually earlier, Niamh, it's windy enough that we've got sailing boats out on the water. So I think there must be some pretty blustery conditions out there on the water.
Yeah, we never, when you look at the pictures, particularly on screen, anyone that's watching it at home, you're going to be like, but it's very flat, there's very little breakers, but there's actually big gusts out there, that aren't creating that big swell, those big breaks that we were seeing earlier, or yesterday, in fact. But it is providing tricky conditions, particularly as you turn. We're seeing boats being pushed off those marker buoys, ending up very wide around that turn. And also it's making it a little bit more difficult on the way in, because you're really having to pull up against those gusts. And if your blades are out of the water for too long, it is going to slow your boat up, and it could push you that little bit sideways, which you do not want to happen. But next up in our next quarter-final, over on the left-hand side as I look out at them there, it is Netherlands and Italy closest to us here.
Well, I've got a public apology to make to the Netherlands from earlier, because I thought that we had Caroline Florijn subbing in, but we didn't. They all just have very similar hairstyles. And so Claire de Kock, I'm very sorry that I mistook you. Hopefully that's a flattering compliment for the Olympic champion. She's joined by Marika Keitzer in the middle of this crew, and it's Duca Feta there on the start line for the Dutch on the right-hand side of the picture, going head-to-head with Filippo Wiesenfeld of Italy. And I know certainly who the crowd will be cheering for, but let's see if that is the result that will be yielded from this second quarter-final. There go the Italians riding and their bows right up as they try and tackle these waves, and there is the Netherlands on screen. Jan van der Baai in the stroke seat, a very accomplished and decorated flat water rower, backed up by a number of other flat water rowers here to make up this complement of Dutch rowers.
Yeah, lots of experience in the boat from Netherlands. Netherlands, but Italy have 3 of the returning members from last year, the crew who finished second at this World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. So they'll be hoping to make it into the next round to try and contest some medals, and they're really putting it up to the Olympians here from Netherlands. But this just goes to show, you know, the Italian crew have so much coastal experience, the Netherlands have so much flat water rowing experience, and look at them, so evenly matched here on the water.
So evenly matched, and that technique that the Italians and that have got them round the corner. Lots of shouting and pulling here from the boat handlers who won't be heard by the Italians, but certainly that encouragement is doing them well, because they're currently up, out and ahead of the Dutch. We talked earlier about the pedigree and the decoration in the Dutch crew from Flatwater. Jan van der Baai, silver medalist from the Paris 2024 Olympic Games from the men's 8, joined by Duke Feta in the coxswain seat, who was also the cox on that occasion. Can she drive this crew to success here and catch up with the Italians, who have all of the Italian fiery support here on the banks of the Genoese beach? But here we go, they're about 3/4 of a length up, coming in towards the beach.
Oh, this is going to come down to the sprint. It is Maria Elena Zerboni in the Italian boat. She is looking over. She knows she's going to have to get ready soon. They have about 3 strokes to pull. She has her oars pulled in. She's looking over, but Netherlands are coming. It is Italy from Netherlands. Netherlands are going for it.
Wow, the Italians just got caught there in the bow seat, and that is a massive sprint from Bert Florijn, who I think just collapses on top of the buzzer in time to secure them a spot into the semi-finals. We'll watch that back in just a few moments' time. But I didn't think the Netherlands were going to make it there. The Italians had so much in hand, but that was a feisty sprint there from the youngest of the Florijn siblings to get them that space into the semi-finals. He had the power in the legs, and big celebrations there from the Dutch.
Yeah, this is something that crews need to look at, because obviously, you know, there's a lot of balance between males and females, but, you know, usually males are that little bit quicker on the runs than females, and so putting a female in the bow when they're up against a male, you know, that's something that teams need to look at.
We did look, yeah, we were talking about that earlier, weren't we? The composition of the boats, you know, whether you have a male bow pair, female bow pair, but even, you know, you can order the athletes in any way that you want, and it's what gets the best result from your crew.
Exactly.
Out there on the water and also on the sprint.
Yes, because the Italians, as we saw there, hit the beach first, but it was the Netherlands with the big sprint there from Bert Florijn got to that finish line first. So it is something that crews need to look at as well going forward. But great race there. Netherlands booking their spot into the semi-final in I'm not sure how many minutes, but not too far away. And we're moving on to the 3rd quarter-final now.
Well, the Dutch just did exactly what they did in the opening round of 16, didn't they? Is that they came from behind. They knew that their sprint was quick enough to make up whatever it was that the Italians got ahead of them. And I think the real test will be whether they can do that in the semi-final, because whoever they'll be facing from this next race, Great Britain or Germany, are going to be very stiff competition indeed.
Absolutely, yes. We spoke about the Great Britain team earlier. So much experience. Charles Cousins alone, you know, such an accomplished not only Olympian, but also coastal endurance and beach sprints as well. But Ryan Glimond there, the cox for Great Britain, we saw him earlier with a flyer of a sprint, and it gave them that advantage that they needed in the earlier round. So here he is gearing up, getting himself in the zone here. You can see him very low to the he's actually squatting down lunging down on to the beach there now. So he's getting himself completely in the zone. He has a very, very important job here now up against Germany.
He's a very fast sprinter. We saw that in the opening round of 16. That is where his skills and experience really come into their own. One of the fastest sprinters that we've seen here on this beach. And the German, a very, very different stance. You can just see really taking this seriously here. Ryan Glimond of Great Britain. Look at him go. He is just electric.
But I think it is Germany who got there faster. Germany's cox just stumbling off the seat slightly, but he definitely had a bit of a faster run. Giuseppe De Vito Raphael there. They are off to a flyover start. We're seeing that wash from that earlier ship who was saying hello to us. So a little bit of a bounce here here now. But I think after that, oh, Germany's blades getting caught up on that first marker, throwing them off slightly. Great Britain flying out here now, just getting themselves ahead as they head around that second marker.
Oh, that was, a little bit of dramatics from Germany. Getting caught up is not what you want. And the Cox just throwing themselves in. You mentioned Giuseppe Di Vito there, went head first into the boat, but you've got to be able to steer using those steering wires. Otherwise, it's absolutely no use being in that seat. You're just a weight for the rest of the crew to pull along. So you need to get yourself in and on those steering wires. And here we go. We've hit that last turning point now. And Great Britain have snuck ahead.
Great Britain have absolutely snuck ahead. Germany took a really good approach. They started backing very early, but look at them once again, that lane on the right-hand side veering way, way over. They're coming right up towards Great Britain here, but Great Britain powering it out here now, doing super here. We're seeing that style from Charles Cousins, staying nice and low in the boat, head down, but so much power off his blades.
So much power. They're quite wide off the mark, but they also experience that big push that the Germans are feeling as well from lane 2. Everyone getting pushed across in the waters here, and it will be the job of Ryan Gleimond to pull them back onto course. They're about one boat length up here, and it will be Rosa Thompson that has the job of getting herself in towards the beach. We saw the technique from Great Britain earlier. She pulled her blades in about 3 strokes from the line to prepare, and here she goes again. She's doing that same technique. Let's see if it works out for her.
Oh, that worked out. She stopped even sooner that time, about 5 or 6 strokes. She stopped pulling, pulled in the handles, and here she goes. She knew there was enough power in the boat to keep going that allowed her to head out of the boat, get in ahead of Germany, and book their spot into the semi-finals.
So that will be Great Britain there booking their spot into those semi-finals, and we'll find their competition in the next race around. But Germany, unfortunate for them, going out in the quarters. Top 8 in the world, of course, all of these mixed Cox quads. This won't be an event in LA in 2028. We will only see the solos on both sides and the mixed double sculls, but still a mixed event being competed. And again, this mixed quad, very fast, very furious. But yeah, always some great racing here. But Great Britain there comfortably through, and their competition will be found in quarterfinal 4 between Ukraine and Spain.
Yeah, lots to look forward to here as well. We saw the Spanish Cox, the young Cox, but absolutely flying into the boat. Just turned 17 just this past week, but so much experience. You know, I think the Spanish put a lot of effort into their coxing because, you know, particularly obviously in the quads, like the Cox is always going to be the sprinter, and so, you know, they choose athletes who are super fast, super quick on their feet, and that's what we see time and time again from Spain. So these crews are getting geared up. You can see Ukraine on the screen. They're getting ready. They have their boat ready to go and put in the water. So just waiting for the starter's orders to say that there's 1 minute to go. Then they'll place their boat in. The 3 rowers will get in. The strokes person will wait until the hooter and the flag is dropped, and they will get in, and the Cox will make their way down to the boat.
Put the boats in the water.
Well, we're hearing the instruction there to put the boats in the water at that minute out from the race. Ukraine there on screen, and that's Anastasia Kozir, the Cox of this crew, joined by Stanislav Kovalov, Diana Serebrianska, Mikola Mazur, and Darina Verkogliant. A couple of familiar names. We'll talk about them in just a few moments' time from the flatwater scene. And there is Gutierrez del Alamo Espejo of Spain. The Cox just giving instructions still to his crew. Spain, last winners of this event back in 2022. And it's been a year out for them from the podium. Can we see yet another medal performance from them later on? This quarter-final, though, just one stepping stone on the route to the medal finals.
Attention.
We're about to get underway.
Here we go, strokes person jumping in. Coxes are running down. Very quick sprint from both Ukraine and Spain. Spain are off getting that big push here now. They had a couple of strokes pulled while the Cox was jumping in. Very even match though. Spain may have pulled a stroke or two ahead of Ukraine, but both boats now heading out to that first marker. Very even.
Yeah, that must have been quite the ride there for Gutierrez, who had two legs dangling out the water for Spain as he was being dragged along by the rest of the athletes there, but he's back in the boat, both legs safely inside and dry now as the rest of the crew press on. And a great rhythm being set there by Miguel Salas Cordoba in that stroke seat, giving them about a quarter of a length as they go. The correct side of that first slalom buoy just starting to move now, snake in towards that second buoy. And Ukraine's stroke seat there, well, Stanislav Kovalov is really starting to keep eyes out, as is the bowman.
Yeah, they're keeping an eye on their competitors here. Oh, Ukraine going flying past that turning buoy. They're gone very wide here around it. A bit too wide, I would say. Spain, much tighter, but they have come out very wide here now. You can see, even though you have a Cox and even though you have a steering mechanism, the boats are just so big and going into them so fast that most crews just go flying past them. So Spain are now overturning here now so they can get back into the beach. We have one returning member from the Spanish Cox quad from last year. One of the rowers raced the mixed double and another in the junior mixed double. So lots of experience in the Spanish boat, and all the Ukraine rowers are all international athletes as well. We commented on Ukraine's technique earlier. Does not falter at all in these races, but it is Spain who have made their way to that last marker now, just ahead of Ukraine. This is going to be another close finish to the beach. Ukraine trying to put all the power they can behind every stroke, but with Spain's short, snappy, fast strokes, they are going to get to that beach first.
Yeah, Ukraine treating this much more like a flat water race than the Spanish, who are much more versed in this coastal style, shorter, snappier, and much more effective as they run round the flag, and they will reach. Oh no, disaster for Spain. I didn't think she was going to get there for a second. Nadia Felipe Garcia just fell short. That was almost absolutely terrifying for them. What a finish from Spain to just cling on by their fingernails to that semi-final spot. That just goes to show you, Niamh, the level of jeopardy when you enter the beach is sky high.
Absolutely. And now, we mentioned it in the last race, it was male against female. Oh, we can see she jumped just that slight bit too early. But we saw in the last race where we were talking about the male against female and how the male won out in that sprint, whereas there we saw the opposite. Now Spain did have a bit of advantage getting to that beach first, but she was well able to sprint there.
She was, but, well, doesn't account for any sort of obstacles along the course. That was, petrifying there for Spain. I'm sure heart in mouth for the coaches who were watching nearby, but they will qualify there for the semi-finals along with the Great Britain crew, who we saw in the previous round. They'll go head-to-head in the second semi-final, but our first semi-final coming up in just a few moments' time will be France going head-to-head with the fast-finishing Dutch. The Netherlands there beating out Italy by the smallest of margins, and all of that happened in those final few paces towards the line. And Niamh, can they do it once more? We've seen it happen in the last 16. We've seen it happen in the quarterfinal. Can the Dutch do it against our favourites in this event, France?
I think, they've sent their best athletes here this weekend and as well last weekend to the World Rowing Coastal Championships. And I think with the conditions the way they are, they're really suiting them. We saw them, maybe fail to get through to later rounds yesterday, particularly in the mixed double. The Florin siblings, we saw them not able to make the final 16. So I think the conditions caught them out slightly, but it will be great to see them in these calm conditions. But we're going to head to the beach here now. We're going to meet with the GB Cox.
So Ryan, you're here representing Great Britain, representing your team, representing Great Britain, and you're through to the semis. So talk me through that race first of all.
Yeah, it was a really hard race. We knew it would be. Credit to Germany, they rode really fast. So well done, guys. Good race out to the buoy. Got a better turn than the previous round, and those guys are so powerful. So surfing the waves back in was really good, really special.
And in terms of communication on board, what is being said, what is being done on board to make sure that you're all keeping on top of things?
Yeah, so there's a lot going on. It's kind of more than flat water rowing. So a lot of the time I'm steering, looking at the course, calling where we are in relation to the opposition, and then the guys are calling as well what they're feeling in the water. So yeah, well-oiled.
And tough opponents, talk us through that. Were you aware of that going into the race?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Germany have, I think, been here the last couple of years. We knew they would be fast. We looked at their race in the previous round, and yeah, really tough race. So yeah, credit to them.
And finally, what does it mean for the team to advance through to the next round and to the semi-finals?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, unlucky in getting through to this stage the last 2 years. So yeah, big change, and really looking forward to it now.
So some unfinished business to settle here today.
Yeah, you could say that.
There we go. The stage is set. Very much looking forward to it. Thank you for chatting.
Netherlands.
And back to the action.
Lane 1. France.
An action it
Lane
will be
2.
indeed, Gemma, because
1
this
minute.
is
Put the
probably,
boats in the water.
I think, one of the races of the day that we've got lining up here. France, the favourites, the winners of the time trial, the preliminary race on Friday. The Netherlands, stacked full of Olympic talent and some pretty talented sprinters as well. Bear Florijn winning out that last quarter-final by just 0.8 of a second. And tense moments here. There's Vetter, the Olympic silver medalist, the Cox of the Dutch 8 at Paris 2024. But exchanging that coxing seat for some running trainers or booties here on the start line. Edwige Alfred back again, focused and ready to go.
Yeah, so 3 rowers sitting in their boats ready to be joined by the Cox and the strokes person who is standing out of the boat at the moment. So once we see the flag being dropped into the hooter go, the Cox will go, the strokes person will jump in. So here we go. Massive sprint here by Edwige Alfred. She has gotten to the water first, but it is Netherlands who are gone. 2 strokes pulled ahead of France.
Yeah, the water there, high knees from Duca Vetter. Saw her sort of sprinting over and above those waves, and short, sharp strokes from the Netherlands, trying not to fall into the trap that a lot of the flat water rowers do of trying to treat this like a 2-kilometre race. Just 500 metres, 250 metres out, 250 metres back, and that high stroke rating just gives them that adaptability to tackle any waves that come their way. Here we go, around this next slalom point. France trailing currently.
Yeah, look at the sit-up at the finish of the stroke by Netherlands. They are not leaning back at all, just staying up so tall compared to the French, who are doing, you know, a more typical, we'll say, coastal stroke, whereby they're leaning back slightly. But Netherlands are doing really well here. They are already in and around the turn. Again, when you go in against someone who you know are going to be one of the favourites, you just have to really race it as much as you can, and that's exactly what they're doing. Super turn by Netherlands. France are heading, France gone way wide there.
Yeah, they've tried to do a nice smooth turn rather than a sort of staccato handbrake turn, and I'm not sure it's paid off for them. They are 1 boat length behind the Dutch closest to us here on screen, and the Netherlands haven't been in this position yet. They've come from behind through both the last 16 and the quarter-final. They've not practiced what it feels like to be up front. Is this going to pay to their advantage?
Certainly, the position that they're in now is really good, and we know that they have a strong sprint finish, but France are coming back with every single stroke, and France know how to play the conditions. You know, they know how to play the sprint and the exit. They're much more experienced in that line, but Netherlands look like they've done enough here now. They're going to get to the beach ahead. I can see they're already looking over their shoulders, making sure they exit on time, but France are coming as well.
Yeah, France trying to come back with every single stroke. Can Bear Florijn do that same sprint that we've seen? We saw people fall victim to the beach earlier on today, but it's not going to be for Bear Florijn. He will reach that buzzer with confidence. It will be France knocked out. What a surprise here. Winners from the preliminary race are ousted by the Netherlands, and it will be them in that gold medal match. Let's find out who their competition will be next race around.
Yeah, unlucky there for France, but this is how it goes. I wonder what it would have been like if we had conditions like yesterday, but you can only play to what is in front of you, and well done there. Brilliant stuff from Netherlands. They'll be looking forward now to going again very soon in the a final. And of course, France will be trying to contest a bronze medal. So next semi-final coming up.
Yeah, we heard from Ryan Gleamont, who's lining up there for Great Britain on the right-hand side of your screen. They've opted for lane number 1 there. You can see the Brits getting ready just by the water's edge. And they are facing the Spanish, who have been gold medalists in this event in the past. Like we said, it was back in 2022 we saw Spain atop the podium. Completely different crew, I must add, this time around. No survivors from that previous championship crew, but nevertheless a very, very good performance. Saw them beat Ukraine, who littered with Olympians in that crew from the flat water discipline, but this is all about coastal, and like we've seen throughout this week, even at the long distance championships last weekend, the ability to read the conditions, this ever-changing course here in Genoa has been triumphant for those that can master it. So there's the 3-minute sign from the judges, from the umpires. So last bits of getting ready, crews high-fiving, gathering. But before we do start with this next race, this next semi-final, we can hear from our winners of the last semi-final, the Netherlands.
Through to the gold medal match. What does that mean to you and the team?
I think it means that we have to do it another round.
It certainly does. How are you feeling as a team? Is this getting you into good spirits ahead of this next match, or are you pretty tired at this point?
Well, I'm not tired. I'm just sitting and steering. But no, I think it's a good team and we have fun. And every time it works out, it gives you energy as well. So, yeah.
And quite close there at the sprint at the end. I mean, that's always something to think about. Regardless of what happens out there on the water, it can always come down to that last dash, can't it?
Yeah, but we have her very much trust in our bow seat. So I think even if we are on the back, I'm sure he's going to be in the front.
And are there ever any words of encouragement as the leap out of the boat happens and the sprint starts from all of you?
Sorry?
Any cheering that happens on the boat just to encourage your sprinter?
Yeah. And actually, and Juke is making sure that he gets off right. She's timing and it's perfect. Yeah.
Perfect. So lots of pressure, but it has paid off. Through to the final. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear there from two Olympic legends, Duca Feta, we've mentioned a couple of times, that silver medalist from Paris, but also Marika Kite, so great to see her back in action, the bronze medalist from the Tokyo Olympic Games in the lightweight women's double scull alongside Ilse Paulus. So great to see that Coastal is encouraging back some Olympic legends into the sport, and hey, who knows, their Olympic careers may not be over just yet, given the news of this entering into LA. But the instruction now for boats to be put into the water. You can see that the bow 3 just entering into their seats, making sure they are ready to row. And the stroke seat, they have to have at least one person outside of the boat. They can't have all 4 members in. And that's the stroke seat for both of these crews, Great Britain and Spain. There is Great Britain's cox, Ryan Guillemont, getting ready. He'll be lining up alongside Rafael Giuseppe De Vito for Spain.
Yeah, I think it would just be a bit too deep for those bow 3 to try and jump in. You know, we often see water starts in the endurance and the beach sprints, obviously, and it can be, it's just, there's such a slope in this beach that it would be very deep for the bow person to have to try and jump in that minute hooter. So at least they're sitting in the boat, ready to go. They can keep the bow straight, you know, they can be keeping an eye. The boat handlers can tell them to pull on one side as the cox is running down here now. These are very evenly matched. We saw them both really, really fast in their respective races earlier on, but you can see legs dangling again here.
Yeah, De Vito, that's quite a style for him, actually, those legs trailing. In the stroke seat there for Great Britain, we mentioned Cam Buchan earlier, a very strong and tall athlete who has had success on the indoor rowing machine as well as flat water rowing, trying to complete the trilogy here with coastal rowing as well. And short, sharp strokes for him must be reasonably hard to attain. He's a very tall athlete and trying to get the rest of this crew to follow him, backed up by Heather Gordon. In the 3-seat, Charles Cousins, Rosa Thompson leading out Spain, and Kirsten Fenning in the stroke seat for Spain, setting that rhythm for them and pulling them up alongside GB here. They are not out of this race yet.
Absolutely not. Speeds, it is Spain who are a little bit faster here at the moment, but Great Britain got to that turn first, but Spain are flying around that turn. They are going a bit wide. They just kept pulling, whereas Great Britain tried to put on the brakes a little bit to try and stay a bit tighter. So Great Britain have a bit of a straighter line to the beach. Spain are going wider, but Spain are going for it here. They are upping it. They know they're going to have to pull. You can see Great Britain here sitting up nice and tall, really fast with the rates here now. It is definitely Great Britain with the straighter line here. Spain's trying to overturn here now to try and get that straight line into the beach.
Yeah, they're going to have to adjust back inwards. They took that more sweeping turn. Great Britain more of the handbrake turn, but we are level coming in towards the beach here. Rosa Thompson, we know, is a good sprinter. Are they going to leave it a bit later this time, given it's a much closer race? We'll have to wait and see what is the bow seat for Spain going to do here. Nadia Felipe Garcia, she had that trip in the quarter-final. Is she ready once again to try and regain that balance? She looks across over her shoulder. Rosa Thompson is starting early. She gets up out of her seat at least 6 strokes before the line. She's already on the beach and starting to sprint here against Nadia Felipe Garcia, and it is going to be Great Britain that reach that buzzer. Both still remain on their feet over to the line, but it was Thompson of Great Britain there that does the job to get them into the A final to fight for the gold medal, something that they said was very much on the books and on their plan to go better than last year here in 2024. Spain, well, they'll have one more chance to go for a medal in the bronze medal match. Little taps there from the rest of the crew to regain composure, but brilliant there. What a race into the last few moments.
What a finish there by Great Britain. I would say about 10 strokes out, she nearly stopped rowing herself, Rosa Thompson, to get ready to jump out of the boat. So she knew exactly where she would be jumping out onto, whereas Spain waited until the very last second, drove their bow up onto the sand or onto the beach here. They fell a little bit short here. So great to see Great Britain now making the A final alongside Netherlands. But next up, we're going to have the B final. So bronze medal up for grabs. Spain need a little bit of recovery time here. So we have a little bit of, or a few minutes here, and they'll be meeting France. That will be one race. It'll be a great race.
2 great races on the slate here for both the B final and the A final in this mixed coxed quadruple sculls. I cannot wait to see both of those medal matches. And it was so interesting to see there how Great Britain handled that in exactly the same way, despite being a much tighter race. They were confident that the stern 3 were able to pull them into the beach nice and stably for Thompson to execute that sprint. Here is what we've got coming up. Like Neves just said, we've got that B final of the mixed coxed quads with that race between Spain and France. That'll be a hot one, and just as hot, the A final, Great Britain versus the Netherlands for gold and silver. We'll then move boat category to our last category of the day, the mixed double sculls yet to come, and we've got 2 more gold medals left to award here in Genoa for day 2, but more action tomorrow, Neve, too.
We're seeing lots of medals. We'll be seeing them at the victory ceremonies given out later today. But tomorrow we also have the men's solo, the women's solo, the junior women's double, the junior men's double, and the junior mixed double. So there'll be 5 more medals to be given out tomorrow. Not sure what conditions are going to be like. It seems to be ever changing. We thought it was going to be a little rougher here and choppier today, whereas it's been very flat. And let's have a look at some of the highlights from the day here. Super racing so far today. So we're seeing beautiful scenes. We'll catch up with the highlights there shortly, but look at the scenes here from Genoa. We can see the important job that the Coxes have here in the quads. Vetter there for Netherlands doing a super job Italy as well there. Netherlands getting themselves right through each. You can see the passion there from the coaches and from the boat handlers. Netherlands, you can see how much it means. They have made their A final for the first time. Lots of these rowers, it's their first time in the beach sprints. Then we saw the super sprints from Ryan Clement of GB, Rosa Thompson there, then of Great Britain with that big sprint, getting Great Britain also into the A final. Ukraine with their expert technique here, just going flying past that boy a little bit, and that super finish there by Spain, almost missing out on the buzzer. We had Edwige Alfred then of France, expert, experienced rower, coastal rower. Here she is in the cox's seat, and here again we're seeing that big sprint from Netherlands making their way to the A final, and this was the final semi-final between Spain and Great Britain. Spain went very wide around that turn, Great Britain taking a much narrower approach to it, and we saw there was going to be a big sprint here between Spain and Great Britain, but Rosa Thompson there of Great Britain booking their place into that A final. So shortly, we're just giving the athletes a few minutes to rest up. We obviously need to change oars in the boats to make sure that the nations have their own oars in the boats and get set up with the foot stretchers, make sure everything is all good to go in the boats, and then we'll be coming to you shortly with the B final of the Coastal Mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls. France and Spain, probably two crews who we anticipated may be making their way to the A final, but here they are contesting the B final, bronze medal up for grabs. After that then we'll be straight into the A final, Netherlands and Great Britain. That will be another great race, and you can see them bailing out the boats here, just how much water is getting into those boats. Even when it's calm, even when there's no breakers, it's usually at the start when they're holding the boat in the water waiting for the cocks to jump in. That's usually when they start to fill a little bit with water, so they're just making all those adjustments, trying to get the boat as light as possible. You don't want to be carrying around all that water with you. Netherlands doing the same thing now. They're obviously after changing boats, so they're having to readjust the foot plates, the sizes of the shoes. This must be super exciting for them. You know, it's their first time in a beach sprint event, a lot of them, you know. They're well used to being up on podiums at the big events in the Olympics and World Championships and all the flat water events, but this is a different ball game. They're really getting into it.
Completely different ball game, and I think, you know, the Netherlands has a lot of coast, so you know, should be lending themselves pretty well to this type of rowing, but they've not really had too much in the way of, you know, runway into this. A lot of these athletes have been out at the flat water competitions for most of the season, only hopping in post Paris to change to this discipline. So there's a lot to learn, Niamh.
Absolutely, so much to learn, and this is so different, even though it is obviously still under the umbrella of rowing. It's so different to your 2000 I was going to say kilometre, 2,000 metre straight race that, you know, they're well used to. But here's our start list. Final B, bronze medal up for grabs. I was saying there that, you know, these are probably two crews that we probably would have anticipated getting to an A final, but here they are, France and Spain up against each other in the B final.
And scrapping for a medal. You know, I feel like this is not the position that they would have liked to have been in. Is only one medal between two. They can't share it. So we're going to decide in the next few minutes who will be on that podium later on in the victory ceremony today, and who will be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, so all crews, you can see them still making adjustments to those boats. There's seats coming out. They're making sure that everything is right, because you don't want there to be a fault in anything here at this point, because that will cost you so much when you get to the racing. So, you know, it's really important that they spend that little bit of time. These are pool boats, you know, everybody is sharing boats. The rigs and things like that are standard, whereas you can adjust, obviously, the due to the height of the athletes, you can adjust where the foot plate is, if it's closer to you or further away, and the shoe size as well. Particularly for the strokes person who has to jump in at the last second, you want to have those shoes a little bit loose so that you're getting those feet in nice and quick, whereas the bow 3 have that little bit of time because they're sitting in that boat with 1 minute to go, so they can tighten up those shoes, the Croc shoes that we're seeing in those boats, you know, to make sure they're nice and stable. But that's one thing with the rowers that have to jump in. Those shoes, they tend to leave them quite loose, because if you're there trying to play with them and trying to tighten them, that's losing you seconds. So that's just something to take into consideration, because when those shoes are quite loose, particularly at a turn, when you put that oar in to break around it, your shoes, it's happened to me, your feet can come straight out of those shoes, and that's not something you want happening.
Go flying out the side.
Go flying out, that's not what you want.
And it's quite a lot of force, isn't it? You know, I don't know, again, if anyone's ever been in a rowing machine in the gym and not got their feet tied in as closely, it can be really detrimental. If you know, if your feet slip out, you're off the back of that machine, and that's exactly the same as out here on the boats.
Yeah, and you're not getting as much out of your legs as you possibly can as well. If your feet are that little bit loose, you're coming against the straps or against the shoes, whereas you want those feet planted down into those shoes, down into the foot plates, so you can get the most out of your legs, and that's exactly what you want in this sport. But we're just looking, we saw the big wide shot there of the beach. Tide has gone out quite a lot. You know, the sprint goes between 10 metres and 50 metres. I would say we're probably at that 50-metre mark now at this point.
Yeah, near enough. You can see the waterline where the sand is damp from where it was earlier on today, and it's gone out quite significantly. So this run, a very big portion of this race now, heading towards that 50 metres, like Niamh has said. And well, this sprint now between the Coxes of Spain and France. Gutierrez del Alamo Espejo for Spain, Edwige Alfred for France. Let's see who's going to take it on the buzzer. Here we go. France on the near side, Spain on the far side. A bronze medal awaits at the end of this race, but who's going to get it? Just one available here between these two crews.
Boats are being pushed onto the course before the Coxes are even near their seat, not a mind sitting down on it. So they have to they have to be so careful that they're not thrown out the opposite side of it. Very evenly matched off the start here. Spain getting right up nice and close to that first marker buoy, just hitting it with their blades. France taking that wider route to go clean around it. So this is going to be super, super close at the moment. Boats now heading towards that middle marker. Looks like France are going to go closer to it this time. Spain are staying out wide away. Yes, France hitting it with the riggers. That's pretty okay. That doesn't really slow the boat too much, but Spain decided to go nice and wide, staying clear of it.
Yeah, it is so fascinating to see the different approaches these crews take. France deciding that it won't slow them down enough to plough it over, essentially, whereas Spain wanting that nice clearance. They won't do that. Oh, my word, that was so close for Spain, going the right side of that buoy, but it was perfect there from the Cox, getting them into the right position. Gutierrez del Alamo Espejo, and but France are the ones that capitalise on the turn. Brilliant here for them exiting. They might not have been quite as close, but certainly they are right back onto it now and moving in towards this second part of the race.
Yeah, we saw this with Spain earlier around the turn. They nearly started pulling, I would say, a little bit too soon, and it meant that the bow didn't turn as quick as France's bow did, and that meant they're gone right over on to the left-hand side lane and having to pull back over now again, adding meters to themselves, which you do not want to do in this race. Edwige Alfred there just expertly navigated around that, came out nice and narrow, probably told her crew to pull an extra stroke just so they could be straight around and heading for the beach. So it is France from Spain, bronze medal up for grabs here. Going to come down to the sprint here now again, but I would say France have done enough on the water now at this stage.
It certainly looks like it. I can also see Edwige Alfred also getting ready to potentially sprint in case there's any problems, but it won't be needed because here comes France, ready for that bronze medal. Charlie Rubio will throw his hands in the air, victorious as bronze medalists here at this 2024 championship. Spain will come across in second place, which means fourth overall here in this mixed Cox quadruple sculls event. Brilliant for France to come back after that defeat to Great Britain in the previous round, but big win there for them against Spain, who have been so present at these championships across the board in all events. They'll go home empty-handed, unfortunately, on this occasion. But big celebrations for France. They won't be able to enjoy them just yet. They'll have to get that boat out of the way because we're already about to start preparing for this A final, the gold medal match about to get underway.
And this is going to be one super fast, super exciting race. We have Netherlands, we have Great Britain. This is going to be a super race to watch. There we can see the quads are ready to go, the boat handlers are ready to go. We can see the rowers, the bow three are ready next to their boats to head into the water as well. So once we get under starters orders where they'll say there's 3 minutes start, once they get to 1 minute, the boat handlers will walk the boat into the water, place it down, bow three will get in, and then strokes person will wait for that hooter and flag to drop while the cox runs down. Now we know both of these sprinters, both of these coxes are very fast on land. Ryan Glimond of Great Britain, we've seen some pretty incredible running from him, but Netherlands, they have an Olympic medalist, Cox, from the men's 8. She's been very fast.
She has been very fast, and I wonder how much sprinting she's been doing post-Paris. I don't know, post-Olympics, how much I'd be wanting to get.
I feel like she's been practicing.
But it looks like she's been practicing. She's certainly been very good. So, yeah, we'll wait and see. But here is the slate for the gold medal match. The Netherlands and Great Britain going here on this final this year. And both would be dream results for these athletes. In terms of what we've seen in the past, Great Britain, well, they picked up a bronze at the very first Beach Sprint Championships way back in 2019 with their crew. And then ever since then, well, we've not seen them on the podium since. So it's been some way away, and they could come home with a gold medal here.
Yeah, they've certainly tried. Charles Cousins and Ryan Glimond were made up the part of the team that raced last year, so they're returning. They know what it's like to be out here in these final stages of the race, but unlucky to miss out on medals. Now they are guaranteed one as long as they finish the race. Obviously you have to do that as well, but we are just seeing some highlights there from the B final. Super start by both of them. Spain had a really quick start. Nice, look at the bow person here, Nadia. They're putting that right hand handle right back behind her, but they did go very, very wide, and it allowed France to take advantage, get to that buzzer. Means a lot to them, I would say, to get that bronze medal.
Indeed, and yeah, great bronze medal match, even greater gold medal match, I'm sure, about to get underway. And we're getting ready to get boats in the water here, Great Britain versus the Netherlands.
So boats are in the water, bow three are sitting in, ready to go. Here is their time now to tighten up those shoes, as we spoke about, get themselves nice and set. They have their oars in, and this is the great advantage of having people in the boat. They can help to keep it straight. Now, it doesn't matter too much today because it's not too windy, but particularly on more windier days, because they can take advantage there and start pulling slightly just to keep the boat nice and straight out to that first marker. So they are all sitting ready to go. Look at Ryan Glimond here now again. He's lunging down on the beach here. Runners on, ready to go.
Very athletic stance we've always seen from him, lining up here. Very different to a lot of the other coxes lining up on the start line. This would be, though, as I say, the first medal for Great Britain since 2019 in this category. That's guaranteed, like we say. The Netherlands never, ever medalled in this event, so making history already, but what colour will that medal be? Will it be a gold medal? And here we go. The diagonal lines sprinted out towards the beach. Great from our drone shots. Oh my word, Duca Feta horizontal, head first into that boat, and she has adjusted quite remarkably here to get herself back into that cox's seat.
I thought she was going to go head first over the side. What a recovery from her. Hopefully that didn't shake her too much, but it did. The rowers were able to, they got out anyway. They weren't able to, or they didn't have to slow down. Great Britain definitely took advantage of that start. They're out ahead, but look at how tall the Dutch are sitting up here, not lying back at all. They're nearly leaning forward at the finish. I think they're having a little bit of problem. You can see Vetter, they're looking over the stern there now, but they are pushing ahead here.
you can see the amount of weight coming off that off their steering rudder. I don't know if they've got something caught or the wires are just a little bit crossed, who knows. Vetter seems to be head first though and looking straight on now. Maybe they've sorted it. It does look a lot better. Great Britain hit the turning mark first. Here they go, around we go. Very staccato, very short, very punchy from GB. And Thompson, Cousins, Gordon, Buchan and Glimond will go into the lead into this second leg. But here come the Dutch, and on this leg, this is where the wave reading, the wind, this all plays a part much more heavily in this second half of the race as they come in with the tide.
Vetter doing something I haven't seen before. She was putting her left arm into the water around that buoy, hoping to help swing that boat as well as the oars that were in the water. But let's see, can they get back in with GB? It is GB who are ahead at this stage. They're heading for that final marker. It is Team GB followed by Netherlands. It's going to come down to the wire. At the moment, it is going to be Rosa Thompson looking like she's going to hit that beach first, but we know Netherlands have a big fast sprint.
Yeah, the Dutch closing that Clearwater gap now. It was Clearwater, but that is being eaten away here by the Dutch, who are trying as they might to get onto this beach. But Rosa Thompson, for the third and final time today, will hit the beach in the lead. She is going to get to this buzzer for the first time for Great Britain in the mixed coxed quads. It's going to be Great Britain for gold, and the Netherlands, the first medal ever that they will take home from this beach sprint finals in this coxed quad event, will be silver. But brilliantly raced all around, and wow, amazing as a final, and Great Britain rose to the occasion to take home not only their first medal since 2019, but their first ever gold medal here in the mixed coxed quads. And we'll gather now for celebrations. Rosa Thompson keen there to celebrate with the team, I think, to sprint back, but no, held here for media duties. And the Dutch, well, hugs all around for them too.
Yeah, oh, incredible just to see the sheer motion. They're still going down at the Great Britain quad. They're just so happy. I think they're making their way over to the Dutch now to shake hands, which is so lovely to see here on the beach. What a finish. Unfortunate for Vetter, they're just stumbling into the boat. I'm not sure it threw them too much, but there did seem to be a little bit of difficulty with the steering slightly. But Great Britain there, Ryan Glimond with like expert navigating. He knew what to do, particularly coming out of that buoy to get them the shortest route down to the beach, and that's certainly what he did.
Do you know what I think it was, Niamh? I think Great Britain at every single point, if you were to break the race down into the start, the slalom, the turn, and then the sort of return leg and the exit, they were not like hugely leaps ahead at any of those points, but they were just that little bit better that accumulated to that, you know, over a 1 length lead that we saw, and that little mistake from Vetter cost them that explosive start, which saw them, you know, quarter of a boat length down. Then at the turn, Great Britain executed that really well, which then saw them half a length down here. And then on this return leg, Great Britain just managed to really push the nail in and go for gold in fine fashion. And that sprint, like we've seen Rosa Thompson do every single time today, has just been exemplary. So great scenes here as all of these athletes celebrate a job well done here in Genoa, and hopefully we'll get to hear from some of those athletes a little bit later on. But first, let's give them their moment to shine and celebrate. They're just trying to gather everyone out of the sea. And like I say, I think it's been a long time coming for Team GB on this one. They've always been great contenders here at the Beach Sprint Finals, but just missing out on a number of occasions in this event. You know, sadly for them, finishing out of the semi-finals even, but here we are. Joint celebrations.
Joint celebrations, we love to see it. This is such a cool scene. It means so much to them. You can tell how much, like, you know, the likes of Charles Cousins, Ryan Glimond, they were here last year, you know, not missing out, but like so much experience in that team, GB, and like, as you said, they're just putting so much effort into developing their team, you know, and it's a rigorous process to get on to the squad here now, you know, and a lot of the athletes are traveling around, Charles in particular, going around again, country to country, competing at different events, and he's bringing back all that experience into the crew. I love to see this. Definitely brilliant sprint out of Ryan there all day long. Luca, I think, is trying to grab them.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to rein them in for an interview, but it sounds like he's managed to lasso them in. Luca, let's hear from the team.
It was an amazing race. Credit to the Netherlands. You guys were fantastic. But these four are so special. So strong. Well done, guys.
I can see a lot of emotion here. What are you expecting? What are you expecting to battle here?
I mean, we came in confident. We knew that we were strong. We were always aiming for that A final, and we did it.
What a spectacular race. I'm sure stay with you forever. But now let's go for a swim with the Netherlands. Not coming, eh? I'm not coming.
Luca doesn't seem to have his swim shorts on him. I was like, please don't ruin our microphone there, Luca. Get yourself back onto dry land. But great to see him celebrating there with Great Britain and the Netherlands. But we do still have one more round of competition left to go here today. We've got far more racing to come tomorrow, but our last event of the day is the mixed double sculls. This is the open mixed double sculls. So we'll be getting ready with our 8 boats that remain in play for the medals here. First race will be Australia versus France, and that will be kicking off in 5 minutes' time. It'll just give enough time for these athletes to get out of the water and get themselves away and dry, ready for further celebrations. But Niamh, you know, we're coming into our last race of the day. The beach is absolutely packed. Any highlights for you so far?
So many highlights. I think just the experience we're seeing from a lot of rowers. In particular, we mentioned them a few times, the rowers from People's Republic of China. They've obviously, you know, put a lot of time in it to things like navigation, the exit and entry into the boat, and that's what you're going to be seeing over the next few years. You can't just be good at rowing. It's all those little things that make a difference. You know, we've seen a lot of people stumble up the beach, and it's that really quick and efficient entry and exit, that efficient turn that we're seeing lots of crews getting caught out on today, particularly with that little bit of gusty wind that we have. So there's been loads of highlights, but I really think, you know, those athletes that have been kind of coming up through the years and just spending an awful lot of time and getting good at this discipline. Because again, it's not just about being a good runner or a rower, it's all those little things that make a difference.
You're absolutely right, and I think the thing that I've also noticed is that we have so much more, because of the conditions being near on kind of perfect in inverted commas today. I know that some of the other rowers might want those crashing waves, but because of the sort of flat calmness that we've got somewhat, we get to see some of those skills on real display and less mistakes being made, which really goes to show you how much advancement has come in this sport for all of those more technical pieces around entries, exits, turning points. Great to see Genoa in all its glory as well. Looks like we're over the local skate park just next door. You mentioned earlier, Niamh, that Genoa is the European city of sport for this year. They've got so much going on, and great to see that, you know, in all different forms here.
Absolutely, and I know this event this weekend and last weekend, because obviously we had the World Rowing Coastal Championships last weekend, the endurance races. This has been such a big deal, and coastal rowing is so strong in Italy, you know, and it was here last year as well in Barletta. New venue here today. We're looking at the rowers still celebrating here from Netherlands, but it's just, yeah, it's a beautiful place. You know, we're spoiled with our view anyway as we're looking out down onto the shore here. Beautiful ocean conditions today. As you said, maybe, you know, they kind of get a bit of everything here. Yesterday was so different. Today is very flat. Let's see what tomorrow brings. But yeah, beautiful city. Luca, of course, getting involved. He is getting involved in the dance party here with the Netherlands. Would not be like him to be stuck in the middle here.
I'm surprised they've still got energy to do that, Niamh, because, you know, they've just done back-to-back, you know, 500-meter sprints.
They didn't have to sprint on the beach, though. They were just rowing, those rowers.
That is very true. So maybe that's given them the can-can legs that they need to get the crowd going for one final event here today. And I can see one of our event managers, Matt Evans, getting involved now as well. Great to see World Rowing embracing the spirit of beach sprint finals. And, well, this has been a near-on perfect day here on day 2 of this event. I think if we have another day like this tomorrow, we'll be very, very happy. So, but let's not write off the competition that we've still got yet to come. About another hour left to run of today's schedule, and it will be all about the mixed double sculls lining up here. And we can see and hear, in fact, boats being put in the water now as we close in on start time. For Australia, Blake Wyatt and Elizabeth Newell going here, and for France, Mathis Notelet and Maya Cornu just moments away from their first quarter-final to see who will contest the semi-finals.
We were talking a little bit about Australia earlier and the surf rowing that they have over there. A bit different to this, but similar in ways that it's on a beach. There's a bit of running to it. There's a bit of rowing in it. But the waves that they contend with is just something like unbelievable. So I'm sure these Australian rowers have been keeping a close eye on that sport and bringing that over here now to Italy.
Yeah, surfboat rowing is quite remarkable. If you've never seen it before, give it a search online, because I was just gobsmacked by some of the conditions that these guys go out in. They're, you know, almost vertical out in the water, stood up in the boats. They all wear sort of, you know, protective headgear almost, because it is so dangerous. But nice calm waves for these guys to get into today. Great sprint there from Australia's Elizabeth Newell to get into the stroke seat of this double scull. Let's see if France can match here on the start, and Maya Cornu doing this, the starting and running for her there. She's a very experienced coaster rower, but also her sister was rowing in the Olympics representing France in Paris, and their mother was an Olympian back in 1992 in Barcelona, and she was one of the great volunteers at Paris 2024.
Oh, amazing.
Maya Cornu. So if you're listening, Isabella, nice for you to be tuning in to watch even more success for the Cornu family. And they are out in front.
They certainly are, yeah. Much quicker start here. Australia knocking down that second marker. I'm not sure, did Blake Wyatt there of Australia have a little bit of difficulty with his seat about 10 strokes in? He seemed to be shimmying on it a little bit, but got going again. But yes, quite evenly matched here, which is obviously what we're going to be seeing at the quarterfinal stages. It is actually Australia getting to that buoy first, going at full speed into it, not slowing down at all. That means they have gotten a little bit wide, so France have taken advantage of that. France slowed down slightly into it, and that has paid off.
Well, do you know what, Niamh? Because it was France out in front, and that was very deliberate, wasn't it, that they slowed down, let Australia hit the marker first, but they weren't afraid to give them that lead because they knew it would pay off, that they'd get that much smoother run into the turn. Little looks round there for Mathis Notelet in the bow seat, and it will be his job to do the sprinting back up the beach, so he wants to keep good tabs on where he's heading. But it's very even runnings here between these two crews. Australia still not out of it, and depending on this steering, well, Australia coming quite close here towards France's lane. So let's see if they adjust. They seem to have done now. Overlap between these two crews. This is fascinating.
Yeah, and France seem to be moving over more into the centre here now. So let's see. I would say they're still pretty on course to get into the beach. But look at this from Australia. Look at this from Blake Wyatt. He is going for it here alongside Elizabeth Newell. It's going to come down to the sprint. Will it be Blake? Will it be Matthias?
Oh, this is wonderful stuff. Both Australia and France with the pacing around the flag. France really quick here up the beach. Oh my word, they clash heads, and hands go up from Blake Wyatt. And it looks like by the closest and finest margin of the day, 0.07 of a second, Australia just. But let's look at that again. Here's our close-up on the finish line. There it is. Wow, that was amazing. What shots here from the line. This is a quarter-final, Niamh. We need to calm down. That's only to get into the semis here in this mixed double sculls.
Oh, what a race there. Australia just went for it, those last 20 or so strokes from that last marker home. You could see the power coming out of Blake Wyatt there and Elizabeth Newell, and it paid off. He has a bit of recovery to do there because he did not have any chance to ease off at all. That was very, very hard, and I think it's only going to get harder from here.
Well, they are in the first quarterfinals, so they've got the benefit of 3 more quarterfinals still to play out before they even have to think about racing a semi-final. So we'll go and get them off their legs, get Australia's Elizabeth Newell and Blake Wyatt ready for their semi-final, and we'll find out who they'll be facing very, very soon, because here comes quarter-final 2. We've got Lithuania lining up alongside Austria.
Yes, and both crews pretty evenly matched in the earlier rounds, about a second and a half between Lithuania and Austria. Lithuania were a little bit faster than Austria in the last 16 round, and yes, Australia just been confirmed there as the ones going through to the semis. I feel like maybe there was a bit of a question over it.
Well, I think maybe we've got the benefit here, Niamh, of being able to see the instant replay, whereas the judges down there, they don't have that. So we're far ahead. We managed to call it before those guys managed to double check the footage, but yeah, we're in a privileged position here in the commentary booth, and as are you guys at home tuning in. You got to see that one real time as it happened. Yuri Suchak for Austria, one of the legends of this sport. Talked a little bit about legends of coastal rowing earlier, but I think truly Yuri Suchak is one of those, such a recognizable face and name around the coast.
Yes, and hair.
And the hair and the style, and he's such a character, right? Gets everyone in the mood, excited, and partying, and great to see him here in this quarter-final for Austria.
Absolutely. He joined me last weekend the commentary booth here for the endurance events, and he was a late call up to this mixed double, but they've been doing really, really well. So much experience. He's another one of these rowers who travels around the world, but it is Lithuania who got off to a flyer of a start. Boat handler just pushing them off maybe a little bit too hard on one side, but it is Lithuania from Austria after those first couple of strokes.
Martina Kazlakaite in the stroke seat for Lithuania has got them moving like a rocket out of the start. That was simply electric from the Lithuanian combination, joined by Dominykas Jankoinis there in the bow seat too. They are so strong, this Lithuanian pairing, and look at them go, absolutely dead level too, barely a sense of any rocking and rolling out there on the sea, and they've managed to establish quite the lead here over Austria.
Absolutely, but we do know anything can happen here at this stage. Both boats now are heading to that turning buoy. It is Lithuania looking like they're going to get there ahead of Austria. Lithuania staying very tight. You can see up to that buoy, digging those oars, pulling hard. They are flying past it. Austria staying that little bit narrower. Is this going to allow Austria to sneak in? I think it has.
Wow, yeah, that was not good from the Lithuanians by their standards. They're going to have to try and use some more power here on this final 250-metre leg back in towards the beach. Austria, though, will have that glimmer of hope. The door is open for them. They're a little bit wider out from their marks. They're going to need to come back in. You can see the boat adjusting here, moving round back towards their boat handlers on the beach, but they are in with a chance here. Lithuania, though, look at that boat speed. They are surging.
They are certainly surging, using any little bit of water that they can, any little bit of swell in the water, but it is looking like Lithuania back in the lead from Austria, but it is so close. Who is going to have the fresher legs coming into this beach? But look at the speed out of the Lithuanians. Technique still really, really good, just getting the most out of every stroke.
Well, the thing is, Niamh, the faster you hit the beach, the more momentum there is to try and fight against, to keep your balance. So that's going to be very difficult for Jankoinis here to stay on top. He has indeed stayed upright on his feet, and it's going to be the Lithuanians that take the buzzer despite that error around the turning point, and they will beat out Tabea Minchmeyer of Austria to the line, who took on that sprint, that hearty sprint for the Austrians. But a job well done, great racing, and never certain there who was going to take that second quarter final. But I think Lithuania, the stronger combination, and we'll see them racing the crew from Australia in the semi-finals.
That was so good. Austria did all they could to get around, and they had a super turn, really got themselves back into the mix after Lithuania's flying first half of the race. So great navigation there by Yuri and Gustas, Tabea, who did phenomenally well to get back into touching distance of Lithuania around that turn. But unfortunate there that they miss out on a spot in the semi-final. But as you said, Australia, Lithuania already after booking their spots. So we're on to the next quarter-final. This time it is Italy and Poland.
Well, if the Italians can keep up their support, enthusiasm, we've seen them dancing, they're shifting their heads, still dancing on the start line, look. The moves never stopping here. He's embodying that Luca Bregini spirit up there on the start line. And Federico Ceccarino there getting into the vibe of this third quarter-final in the mixed double sculls.
Yes, now the Italians earlier, they knocked Great Britain out of this, the silver medalists from last year. And of course, we don't have New Zealand either, the gold medalists from last year. So first and second are not in, they were both knocked out in earlier rounds.
No turtle from Kroll. We saw that little turtle she did with her hands earlier in the round of 16, but no, we saw her tattoos today, well, this afternoon. Let's see, out of these two crews, Trippi and Ceccarino for Italy versus Zhub and Kroll for Poland. Italy on the near side, Poland over on the far side, now on the right-hand side of the picture.
So boats in the ready, bow rowers in the boats ready to go. Again, we're seeing the swapping of the genders here. So for Italy, male in the stroke. For Poland, it'll be the female in the stroke. So really interesting to see the different ways that people are doing it. But we did see yesterday with the big waves that were happening, a lot of crews were actually making last-minute changes to their crews and swapping the male and female just to have that extra bit of weight in the bow.
And also, you know, do you want to get out ahead? So you can see here, Italy with that little bit more explosive power gets them out in the lead, but Poland are going to have Łukasz Zhub doing the sprint for them in the bow seat on the return leg home. So what technique will favour these guys? We will wait and see. Italy going quite wide here on that first slalom buoy, at least a sort of spoon blade's width there between them and that slalom mark. Poland tucking much tighter in. But let's see how they go.
You can see when you get to these stages of the race, there is no letting up in the stroke rate. They just go all from the start, sprinting, and they just keep going. Both boats now around that second marker. So even Poland, fastest moving boat out there at the moment. We see there on screen, Kroll, she was in the women's solo last year. Here she's after changing up to the mixed double sculls. Phenomenal first half here. Here they come to the turning marker. It is Poland in first, followed by Italy. Look at Italy's short, snappy strokes on that left-hand side, getting around nice and straight. So they are out, but Poland are also out here now. Very evenly matched here as they head into the second half.
Extremely evenly matched. That's going to be all down to this final half of the course. Italy, bit of correction to do for them, but they are somewhat up here ahead of the group from Poland. But look at this, our overhead shots. Here's Italy's adjustment. Let's see them move back over, but Poland going with them. They're being drawn back over here towards lane number 2. This is going to be difficult here to judge with these angles, Niamh, and the boat speeds exactly match pretty much.
Exactly matched. Both of them passing that final marker here together. This is going to look at Italy. They're coming in right into the middle of the beach, so they're going to have a wider or more of a run to do. Poland coming in pretty straight here now. Oh, it's going to come in. It looks like Italy may hit the beach first. This is going to come down to the sprint. Again, it's going to be male versus female here.
Oh, let's see what this sprint can elicit. Both having a little trip out of the bows, but brilliant sprinting from both parties here. Italy versus Poland. Italy are going to get there first. There it is. It's the Italian Silvia Trippi out sprinting Łukasz Zhub. You can see how much that's taken out of her. Every ounce of breath required to get her up that beach, and it is at quite an angle, that uphill sprint. Gladiatorial from her, brilliant from Silvia Trippi.
Incredible, and you could just see Poland there just a little bit tired compared to Trippi of Italy. The home crowd are very, very happy with that one. They booked themselves a spot into the semi-finals.
Italian crowd are going wild for that. That is a big win there. Poland still look pleased, big smiles across Zhub's face. And an excellent result all around there in that quarter-final. And we've breezed through these quarters, Niamh. We're already onto the fourth and final quarter-final of the mixed double sculls. And we've got Spain going up against Portugal. Let's see. I was about to say, is this deja vu? I feel like this has been very familiar all day
I think
today.
this is the third time this has happened, Spain versus Portugal.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
What did we call it earlier? The Battle of the Borders.
Battle of the Borders.
Battle of the Borders, Spain versus Portugal. I don't know what's happened with the draw, but it seems like Spain always facing Portugal in these rounds.
Absolutely. And Spain, of course, we're going to be looking out for this crew. Ander Martin in the bow seat. Esther Briz Zamorano there. They have won this category twice, in Portugal in 2021, in Wales in 2022. They took a break from it last year. Ander Martin was with a different rower. He's back again with Esther, so I can't wait to see. These are always incredibly strong. There's just such a strong pairing together.
Indeed, and there is Briz Zamorano. A little smile from her there. Excited, I'm sure, about what's to come here. But, you know, the crew of Patricia Batista and Afonso Duarte Costa is not going to be an easy combination to overhaul. Afonso Duarte Costa there on screen. Usually rows with his brother in the lightweight double sculls on the flat water competitions, but here now with mixed double sculls partner Patricia Batista, who's there in the boat nearest to us. You can see her preparing with her blades square and in the water, absolutely ready to go to take that first stroke as her partner will hop in.
It's interesting to see her. So one of her blades is squared and one is feathered. That's an interesting technique. I'm not sure if she's doing that on purpose, but that could catch her out here now when she goes to take her first stroke.
Ah, no, she there, away. What a great technique there from the Portuguese. That's got them away with great ease. Spain on the catch-up game now. Briz Zamorano and Martin not used to trailing crews. Like you've said, they're just used to success here, this duo. But they are making moves now as we come past that first slalom point.
Yes, they're going very wide around that first marker. They're going to have to adjust very much over to the left-hand side around that second one. Ander Martin has spent quite a lot of time this winter in Ireland, would you believe, training on the waters there. So let's see if that has paid off, but I know he's done a lot of work with this Beach Sprints over the last year as well. The Beach Sprint Academy here in Spain, that we're seeing lots of nations training in the last few weeks. You know, USA were there, New Zealand were there, but look at this. Look at him looking around both shoulders to make sure he gets nice and lined up with that marker buoy. But it is Portugal who get there just ahead of Spain.
Portugal, lovely turn from them there. That was about as close as they could get without being the wrong side of the mark, and they're already well back on their way. And I think it's all about speed and momentum, isn't it, Niamh? Because ultimately, the less speed you can take off that boat through the turn, the more momentum you've got coming back in with the waves.
Absolutely, but what it has meant is they ended up really wide, and now they are in Spain's lane coming back on the way down. So you can hear a lot of whistles going on because they're pushing Spain towards that exclusion zone.
Oh, we could see
so
a clash
there's going to be,
here,
yes, things are getting very, very tight here. Portugal very much, they don't realize they're in the wrong lane at the moment. Okay, now they do. Now they're starting to go, but Spain are going to take advantage of this.
Well, let's see what Spain do here, unless there's a clash. Oh, disaster for Portugal. Missed stroke there for Afonso Duarte Costa as they were trying to move back over to their lane. That could cost them this race. It is going to be Spain who move ahead, slide ahead as the tide comes in, as the swell moves towards the beach. They'll ride the crest of that wave, and Ander Martin will be first onto the beach. What a position to be in. They wouldn't have thought that on the outward leg, but here they go. They book their space into the semi-final as we'd expect, but Portugal gave them a real run for their money, but cost by their steering.
Absolutely. I would say that Portugal may potentially have gotten that if they did not cross lanes, because they added so many meters to themselves there now. So very unfortunate navigating there by Portugal. So strong though in this category. I'm sure they'll be disappointed with that result.
If they could have got that right, Niamh, that would have been really quite a sensational result, because that turn looked almost too good to be true, right? And I think that's why we do see those varying styles somewhat in the sort of big, long sweeping turns, the very sharp hand rake turns, which takes a lot more pace off the boat to get them changing direction. Not quite as fluid and not quite as smooth, but it does get you right back on track, on the right lane, much quicker than those turns that can send you astray into your competitor's field. But there are the results of the quarterfinals. So Australia by that tiny margin. That is a fingernail's width, 0.07 ahead of France. It was then the Lithuanians that won that second quarterfinal. We'll see them matching up against the Aussies. And then in the second semi-final, well, it was Italy that just about got there ahead of Poland, and they'll be facing Spain, who we just saw there. They'll get a bit of a rest now whilst this first semi-final takes place. But great view of the hills of Genoa now on screen. City in the foreground, the hills in the background. What a backdrop, what a setting we've got here for this championships, and the weather could not be more perfect today.
Absolutely, yeah. Sun is shining, gotten a bit cloudier, so not as intense. The heat isn't as intense as it was, but I'm sure the athletes here will welcome the little bit of breeze that's coming in, keeping us nice and cool anyway, for certain, here in the commentary booth. But yeah, I think that was the 3-minute starting orders here now. So boats just making final adjustments to the seats. You can see the Australian boat handlers just making sure everything is nice and tight, making sure seats are on the rails properly, that the rails are tight, that oars are tied in nice and tight.
You can see the breeze still very stiff though here on the beach. It is doing some funny things out on the water, some big gusts like Neve's been talking about, pushing these boats from side to side. And although it's not creating really big waves, it is going to be pushing them around quite a bit out there on the water through the swells. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that wind, but into the later part of the day, much cooler, much nicer out there for these intense finals.
Yes, you can see even the boat handlers here are warming up. I don't think we've spoken about them too much or enough today. The boat handlers have such an important job. Not only obviously are they lifting the boat into the water, they then have to keep it straight. They're then also holding the seat for that strokes person who's going to be running in. They're holding the oars, so they have to have that conversation with the rower whether the rower wants the blades feathered or square. So they need to make sure that they're in the right position. They're obviously then making sure the bow is heading straight out the course, and then giving that final push. Now, we did see earlier today some of those pushes did send crews, you know, it can give you a little bit of a tumble or point you in the wrong direction, but lots of these boat handlers have been at it years now at this stage and are well used to trying to push evenly off boat hands to get a nice advantage, and you really can get an advantage from that push.
Well, it's like you see, I don't know if you ever watched the cycling, Neve, in like the Tour de France or Giro d'Italia, where they sort of get a bit of a push to get back going when they come off their bikes. But yes, a little bit of a sort of bit of free speed to get them up and running, because the hardest thing is trying to pick a boat up from stationary, especially some of these bigger boats, the crew boats. They're heavy, they're being pushed back onto the beach by the waves, so any little bit of momentum that can get them moving in the right direction just will give them that advantage.
Absolutely, and you need every little advantage here that you can get, because it is so short. The races are over before you know it, so any little advantage you can get is so important. So we can see now boats in the water, bow person in the water. I'm sure they're going to be eyeing themselves up here. Blake Wyatt in the Australian bow seat. He had a massive sprint finish earlier on in the quarterfinals. Not sure how fresh he'll be feeling right now, but with a spot in the A final for grabs, he's going to absolutely give it his all. So here we go.
That was close there. Lithuania just tripping there on the start, but managed to regain balance. We've already seen one false start today, but Martina Kazlakaite almost had another one there, but off the start they're cleanly away, and the Lithuanians are pushing on ahead. There we saw this great start from them in their quarterfinal too.
Absolutely, and they're matching it here now. They just get the rate up so quick, and the speed went up so quick, but Australia are actually faster than them right now. Australia are using that power, just getting caught up on that first buoy. It's going to slow the boat slightly. You can see the speed has dropped slightly from what they were at. Lithuania up a little bit higher than them, but here comes the power from Australia here again. So you want to avoid that. If hitting those buoys is slowing you down, you want to avoid it, but I think they're going for it here again now on the second one.
Well, the waves are rolling here. You can see the sort of water running across the sides of the boat is much more active than it has been for a lot of today. So maybe they're just trying to get themselves in as straight a line as possible to try and save themselves going out into the bumpier bits of the course. Lithuania here, they're on the mark. They're turning and already 180 degrees back around towards the beach. And they need to complete that full 180, otherwise they'll be in the lane of the Australians. But Australia have lost a lot of time there on that turn.
Yeah, I'm surprised more crews aren't going in a little bit wider into that turning buoy. Everyone is trying to stay as close as possible, but if you go in wide, you're going to come out a bit narrower, whereas everyone seems to be trying to stay tight, but then they're getting that push from the wind. So I'm not sure if they're reading it correctly, but Lithuania coming back on course now, making sure they get that straight line. And we haven't really spoken about it, like when you go around that turn and you're just so disorientated, and that's what ended up, you know, Portugal we saw in the opposite lane to what they should have been a while ago. It's just so disorientating because you look around, all you're seeing is a sea of people and you have no idea where you're meant to be finishing.
Well, I don't know about you, Niamh, but I've never swum out that far into the sea before, ever. And so, you know, even when you swim a little bit further out to sea, you do kind of get that sense of a little bit of marooning. You know, you're a little bit lost out there. There's nothing much to get your mark on. But Lithuania will hit the beach here. They've managed to get their mark. They've got their eye in, and here goes Lithuania. Up the beach we go for a place in the final, in the gold medal final. Dominykas Jankoinas will secure Lithuania's medal in this mixed double sculls event, but what colour will it be? We'll find out soon enough. Australia, one more chance for them in the bronze medal match, and a great race all around. But yeah, Lithuania contending a gold medal final. The Lithuanian flags are out, full support backing this pairing here, and a big result for them.
Yeah, Australia just a little bit behind on the water, but we did see that big sprint there from Blake Wyatt that we had seen right throughout the day, but unfortunate there to miss out. But look, there's still a bronze medal up for grabs, as you said, Camilla, but we are on to the second semi-final of the day. Another spot up for grabs in that A final. This time it'll be Italy versus Spain. Spain don't have too much of a turnaround there. We just saw them out a little while ago, but I think this is going to be another really interesting and exciting race.
I completely agree, and we know the kind of speed that Silvia Trippi's got up the beach. So if Italy are in contention against Spain in this next semi-final, we know that she can really get herself up to that line with some pace. Now here's a recap of what we just saw in that first semi-final. Lithuania just wow, so powerful, and just continue to build and build into that margin we saw towards the end there.
Yeah, incredible finish, and you can see big sprint here. He was well prepared, obviously a lot of training done, making sure he can still sprint efficiently when you're tired. That's key here. But crews now gearing up for the next semi-final. We can see the bow rowers are on the beach ready to go. We can see the stroke rowers gearing up at the start line. For Spain, we have Ander Martin, Esther Breeze Zamorano. And in lane 2, we have Italy, as you mentioned, the super sprinter Silvia Trippi in the bow seat, and Federico Cesaranio in the stroke seat.
So we've got a few moments here until we have that next semi-final underway, and just some lovely pictures of Genoa, really. This lighthouse is beautiful, makes it so picturesque. And great spot we've got here, so much social activity going on. And 2 layers of crowds too, which has been brilliant for the spectators to get that overhead bird's eye view on this course. You can see so much more. We're a little bit elevated up here in our commentary box too. We're on the sort of second story of one of the buildings just behind the start line, and with that we can see all the action going out on the out there on the water.
When the drone flies past us again, we'll have to hang out the windows here and give a little wave.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're still within that 3 minutes of this next race going away. Spain there, just below us on the drone shot. You can see the boat still out of the water, which means Still some time left to run here on the clock before the boats go into the water.
So I'm just looking down at the beach, and Ander Martin of Spain is getting ready to go. But interestingly, he's in bare feet. I haven't seen that too often here from the cruise, because obviously there's a lot of pebbles, there's a lot of stones on this beach. It's not sand. So he is choosing to go barefoot.
High risk.
High risk.
High risk. I'm a wuss, Neve. I
Me
can't
too.
step on this beach without any shoes on. I'm in full trainers. I don't think I can do this. But yeah, you're right. We've not seen too many bare feet out there.
Although the Italian, I think, now is choosing to go that method here now on the start line. We'll get a shot of his feet. That sounds a bit weird, doesn't it?
We're not weirdos, I promise, here in the commentary team. It's high-level analysis we've got going on here in these semi-finals.
But these things make all the difference. I would choose to wear booties like Esther is doing right there.
I think anything that you can do to combat risk, I guess you're weighing it up, right? It's the risk of standing on something that's sort of, keels you over and interrupts that sprint versus how easy it is to get your feet in and out of the shoes once you get into the boat. Because if you've got something on your feet, then it might not slide in quite as quickly. But we're underway. Second semi-final, Italy versus Spain. Italy will hit the shore first, but who will get those first few strokes underway? Very clumsy there by the Italian Federico Ceccarino, but it's not.
Esther's off her seat.
Oh, Esther Brizza-Morano there. You can see Spain on the left. Oh, that's a disaster for them. They're still flailing, trailing, and looks like the seat is completely and utterly stuck for Spain. She is not moving up and down the slide. That is an absolute disaster for the two-time medalists in this event. We'd expect them to be much, much more competitive, but it goes to show you that technical faults here in this event can cause them absolute carnage.
Here she is trying to fix it again. She seemed to be sliding, but it's just not sitting on the rails properly. Oh, what a disaster here for them. But look, you never know what's going to happen to the other crew.
Ander Martin throws his hands down in frustration, and it is really frustrating that, getting those seats on the rails. Again, I'm trying to think of what you could compare it to here, but the hooks that go underneath the rails need absolute perfect precision to line up. Even off the water, they're really challenging to get onto the slides in the right way. So being out there on the water, unsteady, unable to rectify it, and with your feet in the shoes as well, that is one of the most challenging positions to be in. Italy have won the lottery here, though. I think they'd have been quite nervous about going up against a combination like Brizza-Morano and Martin, who are so experienced, and they're going in opposite directions here. Look, that is such a shame. I think we were anticipating quite a good race there.
We were indeed, yes. Disaster for Spain. They have gotten going again, but this is, as you said, the lottery for Italy. All they need to do now is stay in control, and they have a bronze medal in their pockets. Spain just, so unfortunate. You could see the frustration and anger from Ander Martin, to have trained and dedicated yourself months and months and months of preparation. Not only that, years, because he's at this year's, teaming back up with Esther Brizza-Morano. Their races have gone so well for them over the years, and it just goes to show, even on a calm day like today, things can just go so against you in the sport.
Well, Italy now, that they will focus on doing everything just to keep themselves out of trouble. I don't think we'll see any acrobatics, any showmanship here from Silvia Trippi to get them into that gold medal final. And around the flag, she will go jogging to save herself that energy. That's going to make such a difference when they go up against our finalist Lithuania. That's going to be a big race for them in a few moments' time. It won't be the end of the road for Spain. They've still got the bronze medal match to come. Next race on the cards. Trippi looks emotional about that finish, and that was very... I don't want to say it was lucky for them. Of course, there is an element of luck or a bad luck, I guess, for Spain, who will slump in. But it saved them a lot of energy. I think they'd have had a really big sprint that would have been level to the end. And going up against the might of Lithuania, they could have done with every ounce of energy, which they've managed to maintain.
Absolutely, yes, indeed. Yeah, but you could see, I'd say she was even disappointed for Spain. It wasn't as if she was jumping around really happy, but it's lovely to hear the support here for Ander Martin and Esther Brizza-Morano as they come up to that finish line. Again, he's going to save a little bit of energy here now. They're going to contest that bronze medal against Australia, so it's not all over for Spain right now, but you can just see the frustration after putting in so much work, aiming for that gold medal.
And they'd have had a lot of time for that frustration to build as well, right? Because that happened really early days. They'll have had a lot of time to think about that. And Martin is just beside himself with that frustration. Head shaking.
Yeah, disappointment for sure. And you know, a lot of these athletes, we would have usually seen them at the endurance races. They saved themselves for this. They didn't compete last weekend at the Coastal Championships, you know, putting everything they could, all their energy into this weekend. And for something so simple like that to go wrong on a calm day, we'll add that again. Of course, you know, we see that all the time happening when there's big, big waves. But yeah, so frustrating. You can see Ander there walking back and forth on the beach, hands in the air, hands to the side of the head. He is just heartbroken, I would say.
Well, they're going to need to get over that pretty quickly because there's only a number of minutes before the B final. They will be the next race on this course. Of course, we've got a bit of a gap now to give them time to recover, but the next race on the cards will be their B final. So, you know, that's still an opportunity for them to go, and they'll be going up against the Australians in that B final.
So we'll be gearing up now, just giving them a few minutes to recover before we go into the B final. So Spain now are swapping lanes. We can see them coming over to the right-hand side of the beach as we look out to them. So they are gearing up against Australia. Australia being the fastest crew out of the two of these would have gotten to decide their lane. I think they're sticking with the lane they know as well, Australia. They were in that lane as well earlier. But we are going to watch back some of the action now shortly, but you can still see Spain just so disappointed there now. Best thing they can do is channel that frustration though into the next race. So here we are seeing some highlights from earlier on, the really exciting coxed quads. Spanish had a super turn there. Edwige Alfred coxing the French boat there. So much happiness there from France. Look at Vetter there just tumbling into her seat. Managed to recover really, really fast, really, really well. But this was GB coming in to take the win of the A final in the cox quads and the swimming.
Yeah, lovely scenes. This is I love this about this event, is when you get all of these celebrations on the beach. Like, there are not many places happier than being by the sea on the beach with the music blasting. Look at that finish that we had in that first quarter final. That really set the scene here for this mixed double sculls event. Lithuania, look at them. They're going to be hard to beat in the final. Oh my word. Well, Niamh, we are really coming to the close now. 2 races left to run here on day 2.
Yeah.
And that frustration evident there for the Spanish. But I'm so excited as to what's to come, as to whether Spain can pull themselves, because that frustration can linger, can't it? And it might inhibit their performance in this B final.
Yeah, you have to make a choice here now. Clearly you can see them very, very frustrated. So you either channel that into doing a really good performance. You have to kind of calm yourself a little bit, or else you are going to, otherwise you're going to start bracing your body. You're going to get very tight on the oars. Your upper body is going to get very tight, and you're not going to get the best out of yourself if that frustration is channeled in a more kind of negative way, we'll say. So they have to nearly regulate themselves a little bit more, get back into the zone here now, and know, you know, set aside the last race. Of course it's frustrating, it's heartbreaking. Set aside that and use that extra little bit of energy that they have from that frustration into staying calm and controlled. That's really important here, that they're not bracing with that anger, because that's when things can go wrong for you.
Yeah, and even without that kind of, you know, like we just saw, calm conditions, without that frustration, things can still go wrong. So anything you can do to control the controllables, I think is absolutely necessary here in the beach sprint finals. Well, we're ready to go with the B final here of this event, the mixed double sculls bronze medal on the line, and Spain there. Are they going to right the wrongs of that semi-final, or are we going to see the Australians with some magic from down under once again, like we saw in that first quarter final? Because that was one of my favourite moments of the weekend so far.
Yeah, Australia aren't the quickest off the start. Their entry into the boat is a little bit slower. And look, we can see here Spain making sure that everything is right in the boat before they get going. This is really, really important.
It looks like they've replaced the seat completely. The other seat was just there on the side. We've just shifted pictures now, but the old seat was sat there on the side. New seat in place, hopefully to give them that bit of stability. Some nice yachts in this yard, Neve. I quite like myself one of those. Maybe commentary position for tomorrow can be moved to the yacht.
Sounds pretty good to me, and we're seeing so many of them passing us here. So yeah, I'll happily go on any of those if there's any offers. We'll be there.
We got some waves up to the drone. I feel like we're just to the left here. We could shout out the window and go give us a wave, but I'm not sure if they would hear us. But great to see everyone here supporting in our grandstand along the top, lining the banks. We've not only got everyone up there on the top, but we've got everyone down on the beach as well. So
okay, they're coming for us. I'm gonna wave. I'm gonna wave. Are you gonna come, Camilla?
Hang on. I'm coming.
I'm trying to stay connected with my.
We're gonna give you a wave out the window. I don't know if you can see us. We're in that building right there. The yellow building on your picture. Drones coming in. I don't know if you want to see our faces anyway. But hello. There we go. Hi, drone. Hello, all of you there at home.
Yes, we're up nice and high.
Hope you've been enjoying our coverage. We're waving at you out the window from our commentary position, which has been great. You can see that we've got a great view of the racing from up here in the building, and brilliant. And I think the crowd think that we're waving to them.
I think so.
Hello.
Nobody is waving back though.
Oh, well, there we go. That was your preview of us here in the commentary box. Lovely to see you guys. We're back down on the beach now. We come clattering back down onto the coast. And here on Spain, they don't look particularly happy, do they?
No, you're not going to be. But again, as I mentioned, you really have to channel and forget about kind of what happened. I know it's hard, but you really have to get yourself into the present moment and focus on what's ahead of you. Now, Australia, as I mentioned there before the drone distracted us, they're a bit slower off the start, a bit slower getting off is what we've seen so far. They may change that now, but they are so powerful on the water, and particularly their last 20 strokes and that big sprint from Blake as well. We know we'll have that to look forward to. So maybe they may not be the faster starters, but definitely we do have that to look forward to towards the end of the race. But I can see Ander now sitting in, and he's making sure everything is set here now for Esther, who is up at the start line. Are they outside us? I think we need to wave out the front window now, Camilla.
Hello. Commentator's corner up here, and down there. Oh, look at that. Britza Morano digging herself a little starting block for this B final. They are not going to let anything get in the way of them, between them and this bronze medal. Australia are on the thing that stand there in their way at the moment. What can this combination of Newell and Wyatt do against heavy favourites in this mixed double scull Spain? We weren't expecting to see them here in this B final, but what a sprint there from the Aussie to get themselves down and onto the water.
Yes, good start there by Spain, but I do think Australia got a stroke pulled just ahead of them. Ander was looking over his shoulder before he even pulled his first stroke. That will show you how involved he is in those first few strokes. Most of the other crews are relying on boat handlers completely to navigate themselves, but he is just wanting to take control here, I would say.
Speaking of boat handlers, look at that. Looks like a dance, doesn't it? Synchronized dancing, boat handlers getting them into the right position around the slalom, and so they can focus on looking forward, because every look over your shoulder, Neve, that's more risk for getting those blades caught, not focusing on what's going on in front of you. Every look over your shoulder, that sort of causes risk with the blades digging in.
Absolutely, but even though the boat handlers are wearing bright colours, again, because there's so many people on the beach, there's so many different colours, it can be hard to pick them out sometimes, so you are better off maybe trusting your own instincts every so often and having a quick look over. You can see Ander now looking over both shoulders here again. They're around, they got a better turn here now. Australia heading a bit too wide out around. They're going to have to correct themselves, so it is Spain now in the line for a bronze medal ahead of Australia.
Spain bouncing back from that performance that was wholly unexpected, but it is that unexpected technical difficulty that gets thrown at you in events like this. They had very little control over that, but here they go. They are showing why they have been atop the podium in the past. And the best they can get is bronze, but my word, they will not let that be snatched away from them here on this B final, this penultimate race of the day. They are showing their dominance here, absolutely destroying the Australians on this inward leg. Brit Zamorano knows this is the last time they've got to do this slalom today, as does Andir Martin, who looks for the beach now. We're coming into the closing stages.
Yes, absolutely. He's going to time it to perfection here. Big jump out here by Andir Martin. I'm sure he's trying to clock the fastest time here, because he'll be interested to see what this time is compared to the A finals, to see how they would have done if they had gotten a spot there. But taking the bronze medal, it is Spain ahead of Australia.
There was a bit of a shake of the head there over the line, but it seems like satisfied somewhat with a medal. But they will be back, I am sure, at some point in the future, as we've seen them on the comeback path here to 2024. The Australians look a little bit downbeat with that. I think if they'd have been against the Italians, who knows what that result might have been. But there we go, they were against Spain, and that is just the way that this race goes. That's the way that the draw goes, and you have to beat the fastest on the day. But we'll now move into the gold medal match, and what a matchup we've got. The Italians have got, I would say, a little bit more energy in the tank, perhaps, Niamh, given that they did have such a breeze through their semi-final.
They absolutely did, yeah. You could see they throttled back the power somewhat, just to do, you know, they did what they had to do to get over the line and get themselves into the A final. But definitely a bit of conserving of energy, I would say. This will be good. You know, you've mentioned Silvia Trippi there. Her sprints out of the boat have been phenomenal today. But Lithuania have been very strong. Like, we saw them in the last few rounds. You know, it really surprised me with how good they are on the water, on the beach. So, yeah, this is going to be really, really good. So I wonder, will the support from the home crowds here be able to spur Italy on a little bit? But I know I'm looking out my window here, and Lithuania, there's flags, and they have a lot of support on the beach as well, up at the grandstand. They have a lot of support here as well. So I'm sure they'll be getting behind the athletes now as we get ready to go in the A final.
Yeah, it is moments away from the A final of our last event of the day, the mixed double sculls. I already can't wait for tomorrow. Boats being moved now into position on the beach. And in terms of lane selection, well, the Italians have gone for lane 1 over on our right-hand side. Lithuanians, they've gone for lane 2. So let's see what that yields. I think here we've got crews that, you know, the Lithuanians, so strong out on the water, but we've not had to see them sprint too much yet out on the beach.
Absolutely.
Whereas, conversely, you know, we've got the Italians, who we know are maybe not quite as strong out on the water. Still strong. They wouldn't be in the final if they weren't, but we know that they've got that beach sprint nailed down.
Absolutely. And the other thing we're going to have to contend with, we've mentioned it a few times, so the male versus female runners. So for Lithuania, it's going to be female. For the Italians, it's going to be male. And then the opposite on the sprint back out the beach. So sometimes that can make a difference. You know, sometimes we see the males that little bit faster, but then we saw earlier, you know, the females getting faster and winning medals. So, you know, it just depends. It depends on the setup, which seat you're more comfortable with. So yeah, we're going to see male against female here on the run down and on the run up again.
Well, the crew's being introduced now by our team on the beach, and last race of the day, last gold medal for day 2 here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals in Genoa, Italy. And you can see there last nervous moments here for Lithuania and Italy, who are being brought forwards towards the buzzers. That will be their finish point in just under 3 minutes' time. Boats are being put onto the water. You can see the crowds here at both levels still here for the last race of the day. Brilliant to see, and hopefully they'll all be here for our victory ceremonies afterwards, where these crews will enjoy and relish in their moment of glory. Both of these crews will be on that podium, but who will be standing on top in 2.5 minutes' time? Last little bit of rituals, more little taps to the body there for the Lithuanians, for Martina Kazlauskaitė. The momentum builds, the music builds as we come into this A final. Game faces on for Silvia Trippi there in the bow seat for Italy. Let's say, hope that the waves are behaving themselves. Big build up here for this final. Italy in an A final here, home waters in Genoa, under starters orders. And away we go for the last time here on this Saturday of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Both crews hit the water at the same time. Strokes being taken here by Lithuania first and foremost. Italy just trailing out of the blocks.
Oh, the push from the Lithuanian boat handlers was incredible there. Big push, gave them that extra few inches which are going to count here on the water. So going to that first marker, it is Lithuania just getting there ahead of Italy. Italy completely in the zone here, completely in their boat, just doing everything they can. They know that if they look over their shoulder at Lithuania, it can throw off the speed, so they are just completely staying in the zone here at the moment. Lithuania looking over the shoulder now, just making sure they're staying the right side of that second slalom buoy. It does look to be Lithuania from Italy now as they head down towards that turning marker.
Italy definitely making up time though here. You can see the boat speeds just varying that little bit more. That push that the Italians put in waning. I think the Lithuanians saw the danger and have pushed on. They've stopped just ahead of the turn point. Let's see how they navigate this one as they start to take those very short and sharp strokes round. They've got a little bit more adjustment to do here on that lane number 2. They've got to be wary of that push over towards lane number 1 on this backwards leg. That bit of stream that's being pushed off the headland, pushing them the wrong direction. Over the shoulder looks Dominikas Jankonis in the bow seat. He's got that sprint yet to come. He'll be starting to think about that, starting to look round and get his bearings. But Italy, they are trying to push back. They need to adjust as well. Huge amount of distance between these two crews.
Yeah, things are heating up here now. Lithuania completely up their stroke rate here now, trying to stay ahead. They are the fastest moving boat out there. Italy doing all they can here. We do know Silvia Trippi has a big fast sprint in her. Hear the crowds here. It is amazing. It is Lithuania. Oh, Italy getting caught up on that final marker buoy. They completely stopped for a stroke. Lithuania, if they saw that, they're going to take advantage of that. Here they come. It is Lithuania from Italy. We still know there's the exit and the run to go, so anything can happen.
Still a crucial moment here for Dominikas Jankonis of Lithuania, and he does it. He gets upright. He gets around that flag to get home for a gold medal here in this mixed double sculls. Lithuania will be champions here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals ahead of Italy. Brilliant stuff here for this combination of Martina Kazlauskaite and Dominikas Jankonis. Amazing. He goes straight running over to his doubles partner, I'm sure for a big old embrace to say congratulations, well done, and job well done here. I don't think they can quite believe that they've done it.
I don't think they can. You can see just how much it means, the passion, but they have been so strong throughout all the rounds today. We knew they were going to be ones to watch. So strong on the water, so strong on the run, and that's exactly what you need. Their navigation was really good. Their turns, they nailed them pretty much every time. They learned every time they went around that they were going to get caught up by that wind, and they learned and they worked with it. And yeah, here they are, gold medalists, champions of the coastal mixed double sculls.
And as this event grows in popularity, as it develops, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Niamh, but going into more detail now, you know that you need every part of that race. You can't just be a good rower and you can't just win it on the water. You need every single element of this sprint. It's called beach sprint for a reason. You need to be good on the beach, good on the water, and that navigational skill as well. Absolutely fantastic from the Lithuanians. They nailed every part of that. We've got the jet skis out in the water giving us a bit of a show now. Whilst we close out the proceedings here for racing, but do make sure that you join us back for the victory ceremonies in a few moments' time, because you'll see these Lithuanians getting their gold medals and the Italians picking up silver, along with all of the other medalists that we've seen here this afternoon in Genoa. But Niamh, what a day we've had.
What a day indeed. 5 A finals, 5 B finals. So much excitement on the water. And like, this was in calm conditions. You know, I thought we were going to see much windier conditions, much more dumpy waves, as they're called.
The dumpy
but
waves.
the flat water brought the excitement, and we're going to head down to the beach now for an interview with the winners.
Our gold medal winners, huge congratulations. What a race. That wasn't easy, was it?
It wasn't easy. It was really hard. Yeah.
Talk me through the defining moments of that race, because it was so close until the end there.
Yeah, I don't like flat water. It's very hard on flat water. I prefer waves. It would be much easier, but Italians gave us a great run.
And what does it mean to you to win gold today?
I don't know, that's unbelievable. This season is like, oh my God. I'm really proud of us. It's fantastic.
And do you have friends or family supporters here with you today?
Here.
Anything you want to say to them?
Thank you for support. They are also Lithuanian flag. Thank you.
There you go. My next question was going to be, it must be tough. You know, you were against Italy with the home crowd behind them, but by the looks of things, very well supported. Final question, how will you celebrate tonight?
I don't know. We will take a rest and then we look what we...
Tomorrow we have to support our team, so we're not gonna celebrate. We need to wait.
You need to sleep, you need to recuperate, and then we go again tomorrow. Huge congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Lithuania!
Amazing.
And we now await the victory ceremonies, but a jubilant atmosphere here and lots of celebrations.
Amazing to hear from the winners there. Lithuania, super racing all day long. But that rounds out the racing for today. We still have the victory ceremonies though, so lots of excitement to come. Medals will be given out in those 5 categories today, Camilla.
Yeah, 5 categories, 5 gold medals coming up in just over half an hour's time. So we're going to take a short break now. But do remember to join us once again. It is always nice to see the victory ceremony, and that will take place just above us here on the beach, and we'll be making sure that all of these athletes are celebrated for their achievements. So make sure that you tune back in 6:30 local time CEST. So we'll join you again just ahead of those victory ceremonies.
For a long time, a lot of medals, and a lot of excitement.
Well, welcome back here, ready for the victory ceremonies for the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals here in Genoa 2024. People gathering around, getting ready for these victory ceremonies. You can see all the photographers in place, lined up and ready, all of our athletes backstage, ready to go up and collect their medals. And nice to see so many people hanging around, ready for these medals to be presented. And Neve, I'm certainly looking forward to these medals being presented. And we've got a lot of new, not only new crews, but new countries who will be picking up gold medals for the first time, medals for the first time here at these championships.
Yes, absolutely. It's so good to see the sport spreading and developing so many countries. We will have the People's Republic of China picking up a gold medal, first junior medal that they'll be picking up, and first gold medal in beach sprints, I think, since they ran the first one back in 2019. Lithuania with a gold as well to pick up, and then, you know, usual Italians have a few, the Spanish have a medal to pick up, so lots of returning members. Netherlands, of course, that'll be, you know, the interesting quad, which we'll be talking about once they get to the stage. Anyone who's tuned in to last weekend, or who have heard the stories from last weekend, will know the victory ceremonies were a complete washout on both days, like torrential thunderstorms. So I'm sure everyone that is here this weekend is very much glad to see the dry weather here as they wait around for the medalists.
Yeah, a little bit nicer than it was last weekend. I've brought the sunshine with me from the UK. Clearly, it's definitely not in single-digit degrees over in the UK. But here we go, our first victory ceremony underway here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. We've got 5 victory ceremonies to look forward to today, and same again tomorrow. And first up, we've got the victory ceremony for the inclusion event of the PR3 mixed double sculls.
Yes, we saw this event last year as well, included in Barletta at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Here we have, again, so we went through the last 8 today, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, the B final and the A final to crown our medalists here. So the PR3 means we have one athlete who is classified as PR3 and then one able-bodied rower as well with them. So there were some really, really exciting races in this category earlier on today.
Yeah, we had some great quarterfinals, semis and finals. In fact, that final between Great Britain and the USA cracking, but in front of a home crowd. It will be pleasing to hear that our first medals to be presented here this weekend will be to the Italians. Brilliant finish from them to get that bronze medal. And we'll see that in just a second. Great to see Vincent Gaillard, Executive Director of World Rowing, getting ready to present. And there they are, the Italians. Adriana Noceda, the lightweight. She's represented Italy at the World Championships in the lightweight quadruple sculls most recently. But here now joining Marco Frank in this PR3 inclusion event. A great pairing, and great to see them in front of this home crowd in Genoa.
And getting their little teddy bears here as well. Lovely little gifts that they're getting.
What are they, Neve? Can you tell me a little bit more about these?
I cannot. It's just a little teddy bear. I'm not sure. It obviously means something to the locals here, because it's usually a gift from the locals. I'm surprised it's not pesto.
Pot of pesto, that would be great, wouldn't it? Well, it would have been a long way to carry home for the Americans, who are now getting their silver medalists. We talked a little bit about Danny Hansen, the Paralympic silver medalist from Tokyo, from the PR3 mixed cox 4. Brilliant for her to pick up yet another world silver medal. And she's joined by Gary Rout of the USA. Brilliant from both of them. I can't tell if they're like wolves or coyotes, or so. I don't know what's sort of
animal
local to the area.
I hope there's not those
the hills
in
of northern Italy. Well, we better lock your hotel doors tonight if you're here in Genoa, because it looks like we've got wolves or coyotes. And here we are, Great Britain, our gold medalists here in this PR3 mixed double sculls event. A couple of gold medals Great Britain have got here. We've got the quad coming up later, but our first medalist of the day, Natasha Searson. She's joined by Colin Wallace, who great partnership. We heard from them after their race, brilliant interview about how much that teamwork and building that team has given them in terms of speed running into this championship. So winners here, Great Britain.
Yeah, incredible racing from this category earlier. They got through, you know, we saw the quarterfinals back to back to the semi-finals, the B final, the A final. There was very little recovery for all athletes today. But we definitely saw some really great racing here and lots of experience from all of these rowers in, you know, flat water, coastal, the endurance and the beach sprints over the last few years. Everyone looking very happy here, collecting their medals.
Yeah, very good to see smiles all around. And yeah, hopefully we'll see either more boats classifications other than just PR3 in the future, but who knows. PR3, of course, the category for the least impaired athletes when it comes to the rowing movement. So we have 3 classifications at the Paralympics and at the World Championships, which is PR1, PR2 and PR3, and it goes from most impaired in relation to rowing at PR1 and then through the categories to the most movement. This is PR3, so you'll see, you know, these athletes able to use the sliding seat, use their arms, trunk and bodies, their legs to take strokes on the water, which is why all of these athletes are able to do that out there at this Coastal Championships. And great to see athletes from the Paralympic Games like Danny Hansen, who we've got here on screen, Niamh. You know, we're talking about this event transitioning into the Olympic Games, but we've actually got Paralympic athletes that are transitioning here into being able to race at these beach sprint finals.
Absolutely, and I guess it opens the door. I wonder, will it be an event that we'll see at the Paralympics in the future as well? It'd be great to see. She's joined there. We saw Gary Roth on screen there. He has medalled a few years ago back in Wales in the men's double in the endurance event, so making his way over to the beach sprints, as we're seeing so often in Team USA. They're so dynamic, those athletes, you know, doing so well across both disciplines here now. So that rounds out our first medals for the evening, the PR3 mixed double sculls. Next up, we're going to be moving on to some of the junior races. We have more to look forward to tomorrow. But first up, we'll have the Coastal Junior Men's Solo. Now, these were super exciting races for us earlier today. We had the reigning world champion from Italy, you know, unlucky to miss out on a spot on the A final, but we will be seeing him on the podium here. Different colour to last year, but I'm sure he'll be happy. Lots of new additions to this category as well. You know, a lot of rowers who are trying out beach sprints for the first time and in fact getting themselves up onto the podium, which is really impressive. And then I'm sure we'll talk about it when we see them, but the incredible navigation and skills from some of these rowers, and you know, really it's very obvious that they've spent a lot of time working on those minute details, the entries and exits from the boat, the turns, all those important things. And in particular this category, I think we saw that really translating into some super racing.
Yeah, and for such young athletes to be able to master a lot going on, right? Like new disciplines, some of them translating from flat water, to think about all of those different things and manage that out there on the water by themselves with no coaches, no partners, no nothing. Brilliant from these youngsters who are just starting out their journey here in this coastal event, just straightening themselves out on the podium. And well, similar story to what we just saw, but look at this, the Italian crowd here in force. Love that celebration.
Yes, they're here to support Lucio Fugazzotto, who will be receiving his bronze medal. Reigning champion from last year, unlucky to miss out on that A final, but you know, with the development of the sport and how much athletes are improving year on year, to be up on the podium at all, you know, is just an amazing achievement. And we saw him dancing mad as well. He was enjoying the dance at the beach party that was happening after his race as well.
There he is, Lucio Fugazzotto of Italy, and I can actually smell in our commentary box those they weren't quite flares, were they? But whatever they were going off that Italian flag, the smoke. Right, I figured out what these are, by the way. I've been Googling. That is the Italian wolf that they're being presented with, and they inhabit the Apennine Mountains, which is just behind us here in Genoa. So yeah, you might have to watch out here. Local wolf of the sea.
So can they swim?
Be careful, lock your doors, Neve. The wolves are about. These look much cuddlier though, much nicer.
Yes.
Much more friendly.
But we're looking here on screen, Ben Henke of Germany, silver medal. He made his way to this discipline of rowing for the first time. We heard from him earlier. First time competing, silver medal. Incredible.
Yeah, and him beating out the Italian in that semi-final was one of the highlights of the day. Henke bringing that back for Germany, wonderful stuff. But speaking of wonderful performances, one of the most impressive performances of the day. Yang Yuqi of the People's Republic of China was exemplary, Neve. Like,
unbelievable.
Perfect, near on perfect on every element that was required of him.
Yeah,
discipline,
really quick,
incredible.
Really quick runner. Very quick entry, getting those first few strokes pulled ahead of everyone else. His navigation was top-notch. His turns, no matter what the wind threw at him, because we saw some gusty conditions, so well able to be adaptable. But it was his exit, I think, that we were all impressed with. We don't see it in the solos, where he stopped rowing, but it had built up enough speed that the boat kept moving towards the beach. He stopped rowing. He got himself in position like we'd see the bow person in a quad. Racing and are exiting out of his boat, and just timed it to perfection. You know, we were saying maybe if the waves were a bit bigger, if there was those big breakers, it may not have worked. But he adapted and looking very happy. A little confused with the flag, I think.
Oh, bit of help from Lucio there. Oh, still upside down. By the time the anthem finishes, they'll get it right. But great to hear the anthem of the People's Republic of China, something we've not heard since 2019 on home soil in Shenzhen, and that will be the pleasure of Yang Yuqi here for the People's Republic of China, this first ever gold medal in the junior events for them.
I wonder, was he there watching? He would have been like 13 maybe around that time. Was he taking it all in then and setting his sights on a podium visit 5 years later?
Well, that is the first anthem we will hear in this championships, well, the Beach Sprints finals. And this event, you know, a championship event, hence why we hear the national anthems. And now, as I say, it's included in that Olympic Games. In Long Beach, in 4 years' time, we'll be hearing somebody's anthem at the Olympics.
That is so exciting to think
Isn't
about.
that cool?
Yeah.
Very cool.
So exciting.
A few of these guys will think that that could be their opportunity over stateside across the Atlantic.
Absolutely. And we're actually going to see this rower from People's Republic of China competing tomorrow in the men's solo. So he's making a step up to the senior category.
We'll have to see how he gets on. Well, with some of those dismounts,
Yeah.
I mean, I doubt there are many of the open men's solos that can execute something like that, let alone, you know, him being able to do that at the junior level. Insane stuff.
Absolutely.
Those little wolves, they're really cracking me up, Eve. I feel I need to get one of those. They're brilliant.
I think we need to get some.
A wolf carrying some pesto. Maybe we could put a request in for pesto pots to be tomorrow's prizes. Who knows? But here we go. We are just finalising that presentation there, and next up we've got the presentation for the under-19 women's solos.
We do indeed. Another cracker of a race in the Coastal Junior Women's. Lots of returning athletes from previous years, and you know, they were hoping to do better, and I think they did this year. You know, we'll be chatting about them as they come up towards the stage. So that's 2 categories done. We'll have 3 more sets of medals to be given out. We have the next under 19, the women's solo. And of course, we'll see more under 19 races tomorrow. We'll have the women's double and the men's double. Of course, we don't have the women's and men's doubles in the senior categories. It's just the juniors. So they're going to be good races to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll... do we have the mixed as well?
We have a junior mixed
We
as
have the junior
well.
mixed
And
too.
we have the men's solo and women's solo. So loads of excitement to look forward to tomorrow. Can't wait to see the conditions.
Yeah, we're sort of waiting in anticipation to see what tomorrow's conditions will throw at us, because it seems that the forecast anywhere near the coast, not reliable. But that's what makes this a beautiful sport. But here we go. We are about to get underway with this medal presentation, this victory ceremony for the Coastal Junior Women's solos. And some new countries to welcome to the podium. Well, one new country to welcome to our podium. No, 2 new countries, but we've not seen have medals presented just yet.
Indeed, here we have them. 3 very happy looking under 19 women solo rowers. Cracking races as well, really adapted to what was thrown at them today.
Oh, there's Patrick Rumbout of World Rowing, former president of the jury. And he will be presenting alongside the delegate from the local organising committee and local delegation of dignitaries. And we hear there, Australia will pick up bronze here. Brilliant, Astrid Thomas. She had that great sprint, and we heard from her afterwards the amount of effort that took to pick up that bronze.
Yeah, I think in our earlier rounds we really saw her struggle with the sprinting. You know, it was really catching people out. Those back-to-back races, they're just so hard. You have very little recovery time, but she pulled it out of the bag to get her bronze medal. Very happy there with her medal and her wolf. And then second position, Lucia Navarro Blasco of Spain. Incredibly fast sprinter. Unbelievable, very quick stroke rate as well. And it got her into that silver medal position.
Lucia Navarro Blasco. I think maybe a tiny bit disappointed maybe to be sat there with the silver medal, but a few smiles there actually. No, looks happy enough to come away with silver, but this has been the cherry on top of a brilliant season for our champion, finally, from the United States of America.
Look at that smile.
Annalise Hall will relish every single second of this podium moment she's dreamt of for the last 3 years.
Bronze, then silver, and here she is with the gold, full collection. Incredible athlete, incredible.
Bronze, silver, gold. She completes the set, and she stood on this podium before, but never in this position, and she'll get to hear her national anthem for the first time. Isn't that special?
Amazing, and like we saw just how adaptable of a rower and athlete she was. We could see the difference between, we'll say, the knockout rounds and then when she got to the quarters and semi-finals. We were saying she must have had a word with the coaches and completely changed up her technique. She's quite a tall rower, but she completely shortened up her stroke. Finished on not maybe getting a full catch, but instead concentrating on a bit of a more of a lie back and just using that sheer power that she clearly has from all her training. She's flat water rower as well. She was at the Junior World Champs last year. But look how much this means to her. She'll be gearing up for a second chance tomorrow though in the junior women's double as well.
Well, another opportunity to hear the USA's national anthem tomorrow, perhaps, for her.
But to do it on your own in a solo, that's such an achievement.
It's all you.
I know Team USA had some tricky racing over this weekend and last weekend, and maybe didn't do as well as they had hoped in a number of different categories, particularly yesterday with the change of schedule. You know, a lot of people were left disappointed when they didn't get a second chance to do that second time trial. So I think this made up for it massively. She was definitely one to watch, and here she is, enjoying every moment, as she should. Annalise Hall of USA.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Great to see her on top of the podium. I think lots of people willing her on to succeed here at her last opportunity at juniors, because that will be it for her now. She's now no longer under 19, so she'll be up into the seniors if she continues on in this event. I do wonder whether we'll see an under 23 category ever here at the Beach Sprint Finals, because, you know, we've got junior and we've got open, but actually, you know, the pathway on the flat water includes under 23 to keep people in the system, keep people racing against their age group whilst, you know, they go off to university or start jobs. But it just needs pipeline and base of the pyramid to grow, right? To facilitate that competition, which we've seen, you know, a huge increase in entries this year. I only imagine it's only a matter of time until the age group pathway continues to grow and we see under 23s feature in the Beach Sprint Finals.
Absolutely. Some athletes, I would say Annalise, put her up against some of the senior solos and she would do pretty well, I would say. But others, you know, they might just be a little bit off the mark. So it would be good to break up that jump from under 19 up to senior. We are going to see it in the home internationals, which are happening shortly in the UK. So that's where Ireland, England, Scotland and Wales will be competing in beach sprints. And they've introduced, I think it's an under 21 category this year, as opposed to under 23. That's on in a couple of weeks' time. So maybe it's starting to come in a little bit.
Yeah, I think that sounds, you know, promising, and we'll see, you know, how that develops at the home internationals. I mean, this sport actually, you know, the Beach Sprint Finals derives even earlier than the World Rowing event in 2019 in Shenzhen. That was the first World Rowing branded race for this particular discipline. Even before that, though, we had the Commonwealth Beach Sprint Finals, which took place in 2018, the year prior to its debut for World Rowing. And that took place on the south coast of England in the UK. We had lots of Commonwealth countries featuring. Gold medal won by Vanuatu on that occasion. Rio Ri, who I know is here coaching the Vanuatu entry that had been on the start line for the solos yesterday in the preliminary race. So yeah, this sport has much deeper roots than just the World Rowing editions. And if you speak to Gwyn Batten about the very, very early days of its existence, you know, that stretches back even further to Southeast Asia and competitions that were run in their sort of existence, trialling out this sport when it was brainstormed, developed and proposed, ready for its inspiring growth, which has led to its inclusion in LA.
How much pride those people who really, you know, took it from the ground and built it up, and here it is now, you know, going to be in LA 2028. So it must mean a lot to Gwyn and all those who have been involved in it for so long and trying to grow it. And they, you know, they've succeeded massively with big numbers, entries and big names. Like, we're going to see them coming up on the podium shortly, particularly in the quads and things. You know, lots of big names coming over after finishing up in Paris and making their way over to Italy. And we're only going to see more and more of that, I would say, in the next few years.
Yeah, definitely, because I think, you know, we're only a few weeks after Paris. A lot of athletes just want their break. They want to go home and enjoy themselves, see their family, go on holiday. You know, these athletes have chosen to jump back into these coastal boats and get cracking again, to give it a go. You know, intrigue as well as potential competition, getting a head start before it does feature in the next Olympic Games. But I think after next year, after 2025, once we have people that will be starting to make decisions around whether they continue on flat water or, you know, whether they start trying to pathway into coastal or brand new pipeline, you know, people coming through, we will see a lot more big names featuring, I think, from next year, even more, because we've already got a lot, like you say, here.
Absolutely.
Look at this sunset. This is beautiful stuff here.
We should have waved out our window again.
Oh yeah, well, we're a bit further down there, aren't we? A bit further down. Yeah, we're down there, look.
That's our roof
underneath
there,
those
under the umbrellas. We are not on the sunbeds. We're indoors.
I wish we were, Neve. We should be doing our victory ceremony from up there on the sunbeds. So next, quadruple sculls, mixed quadruple sculls. So we talked about some big names featuring here.
We absolutely did indeed, and what exciting racing we had on the water. Floor manager doing a great job there, getting athletes up in order so that they can collect their medals. But here we're seeing second position here. First position, we'll be going through the details now, and we have third position coming up onto the podium last. So they all have to bunch over now, trying to make space for everyone.
Well, at least this is the largest category we've got to try and squeeze onto the stage.
Yeah. Now, there's a lot of pedigree standing up here. A lot of Olympians, medalists.
Yeah, we'll go through in just a second, but bronze medalist France. There's a medal presenter from World Rowing, Ava Shanto, who, fresh from the Paris 2024 Games, has whizzed over here to Genoa. Great to see her here from the Executive Committee for World Rowing. And here is the crew. Charlie Rubio, Vincent Noiro, Gaia Chavini, Marine Delano, and the great Edwige Alfred, who I know has been a mentor to a lot of people in this sport. She's been there since the very beginning of the beach sprint finals, and great to see that she's still up there on the podium winning medals.
Incredible. We usually see her in the rowing seat, either in the solos or the doubles, the mixed doubles, but to get her into the cox, they knew she had that experience under her. She's always been a great sprinter as well, so great to have her in the cox's seat. Of course, as we saw earlier in the races, it was the cox that sprinted down to the beach to jump in the boat, and she did a fantastic job, so congratulations there to France.
I was just having a look. France fourth in the last few World Rowing Beach Sprint finals, including the first edition, so great to see them on the podium.
Next up, we have second position, still smiling after the race. They've been smiling, I'd say, since they crossed that finish line to get that silver medal. Netherlands.
Bea Florijn, the youngest of the Florijn siblings. Then we've got Marika Keitzer just getting her medal there after Claire de Kock. Jan van der Baai in the stroke seat. Duke Feta. Another silver medal for her after a sparkling Paris silver medal alongside Jan van der Baai. And here come the Wolves.
They're very excited to be getting their Wolves.
Did they have these last weekend?
They did.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. They sure did. I wasn't commentating for the victory ceremonies now, so I actually wasn't sure. I never asked anyone what they were. But most of these athletes, you know, first time coming over to the beach sprints, you know, I think they've been enjoying themselves for sure. They've really taken to it. I think they probably would have enjoyed the conditions today compared to what we saw the last few days.
Definitely. Well, here is a crew that will be beaming with their gold medal performance.
Great Britain!
Great Britain. Gold medalist finally in this mixed cox quadruple scull. They've been out of the medals, out of the podium since 2019 back in Shenzhen. Of that very, very first crew. And an entirely different outfit now, going for gold, and selected through that process. Rosa Thompson, Charles Cousins, Heather Gordon, Cam Buchan there in the stroke seat. And Ryan Glimond.
Incredible sprinter.
What a sprinter. Like, he's lightning fast, isn't he?
Yeah.
And brilliant. Won them a lot of those charges off the start. But yeah, it's been some time since Great Britain have been atop the podium at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. And this will be a big, big victory for them. In fact, I'm trying to think now, they've ever won a gold medal at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. I don't think they have.
No, I think they got silver in the mixed double last year. Laura and Sam. Not sure they've ever won a gold.
I don't think they
Yeah,
have, so I
this
think
could
this will be the
their gold.
first ever anthem for Great Britain here.
I know the likes of Charles Cousins has been trying and trying, you know, and he's gotten his self medals at European Championships and different things. We often see him in a mixed double, but making the transition to the quad here paid off for them with their gold medal. Cam there, as you mentioned, big indoor rower. I know going by what I followed online, he was kind of wanting to try this out for the fun of it, to see how it went, and it paid off. He got himself a spot stroking the quad, and here he is collecting his gold medal.
The British sports is in full voice, it sounds like, with God Save the King. So, for the first time ever at World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, the British national anthem rings out over the speakers. They've had other medals before in the past, but never gold. And the first ever in this Coxed quad. Flag delivery for Team GB. Onto the stage, ready for photos, and this sunset is just getting better and better.
Oh, let me wave. Let me wave.
Oh, hang on, you're waving
corner.
out the window. You're on that side, Neve. There you go. Oh, no, we've cut away. We've cut away. We're back to those less important people, the medalists. Who, you know, we've seen enough of them. What about our steering commentary? No, brilliant to see all of the medalists together. Squeeze in. But into the sunset here in Genoa. One more medal ceremony left to go, and that will be the mixed double sculls.
Seeing another cruise ship here leaving the port. Amazing to see. We saw a bit of challenging conditions coming as those boats. We saw cargo ships and the cruise ships passing us today, creating a little bit of a wash, but nothing compared to what we've seen the last 2 days.
Yeah, what a beautiful sunset cruise it must be coming out here from a lovely Mediterranean cruise from Genoa. Maybe I should put myself back in, Neve. Back here again for a cruise.
I think they're coming back to us for tomorrow. They're going to come back, collect
They'll come
us.
back, yeah. That was them actually leaving after they couldn't hang around for the last victory ceremony, but they'll be back again tomorrow. There they go, into the distance, into the sunset. But yeah, those World Rowing fans, they'll be back again tomorrow, shipped in, ready for the finals. But for now, they're just going to, enjoy the sunset out there on the water. And why would you not?
Why would
It
you
is
not?
stunning, this Italian coast. I've been thoroughly enjoying the conditions here today.
Absolutely. So one final medal ceremony to go. The coastal mixed double sculls. Now this brought a lot of drama, a lot of action today. People we probably thought were going to be in the A final did not make it. But the winners, who we'll see in a second, thoroughly deserve to be up there. Incredible racing throughout the day. They had the knockouts, the last 16, quarterfinals, semi-finals, with the B and A finals. And we did see some really, really great racing in the mixed double sculls. They're really getting into this celebration.
On the podium. This is what I love, the atmosphere here after the victory ceremonies at this event. It is such. It's been a party for the last week. It's much more relaxed, I'd say, than a lot of the victory ceremonies on the flat water side. I think that beach vibe is running strong.
I think now they're now celebrating after Paris, are they?
Yeah, I think this is now tools down for the summer.
Yeah.
One final podium for them, and one final victory ceremony for us. And Neve, I'm really hoping for a similar day again tomorrow.
I think I would like a little bit more challenging conditions, just to mix
you
things up a little bit.
You want to see the
dumpy
white
waves.
pounds, the dumpy waves. That's going to be our
lovely word,
our catchphrase.
Love it.
Dumpy waves. Yeah, we want to see those dumpy waves, but not dumpy as much as to put racing off or cancel it. We
Absolutely
don't want that.
not.
So
No.
perfect. We would love the perfect combination of both, please, if the weather gods are listening.
Yes, and we've ordered a few more cruise ships to come in to create a little bit more washes there tomorrow as well.
You and I will be on the last one out of here. We'll be waving
Absolutely.
at the waving at the sunset, waving at our drone as we sail off into the distance on our Mediterranean cruise.
If only.
If only. If only. No, one last victory ceremony to go. A bit of a clean-up crew going on there. I think they enjoyed that celebration just a little bit too much, actually.
Yes, they have to make sure the next people up on the podium don't go slipping on that champagne.
Stacking it over the bubbles.
Yeah. They've actually been doing such a great job on cleaning up this place. Particularly last weekend, there was divers out. As soon as racing finished, there was divers out on the seabed here, cleaning up any rubbish that was left over. And I don't think they actually got much because everyone was doing so well with the cleanup. So it's such a really clean, lovely area. Should I wave out the window again?
There you are again.
I'm going again. They'll probably cut now. No?
No, yeah, there you are.
Can you see me? I can't see the drone. Oh, I can. I can see the drone.
That's Neve there, just in that building, giving you a wave from our drone camera. But all the action's going on above us. So yeah, while the party's going on up there, we're working hard for you here in the commentary booth. If you're still listening to us here on worldrowing.com or on the World Rowing YouTube channel, hello. Lovely to be taking you through these final few medals here on the evening of day 2. There is Neve giving you a big old wave once more. That's us working hard.
Working very hard.
But we do have the bar below us, so you can see there. We've got a nice exit route after this is all finished.
We do.
But here we go. Final victory ceremony now for the Coastal Mixed Double Sculls. And one more national anthem to hear that we've not heard yet today, and we've not seen them on the podium at all. Lithuania.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we mentioned the incredibly exciting racing that we saw in this category. So we're going to see 3 nations coming up. We have 2nd position there, our winners, and 3rd position. Now we have to talk about this race. You know, flat conditions, you would assume everything would go right for Cruz today. But as we saw, the Spanish, who we thought would be in an A final, Esther Breeze Zamorano, as soon as she jumped in the boat, she knew something was wrong. The seat had come off. She tried her best, herself and Ander Martin there on the right-hand side of our screens. They tried their best, but there was just no coming back into that race.
A tough position to be in, but it didn't let them affect their bronze medal race. They were successful in here. And here they are, Spain, our bronze medalists. And smiles now. I think they've come through that frustration to now appreciate that they're up there on the podium, being presented their medals by Jean-Christophe Rolland, the president of World Rowing. Esther Breeze Zamorano, she's been up there before, as has Ander Martin.
Yes, they were in the gold medal position in 21 and 22, so in Portugal and in Wales. They took a break last year from competing together. We did see Ander with a different partner last year. Back together. Definitely didn't go to plan. I would say we saw the frustration from them, but they really gave it their all in that B final to win that bronze medal. Here we go, Italia, 3rd time up on the podium this afternoon. The Italian crew had a super finish. The sprinting from Silvia Trippi was unbelievable at the finish of each race. So quick on the beach.
She was so quick, wasn't she? Going head to head with, I think it was Poland, wasn't it, in that race where she beat out Łukasz Zub, who was you know, in the bow seat we tend to see the male sprinters being that little bit quicker on the beach, but she said, no thank you, that's not my style.
Not my style.
I will be taking that place into the semi-finals. Thank you very much. And look where it's led them to, a silver medal here. But this performance, we were saying, in terms of a 360, well-rounded performance, every element spot on. It was the Lithuanians who managed it every single race, spotless performances, such a strong crew, especially out on the water. They gained so much difference. Distance, Dominikas Jankoinas and Martina Kazlaskaita.
incredibly strong athletes. On the beach, on the water, their turns, their navigations. They had read the conditions, that gust that was coming across and catching so many people out. They had read it and did so, so well.
And I think for the first time ever, we will hear the Lithuanian national anthem.
I believe so. We've seen them at many World Rowing Beach Sprint finals. And I know the men's solo, who we're going to see tomorrow, was, I believe, 4th last year in the men's solo, but I think they've just always missed out on the podium.
Well, as far as I can see, Niamh, I think this is Lithuania's first ever gold medal.
And possibly beach sprint medal.
Possibly beach sprint medal. I'm just,
we have to go over our data.
The quick statsing over here. Leave it with me. I'm just having a quick fly through. I think you might be right, Niamh.
Yeah,
we've
seen them. We've seen them coming and getting stronger and stronger, and they've really sent their best athletes here this weekend. And the support actually we see the Lithuanian flags. So we saw them earlier on the beach. We saw them up on the grandstand. A lot of supporters here for them. So you can see, you know, they're obviously investing a lot of time into the sport, developing it. And here they are, gold medal, coastal mixed double sculls.
A pretty good start to the podium, isn't it? They've not bothered with bronze or silver. I have just checked back. No other Lithuanians.
Straight in for the gold.
Straight in for gold. Nothing less.
That's
First
the
medal,
way to do
gold
it.
medal.
Amazing. Incredible athletes up there on the podium.
Jankionis and Kazlashkaite will be our final gold medalists of the day here on day 2 of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, joined by Spain and Italy in bronze and silver. Well, that's going to conclude our day here at Genoa, but not our weekend, because we've got tomorrow as well. So do make sure that you join us back here tomorrow for even more racing. Racing tomorrow starts local time at 8:30. We'll be online just before that. We'll be going out live to you on worldrowing.com. And we can't wait to bring you even more medal finals. We've had some brilliant, brilliant racing today, and just every single thing that you could have thought of happened.
Amazing. I'm just looking forward to more dumpy waves tomorrow. That's the only thing I ask for.
Niamh's going to be going to bed tonight praying for dumpy waves, and we hope that we can bring you a little bit more drama through those crashing waves tonight and tomorrow. So, tomorrow, 8:30, be back here. We'll be starting off with the junior mixed double sculls knockout rounds, the round of 16, and running all the way through with those events that Niamh discussed earlier that we've not seen just yet. But good night from us. I've been Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks. I've been joined here by Niamh Hayes, and it's been day 2 of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Join us tomorrow for what looks to be the last and final day of competition here in Genoa.
See you all tomorrow.